Boom goes the dynamite.
Hey, what up, everybody? I guess Jay just left me in charge for today. Oh, that's the old. That's weird. Why did this old? I'm trying to load up the live stream. Oh, there we go. And I randomly clicked on like an old one. Here we go. What up? What up? Hello. How is everybody on this beautiful Saturday? Late morning brunch time. What up? What up? Let's see. Oh man, of course, we got all the classics here in the chat right off the beginning. Pelly, what up?
Did I make it?
Metalhead Man, Anthony, what up? What up? Two Anthonys, in fact. Metalhead Man, hello, hello, hello.
We got all the Antonys in the house today. All right, let me send out all the links. Let's see. That's Facebook.
Tell your mom.
I'm sending out links to the stream.
Everybody in the chat, go tell your mom.
Yeah, go tell your mom. Post. Okay, it looks like that. Now I just got to do Discord. Where's Discord at? Discord, where you at? This is the problem with having all these screens, man. Sometimes you lose them. Send. All right, there we go. We have advertised to the universe that we are here.
Thanks, Charlie Dumpler. What up?
Dude, I love that intro, by the way. While I was in there taking a piss, I could hear my headphones. You're getting all hyped, calling out everybody in chat and everything. That was cool, man. That was cool. I like that. All right, let's see. Where's the activity feed? I know I'm always missing something. That was the thing I'm missing. Stream Elements. That's a big one too. Actually, I forgot I got ground control enabled. I keep forgetting Stream Elements has an app. Major Tom to ground control. Hey, speaking of Major Tom to ground control, we're getting warmed up here. Let's talk about this Artemis 2 shit, man. This is great, man.
Yeah.
Why did I not even put that in the topic? Jesus, that would have been a big one, right? Artemis is getting it, man.
Yeah.
Like, are you pretty excited?
It's pretty cool. It is pretty rad, actually. Yeah. First time. Well, it's like, it's the first time we've like kind of humans have gone even close to the moon since like the 70s.
Dude, I don't think humans have left orbit. I don't think a single human has even left orbit, even to go into like I think this is the first time we've broken orbit in 50 years. Yeah.
Because the ISS is still it's still technically orbit.
The ISS is really close to the Earth. Really, it was like 300 miles, 200 to 300 miles or something. Like, it's not that far.
Yeah, it's well, I think it's further than that, than a couple hundred miles. It's got to be higher.
That's actually true. Let's see. What is the altitude of ISS?
It's got to be a couple 10,000.
You're right. If the Kármán line, wow, no, I was right. 248 miles. I shit you not. I'm not even kidding. The International Space Station orbits the Earth at an average altitude of approximately 248 miles or 400 kilometers. Some sources also mention
because that's the only way you could stay up without falling down is by it's like what 90 minutes or something. They go around the planet every 90 minutes.
They're going 17,500 miles an hour. Let me check that one too. What speed does the ISS orbit at? I want to say it's 17,000. Oh, I was off a little. 17,150 miles an hour. That's crazy. That is crazy speed. That thing, because I think isn't the Earth's like full diameter like 10,000 miles or around 10,000 miles?
I think it's more like 36.
Is it? Let's see here. What? Maybe I'm thinking of. I think I'm thinking of like the like from the center, from the core of the Earth out. I think I'm like thinking of that. Let's see what
diameter.
Yeah, what is that? Shit, even less. 7,900 miles.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just shy of 8,000 miles. Or
we live on a tiny ass planet, bro.
Dude, that's huge.
Not really. If you think about Southern California, it's like you can drive there in like what 19 hours.
United States is about 3,500 miles across.
Yeah, and I want to say from Washington to SoCal, it's like 2,000-ish miles. Because I remember when I was a kid, we did a road trip where my mom and dad like team drive, and we got there in like 19 hours. We didn't even have to stay at a hotel room, going from Port Orchard, Washington to like an hour south of Disneyland. And by the way, chat, if I step on aux, I apologize. There's some audio issue going on today. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but in my headphones when he's talking, sometimes it cuts him out in my headphones, but I don't know if it's cutting out on stream. So let me know if you guys hear him getting cut out when I'm talking. 248 miles, that's like a 2-hour drive. I know, think about it that way, dude. Like if you point it, and it makes sense because you can see it.
90 miles, yeah, you see it whipping.
Yeah, you look up in the sky. If you can see it with the naked eye, it's got to be a couple of 100 miles, right? Like,
right?
Plus, it's shiny as hell too. It's the size of what, like 3 school buses or something. Like, no, it's bigger than that. How? Here, what is the total size of the ISS?
What's the bigness? The bigness.
So it's 109 meters, 356 feet long. Wow, it's like a football field in length. Wow, I never thought it was.
That's including the panels and stuff.
Right.
The entire structure is that big. The living compartment is probably 50 yards, if that.
Yeah. What is the total square footage of the living area of the ISS? I love that you can just ask these questions now. It's like Ask Jeeves is real now. Oh, actually, here, let me put a link in chat. This is cool. I just found this. This is pretty cool. This is like the whole International Space Station, so you can like see it broken out into all its modules. And it looks like there's one length of like modules that are like habitable, and then there's a couple that pop off and branch off. But for the most part, the girth of the space station is, like you said, all radiators and solar panels.
Yeah.
Like that's what makes it look so massive. If you took those away, it would look like a floating stick. Like realistically. Let's see here. So the large modules and other pieces of the station were delivered on 42 assembly flights, 37 of the space shuttle and 5 on the Russian Proton or Soyuz rockets. The station is 356 feet or 109 meters end to end, 1 yard shy of the full length of an American football field, including the end zones. Feet, not yards. I'm thinking 300 yards. Yeah, no, okay, that's right. So 356, so it's a little bit smaller than a football field. 8 miles of wire connects the electrical system aboard the space station. 55-foot robotic arm called Canada Arm 2 has 7 different joints and 2 end effectors or hands. Why does it have to have 7 joints? That's kind of weird.
Flexibility.
I mean, I guess, right? Because I thought like 5 axis could do anything. Like, I wonder why you need the other ones. And it's used to move entire modules deploy. That's one thing I do like about the space station is how it assembled itself. They basically just stuck Canada Arm on a module and then just handed it shit from the shuttle. And the arm like grabbed shit out of the shuttle and like snapped it onto itself like Legos. Like, that's pretty fucking cool. It's sad that it's gonna go away though, man. Aren't they? Isn't it like what is it, like 2030 or something like that? They're gonna drop it into the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And there's no plans to like keep fixing it up and stuff because apparently it's just so old and so beat up now and it's got leaks all over the place and shit. Dude, it leaks a lot.
Oh, and they're not. And I've heard they're dropping plans to. They're not going to do the gateway thing between Earth and the Moon.
Oh, that's
like decided not. They're not going to do the as part of the full Artemis plan, right? To like build a thing on the moon and all that jazz. Like they're dropping the gateway plan, which I'm like, that was supposed to kind of be the replacement for the ISS. Like we're supposed to have this sort of halfway point that we could still kind of do, you know, sciencey stuff.
How do you train for Mars without that halfway point to the moon? Like,
how do we get anything? How do we get people to Mars at all? Which I think is a little silly.
It'd be a one-way trip no matter what, because you'd have to fuel. There's no way to carry enough fuel to get to Mars, slow down, and then come back. Like, you'd have to have a refuel. Like, there's just no, I don't think, like, the size of the spaceship, you'd have to build it in, like, a dock in orbit to carry enough fuel to, like, get to Mars and back. As far as I know, even the Starship is a one-way trip. Like, even Starship fueling in orbit off of tankers. So the plan was that Starship goes into orbit. There's 2 other Starship tankers that are just filled with fuel. They refuel the Starship after it takes off back to 100%. And then even then, it's only enough to get to Mars and land on Mars. And then they have to either refuel at Mars or just stay there forever. So, although apparently they think that there's a way to automate the whole thing. Like theoretically, there should be a way to send an unmanned vehicle, land it, and then have equipment come off those, or it could be more than one vehicle. It'd be several vehicles. But you could, in theory, like take a robotics team that's all powered from solar power, and have it like slowly build out the infrastructure to extract the fuel from the soil or whatever, right? Like you can get, so it seems to me like it's possible, like in the future, that we may never have to send humans to Mars. We might just just keep sending robots, right? Yeah. With AI and everything. Shit, with AI, you know, you could have these robots like walking around and making even decisions on their own and just like telling you what they're doing. Be like, hey, OpenClaw, control these 500 fucking robots. They got shovels and you know, got all this equipment and stuff in the spaceship, and just have them report back, since it takes, what is it, like 20 minutes it's like at the longest point, I think it's 20 minutes. Yeah, round trip, right? So that's crazy, dude. When you think about like the speed of light, how slow it is in the cosmic like scale.
Mm-hmm.
It's like just for a photon, like the fastest moving thing we know of, right? Other than like a tachyon, the fastest thing that we know that can move is a photon, and that photon takes is it 26 minutes to get outside of our solar system? No, it's more than that.
Oh, it's gotta be way more than that.
Yeah, it's way more than that.
I mean, it's just from the sun to us, and like to Jupiter is going to be another fucking hour at least. That's a long freaking time. Long time.
Yeah, it'd have to be. You're right. So check this out. Just to get to Pluto, it's five and a half hours one way just to get light to Pluto. So sun to the Oort cloud would be so that's 2,000 AU or 100,000 AU from the sun. So light would take 119 years to get from our sun to the Oort cloud, which is like out beyond our solar system.
Yeah,
dude. It's like we're never going to be able to even visit our closest neighbors unless we figure out how to fold space or something like that. What are you going to do? Put people in stasis for a fucking 200 years just to get one solar system over? Uh-oh. I think Ox froze up. Oh, no, there he is.
That's weird. I'm going to have to investigate this a bit. Every once in a while, I get like wicked bad signal to my Wi-Fi AP. And I'm like, this is a Wi-Fi 7 Uber Pro UniFi fucking AP that's like maybe 100 feet away.
There's one thing you got to remember though with access points. If you're the higher gigahertz you're using, or the higher 5G, 6G, 7G, the less penetration you get through walls because they're using higher frequencies. So 2.4 gigahertz can penetrate through a shitload of walls and go a long distance. 5 gigahertz can only go maybe like a quarter of that. And then I think so you might want to switch to 2.4G like when you're not downloading stuff.
Okay, I accidentally turned my fucking whole Wi-Fi card off by accident when I meant to try and look at their fucking settings. Oh my goodness.
Dude, everything blocks Wi-Fi 5. Like, I swear to God, you can put 3 pieces of paper in front of the access point and fucking lose your signal. Like, it is so delicate.
The 5G. Yeah.
I like Tech Brew Boss. He's all pimping High Cap AI in chat. He's like, hey, Chad, if you don't want to be bullied by using OpenClaw, come to High Cap. Hey, to be fair, Claude still allows you to use API credits, and High Cap works on a credit system. So, similar. Although, technically... So, hey, Tech Brew Boss, do you guys sell credits? Like the High Cap AI sells API credits, like when you do all the conversion in price, is it still cheaper to get Claude credits through High Cap AI than buying API credits directly from Claude, if that makes sense? Like that's what I was wondering, because like you guys can buy in bulk, right? Like a distributor could buy in bulk, so I'd imagine you guys get like a big discount, so you guys could probably like undercut them on price for direct API access. Plus, you get the benefit of everything being OpenAI compatible, which I think is pretty cool. That's the one thing I really do like about High Cap AI. When are you guys going public again, by the way? Like, I know you guys had to shut down to the public because that stupid Chinese bullshit, but I'm wondering when you guys are going to come back online so people can like start playing with your stuff. That if they're not a company. He said it's about the same unless you buy in volume. As you buy more for us, we give even better discounts. Awesome. So yeah, it's about the same.
Yeah.
See, that's kind of cool. I like that like AI providers can buy bulk credits, which gives them a cheaper rate, and then they can sell those for a little bit of a profit while still being competitive on the pricing with the original AI. So it allows them to give you multiple AIs. That's why I use High Cap. I think it's cool. Well, plus, let's be honest, Tech Brew is like giving me some mad credits on it too, which is like, full disclosure. Like that's really generous of them. But I do like the idea of instead of being a middleman that sells you 100 different API keys to different AI providers, like a lot of them do today, they just give you one. You can just create one key. You can create as many project keys as you want, but you just create one project key, and that one project key gives you access to every AI that they currently support and every AI they add on. So, like, if you want to write a program that accesses 20 different AIs that are all completely different, all have their own SDKs, all have their own ways of accessing OAuth or through the web. It's all tokenized under OpenAI. So you just use OpenAI's format of, /v1/models /v1/chat completions. And they all just work similar. And that's the same for image and video API stuff too. They normalize that also. So it's just like creating images under what's OpenAI's image generator called? I forget. But it's like some like Nano Banana and Grok Imagine and stuff. It's all just use it all the same. It all works under the one consolidated API key with the one API, which is cool. I think that's badass. Techruss said we're open waiting list soon. If Ox wants to try, we can get him on as a tester too. Just DM me on Discord. You hear that, Ox?
Am I not already?
No, you have access to Brew Chat, which is his private chat interface to HiCap AI. But if you want API access for like doing like OpenClaw and stuff,
better not, because I'm a lazy bum and I've barely used what you've already provided to me very generously, and so I would not want to take like it might not be taking someone else's slot, but I don't deserve any sort of special like consideration.
Well, no, keep in mind that you'd be helping them find bugs. You'd be in exchange for them giving to you, you'd be helping them find bugs.
I haven't hardly used what he's already given me. So
that is true. I had to tell him to log into Brew Chat today.
Shouldn't be fucking taking another step forward when I haven't even really taken advantage of what I've got.
Fair enough.
Like, that'd just be greedy and ultimately rude.
I actually like your philosophy, because sadly I'm the type of person that's like I end up biting off way more than I could chew, and then I'm like, oh no, what do I do? There's so much. There's so much everywhere. Yeah. Oh my god, what do I do? It gets a little out of control sometimes, if I'm honest. Let's see. Oh wait, somebody was asking us like, "Hey guys, oh yeah, it's Pele. Hey, what's up, Pele? We love Pele." He said, "Hey guys, what are you doing this weekend besides watching this amazing stream?" I guess technically we are watching it, right? I mean, we're producing it, but we're also making it. What do you got plans, man? I know you got to leave a little early today because you're gonna go do some stuff.
Have a little fun in the sun a little later this afternoon, and then tomorrow Easter with the fam. With the going down to my stepdad's place.
I forgot tomorrow's Easter.
Oh shit!
Oh no! Does Amazon do 24-hour deliveries of flowers?
Probably. Yeah, you can get some shit tomorrow.
Actually, she doesn't want flowers because the cat always chews them up. Here, let me just see here. What do we got here? Let's see here, bro. Okay, no, I'll do that after the stream. But yeah, I gotta do something because she's been a little down lately in the blues. So. I gotta do something to cheer my woman up. But yeah, what am I doing this weekend? I'm probably gonna be playing some Gran Turismo, because for the first time in 2 weeks, I set up the sim last night and I had to tear it down rapidly. I forgot I left it set up last night, so I had to tear it down rapidly before the stream. That cost us a little time too, because in order to use it, I have to go over to the other side of the room. There's a Voodoo Revolution with steering wheel, pedals, shifter, e-brake, all that stuff on it. It weighs probably 350 or 400 pounds. I got to shove that across the carpet all the way over here to this side of the room. It used to be on carpet sliders, but for some reason I lost like half the carpet sliders. So it doesn't slide very well. So I better break my back to get the damn thing over here in front of the computer. I stick a fan in front of it, like one of those big Vornado fans, and blow it at my face. Because if you have trouble with getting motion sick in VR, especially if you're playing games where you're sitting stationary but the thing is moving in the game, having a fan blow at you from a single direction like really helps your brain lock on to true north. So if you have trouble where you're playing games, you feel like you're getting kind of loopy and you're getting kind of sick, try just pointing like a box fan or something at you while you're playing so that it breezes on your face. One, it stops your VR from fogging. You'll never have VR fogging ever again, even if you sweat like a pig like I do. But it'll help with motion sickness. Like I can stay in VR, even do like roller coaster sims, which normally I can't do roller coaster sims. They get me really queasy. But as long as I have a fan pointing at me, I can do them no problem all day long. So if you have trouble with getting sick in VR or getting a little queasy or getting the elevator legs, try that hack. It actually works really well. The second hack I'll tell you guys about that I found out when I played BeamMG, because I normally only play Gran Turismo. So Gran Turismo locks the horizon in VR, so it's always like this. So even if you're on a track and you go on a hill, it tilts the car, but it doesn't tilt your head, if that makes sense. So you always feel like you're level with the earth, and then if the earth changes under you, the car moves like this, but you're always, and you can tilt your head with it if you want, like, but that always has gravity straight down, whereas if it tilts the whole VR, like if the VR like tilts the whole world, it causes you to have like an alignment issue because gravity's pulling you straight down, but the game is telling your brain that it should be this way. Oh, yeah. And so it screws with you really bad. So I found out in BeamNG, I started playing. I got really sick after 10 minutes, and I felt really disoriented. Oof. So I went and looked online. Sure enough, a bunch of other people are having the same problems. I'm like, why? It's like it runs smooth. It's not chopping, so I know it's not that causing the problem. And the problem was BeamMG by default, the whole world, like if you go up on a hill or smash into something, the whole world moves. You don't stay locked with the horizon. So I found out there's a setting that you can lock it to the horizon. I went in and turned that setting on, so it looks now like Gran Turismo, where it locks me and the car moves independently. And now no more sickness at all. No more. I play it as long as I play Gran Turismo. So little hacks like that, you know, kind of figure stuff out. So I'm probably gonna play some of that tomorrow because I haven't got to play much here. Like I said, it's been 2 weeks since I was on the sim, and I usually complete every week. There's 5 challenges, new challenges that Gran Turismo adds. And when you complete them, you get like a shitload of money, like more than you'd get even just like racing all day long. You can get that in like an hour. And so I usually complete those every week, like religiously, but I've missed 2 of them in a row now. So, and I bought that new Plus pack, which I don't know if it's really worth the money, where you get like you can do all the driver star missions and stuff. And it's like more realistic where you have to do qualifying, you have to do practice, and it forces you to do it. You can't just like skip over it. Like if you skip it, then you go to the back of the line during the race, right? You have to do a full qualifying station. I thought it was kind of stupid at first. I was like, wow, I paid to have to like do the stuff I don't really like. But no, you end up actually liking it. It makes you a way better driver. So I gained a lot from it. And I really do enjoy that aspect of it now. So I'd say right now, I actually do think it's worth it. The $29 or whatever they charge. But aside from that, let's see, what else did I do? Yesterday, I installed a new doorbell camera. So I upgraded from a Ring V1, like the OG Ring. I'm talking like the very first launch one that came out. It's like, it doesn't have an SD card reader in it. That's how old it is. So I swapped that out with my buddy Adam, who's given me about 90% of the electronics that I own in my house. He gave me a G4 Pro UniFi camera, because all my security stuff and all my networking stuff's UniFi now. It's all been switched over. Like I don't even want to add up the amount of money that's in this network that Adam has given me, because I look at all the different individual components and I'm just like, I'll never ever be able to even come close to reciprocating. Like there's no fucking way. It's too much. But this doorbell camera he gave me, the G4, I tried to power it off of my ringer power. Like you're supposed to take the 2 wires from like, your ringer button, put it on there and it charges it. And that's how the Ring doorbell worked. But the Ring doorbell only turned on when there was motion, and it had a battery inside of it that would slowly trickle charge off of the 12 volts that would come through that wire. Well, it turns out this new camera runs 24/7. It's got 2 cameras, a 5 megapixel, 10 megapixel, a thumb reader, an LCD screen that's always on. It's got so it's power hungry. The thing uses like 10 watts of power. So I was like, shit, this is not going to work. So I plugged it in. It's like insufficient power. So I go look online, do some research. I would have had to buy a brand new doorbell chime transformer and like go into my closet, rip out everything so I could get at it, because it's in a really inconvenient place, and replace it just to get power to the thing. So in typical Barnacules fashion, I jerry-rigged it. So it can also run off USB-C. It has a USB-C port on the back of it. So what I did is I just drilled a hole through the inside wall to the outside wall, ran a USB-C cable to the outside wall, plugged it in the back of the doorbell, and then secured it to the wall. So it's like it's locked to the wall, so you need special tools to remove it. So it's not like somebody can just take it off and rip the cable off of it, right? So it's on there, and then the cable goes to the inside. So then there's this ugly hole in my drywall. That was driving me crazy. So in 3D printed a grommet that goes in the hole and covers it and covers the cable. So now it looks pretty professional. It looks like a cable's coming out of the wall, and it looks like a cable's supposed to be coming out of the wall. So, but the good news is now that it's got USB power, it has all the power it needs, so it doesn't have to make any compromises. Now it does the full AI face detection. It's super cool, though. Like, I didn't know half the features this thing had before I installed it. If Amazon comes up and delivers a package, or anybody really, UPS, neighbors, drop-off mail, if they set it anywhere on my porch, doesn't matter how far it is away, anywhere on the porch, this super high-resolution camera pointing down on the thing can read the labels on the packages and then tell you through a speaker in the house, a loudspeaker in the house. It can tell you, like, where the package, like what the name is on it, where it came from. It can tell you, it'll tell you, oh, package delivery instead of somebody on your porch. So you can tell if somebody's just on your porch soliciting or if somebody actually dropped off a package. It makes that determination by looking at that downward camera. If it's dark at night, it turns on a light that like illuminates the porch. So when somebody comes up on the porch, it illuminates the porch. And then if they sit down the package, it allows you to read all the labels and stuff. But then you plug it into the AI key, which is like this little portable LLM that Ubiquity sells, that plugs into the system, and it makes all the dumb cameras smarter. So I added the doorbell camera to it. And now the doorbell camera has the same feature set as like the $499 G6. So now it can do like facial detection. It can tell me like what the intent of the person is on the porch. It can even read. It can use LLMs to scan the image and tell me what it sees. So like if I want, I can have an alert on my phone or through the speaker in the house that pops up and says, You know, somebody's on your front porch with a blue shirt, black hair, and glasses, you know, extending their arm to ring your doorbell. Like, it'll give you that level of detail. It'll say somebody pulled up to your house in a green car. You know, it's like, it's so cool. It'll read the image and then create text. I'm like, dude, this is like, we're living in the future, man. This is future shit we're experiencing right now. So I look at that Ring doorbell that used to be like, that was magic to me back in the day. Now I look at this thing and I'm like, this is like a whole new level of magic. The only problem is because of all the cameras in my security system are so high resolution, even at 15 frames per second on every camera, I eat up 2 terabytes every 4 days. So 2 terabytes of data is consumed just to hold 4 days of video from all my cameras across the board. That to me is, and that's with full compression. That's like compression cranked up and everything. That is a lot of freaking space. So I need more than 4 days retention because there's a lot of things that happen that you need to go back and look for after they've happened. And that's actually saved me a lot before, where I've had to go back and look for stuff. Like neighbors, you know, had a break, you know, thought they had a break in, or, you know, somebody was going around the neighbor doing soliciting that didn't have a license to do it or whatever. And I was like, and I didn't hear about it because I didn't see the Facebook post until a week later. Now I can go back and I can look for that. But the cool thing about the security system is it literally scans everybody's face and puts it into like a face, like table basically, where you can go in and say, just show me all the faces on this day. And it'll just show you little clips of when it detected motion and when the motion stopped with the person. But in the thumbnail, it just shows their face. So you can just scan through pages and just see all the faces of the people that were on your property. And I was like, that's really cool. And the doorbell camera has a higher resolution camera that picks up the faces even better. So now when somebody walks up on the porch, it gets a higher resolution photo, and then it overwrites the previous photo with that one. So you always have a better photo of the person. I was like, dude, UniFi is killing it, man. You know, like, I have to say, as much as I don't want to like a closed source system like UniFi has, their shit plays together so well. And it's so, like, an idiot can set this shit up. Every time you get a new device, you just give it power. Doesn't matter if it's PoE, doesn't matter if it's Wi-Fi, doesn't matter if it's Bluetooth. You just got your phone, you open up the one app, and it's like, hey, we detected a new thing within proximity. Do you want to add it to your UniFi setup? You're like, sure. And it adopts it. And then once it adopts it, the only way, even if somebody stole it, they can't use it. The only way to unlock it and make it usable again is to disconnect it from the system. So it's like, so even if somebody came up and like pried my doorbell off the wall or whatever, just to be a jerk and ran off with it, they wouldn't be able to pawn it or sell it because it won't allow anybody else to add it to their system. And when it powers up, it won't let them log into it or do anything unless they have my 2-factor authentication and UniFi password and all that stuff. But the cool thing about UniFi is they keep everything client side. All the AI stuff, the LLM running on the key, all the security stuff, none of it goes to the cloud at all. It is 100% client side. And that's why I think a lot of people really like the UniFi Protect security stuff. Is you're not like, it's not like the Ring doorbell where it's like, to get the AI features, you have to sign up for a service. You have to upload and back up your images to the cloud or whatever, or your video to the cloud if you want to have it, like, you know, certain features be unlocked. No, with UniFi, you get everything. You can do everything locally. You can host all your own stuff. You can dump the NAS if you do want to do cloud backups of like certain events and stuff. You can actually just have it back it up to your NAS. And it's sweet. So, I mean, I'm not sponsored by UniFi. Every piece of equipment I have was bought with cold hard cash. Not mine, though, thankfully, because that could get pretty expensive pretty fast. But surprisingly, the prices are fairly reasonable. Like, I thought it was like enterprise level shit that was like $1 gajillion. I went out and looked, and it's actually not too bad. As a matter of fact, like, one of their 4-port 10 gig switches is actually cheaper than like most of the other 10 gig switches out there, which I was kind of surprised with. And it's all like really hard, like built tough metal shit. I don't know how many people in here are UniFi fans. I'm curious in chat. Let's get a little show of hands. Well, I know you are too, because you got Adam hooked you up with your system too. Like, I'm curious how many people in here are using UniFi, because I know there's other great options. Like, for instance, if you're on a budget, Ingenious, a company called Ingenious, has the Fit line of stuff, which they have a similar thing, except for their stuff is like, I believe, open source and 100%. It's also 100% like not the cloud. You don't have to go through the cloud for any authentication or anything like that if you don't want to. Lot cheaper. It's square instead of round. UniFi has like an obsession with making everything round and round corners, kind of like the whole Apple aesthetic, whereas with Ingenious, it's more everything square. But there's lots of different options out there. You can roll your own, like if you want, like PF Sense boxes and using like DDWRT and Tomato and all those firmwares and stuff like that. There's a lot of options for networking. But here's the thing. UniFi is the most set and forget thing I've ever set up. Like even the Wi-Fi, I just put the access points wherever I wanted. and it does like a radio scan of the house, penetrating the walls. It can create like a whole like 3D thing using radio topography and be like, oh, move this access point over here and you'll get better access to that camera. Move this here if you can. If you can't move it there, then we're going to tweak the channels, change the sideband or whatever, increase the power, decrease the power. And it'll like constantly monitor the wireless network and calibrate it and like change settings and channels. Like if your neighbor decides to crank, move his Wi-Fi to another channel and crank the power to 1,000,000 and he steps on your network, UniFi will automatically, it doesn't even have to ask you. It just automatically will switch the channels and like tweak everything to work around whatever that noise is in the area. And I think that's pretty badass. That's pretty badass. Oh shit! I saw we had a super chat. It actually came through too. Oh my god! 43 cents from Shriek Art and Dala said, "Do you wish ClaudeCode existed when you were at MS?" No, because if ClaudeCode existed when I was at MS, I would have been fired way earlier. Sorry, laid off. I shouldn't say fired. I was laid off. I want to be clear. They did give me a year's worth of salary. They let me keep my benefits for a year. They gave me access to the alumni problem, Microsoft Store, and all that stuff for a year. So as much as I hate Microsoft for what they did, they at least my since I was in the first wave of layoffs, we all got what do they call it? Severance packages. We all got taken care of. What pisses me off is that wave 2 through 5 got nothing. Nothing at all. Oof. They just got kicked out the door. Didn't get a single penny. Lost all their stock, everything. And Microsoft also promoted me on the way out the door because I already had a promotion approved. So they paid my severance based on my new pay. So I got I got a 15% raise, and they gave me my 15% raise for the next year, and they paid it all out in one big lump sum. I was like, damn. But that doesn't absolve them of what they did. Like at the end of the day, they ended up laying off thousands of people that literally made that company what it is today. Well, no, what it was, I shouldn't say that. Made that company what it was in 2015. Not what it is today, which is like way buggier, way less trustworthy. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. I just saw something come in. Could you please poke somebody about this? Thanks. Veracrypt dude lost his MS account. Wait, what is this?
That's for that guy.
Hold on here. So, hi, everybody. I want to share an update. My absence over the last few months, I've encountered some challenges. Most serious one is Microsoft terminated the account I've used for years to sign into the Windows driver and bootloader. You can see below the screenshot of the message I showed you. Trying. Microsoft did not send me an email with any prior warnings. I've received no explanation for the termination. Their message indicates that there's no appeal process possible. Oh, shit. It says this termination impacts my work beyond Veracrypt and has consequences for my daily job because they can't log in. So regarding Veracrypt, I cannot publish Windows updates. Linux or Mac OS updates can still be done, but Windows is a platform used by the majority of users, so the inability to deliver Windows releases is a major blow to my project. I'm open to proposals to help. Is this literally the guy who created Veracrypt that got his Microsoft account destroyed? Here, let me put a link to this so you guys can see this. This is wild. If this is, I mean, I imagine it's true. It's like this is a guy actually literally posting in the forum what's happening. Let me find my chat. It went on a walkabout. Where the hell is it? I haven't. So there it is. I found it. So there's the link on SourceForge. By the way, like how many people still use SourceForge today? I feel like most people have moved over to GitHub. Like SourceForge, back when I worked at Microsoft, SourceForge was like everything, right? You go there to get all kinds of questions answered and stuff like that. I don't see it very much today. What's that?
Stack Overflow for code.
Yeah, that's another one I haven't seen for a while. So,
dude, as soon as ChatGPT came out, their like user like daily like clicks or whatever dropped like 60%.
I believe it. I believe it's but yeah, I believe it. The AI is tending to have that effect everywhere now. So this guy, let's see. So this is project update for Veracrypt. By the way, I use Veracrypt. That's why this caught my eye. If you guys are wondering, like, what the fuck's Veracrypt? Veracrypt is the successor to TrueCrypt, which was the original like military grade open source encryption tool that anybody could use to encrypt. You can encrypt a hard drive as a raw file system, like where it doesn't even have a file system or header. It just looks like garbage data on the drive for all intensive purposes. You can stack different levels of encryption. Like you can do, like SHA-512 on AES, then SHA-512 again, and then SHA-512 and then AES, all with different keys. And it'll actually do the resolving. So like when you mount a drive through Veracrypt, it can have 5 levels of encryption stacked on top of each other. And it still can read and write like real time. Like it's just a drive connected to your computer once you enter the password. It's badass. I highly recommend Veracrypt to anybody that needs data, some kind of data protection, especially if you're uploading shit to the cloud that you don't want anybody else to be able to see what's inside of the volume, but you need to store it somewhere safe. That's the place to do it. Like, you could literally put your social security number in a Veracrypt volume, and as long as you follow the steps and you follow the good practices and you upload it to OneDrive or whatever, as long as you don't have the passcode published anywhere where it could be leaked or hacked, it has to be completely offline. You're not going to have to worry about that data getting hacked into. Like, it would take because even if you had a quantum computer to try to crack it, the encryptions are stacked on top of each other. So if you can't figure out encryption level 1, you're not gonna be able to figure out 2 and then 3 and 4, and you don't know which one is which because the user picks that when they create the volume. So you don't know if there's 3, you don't know if there's 5 or 10. Like, it would, even a quantum computer would take forever to try to break through this shit. So, not to say, I'm never gonna say never, because never is a big word, right? But Veracrypt is what I trust with my encryption. But yeah, this is the guy who works on the project for Veracrypt, and he said that he hasn't been able to update the project or fix a bunch of stuff because Microsoft terminated his accounts. That's weird. Oh, and this is his account for signing Windows drivers and the bootloader. Okay, I had that backwards. Never mind. I thought in my head like he couldn't access like the account on his computer to like do his enlistment, right? No, this is worse. He can't sign a driver, and in Windows, if you can't sign a driver, you can't load it unless you're in dev mode.
Oh.
So if you try to load a driver in Windows and it's not signed, Windows 11 just says nope. It'll pop up a warning and say, nope, you can't install this driver because it's an unsigned driver. Because drivers have like system level access, right? They're like the highest level of security you can have. So you have to sign a driver, and it sounds like Microsoft, he had the ability to sign Veracrypt through Microsoft, and for some reason they banned him. It doesn't say why. It just says Microsoft didn't give him any warnings, didn't tell him what's going on, nothing. He says his termination impacts his work beyond Veracrypt and has consequences for his daily job also. Wow, that's bad. Would you be okay if I post this to socials such as Microsoft's Reddit or Twitter account? Might get some traction. This is bad. Who brought this to my attention, by the way? Sorry, I copied the link, but I didn't see who sent it. Was it that Shriek guy? Shriek? No, that was the Claude. He asked the ClaudeCode question. I'm sorry. I want to give credit to whoever told me this because this is actually really good information for me. Because this is something I'm gonna have to help with too. I'm gonna have to contact my Windows Insider and see if they can get some eyeballs on this. Because if he can't publish updates to Veracrypt, that's bad. That's really, really bad. So yeah, I'm all telling everybody to use Veracrypt, but the truth is he won't be able to even release a security update right now if he can't sign the driver, because the part of the package, part of the installation of the package is installing that Veracrypt driver. Oh, that's terrible, man. That pisses me off. Well, at least the old version will continue to work until the driver signature expires, which should be in a millennia or whatever. I don't think they expire anytime soon. But shit, like, how do you even work around that other than having to put your computer in dev mode, where now every time you boot in your desktop it says you're in dev mode, which is stupid. Putch said, did you try out the off-brand lidocaine patches? I did. They work great. They work just as good as the Amazon ones. They stick a little better at first, but they all seem to fall off after like 3 or 4 hours. So I usually use moleskin tape to tape them on my back, or I wear a compression shirt. Like right now I'm wearing a compression shirt that fits me like a sausage casing, and that pulls the patch into my back so that it doesn't roll up. Because if you just have it, a regular shirt on, you sit down and you rub your back against the back of a chair or whatever, it just rolls up the lidocaine patch and you're fighting it the whole time. But I will tell you right now, if you suffer from chronic back pain, like anything nerve related, even in like shoulders, elbows, whatever, these lidocaine patches are tits, man. 4% light. Just do a search on Amazon for 4% lidocaine patch. They always have sales. Like one of the off brands at any given time, you can get 18 patches for like 10 or 11 bucks. You'll burn through I burn through 2 patches a day. They claim they last for up to 12 hours. No bullshit. It's like I get about 4 or 5 hours a patch.
Yeah.
But I do 2 patches a day, and it's enabled me to actually get up and move more than I've been able to move in like 2 years. So I swear by these things.
You're great.
They're amazing. They're absolutely amazing. Robo 1990, that's a subscribe. Sophic, that's a subscribe. Tanti, subscribe. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything here. Okay, good. I got everything up to date here. So what are your I know you said you were going to go outside for the weekend, but what are your plans for tomorrow? You do anything fun?
Yeah, going down to do Easter with my stepdad.
That's right. Hey, have you been playing any games lately?
Actually, yeah, Slay the Spire 2 quite a lot. It's in early access. I haven't like really fully completed the first one, but
Slay the
that's why
Spire too.
I've kind of been going back and forth. It's a deck building roguelike, I guess is a way to put it.
Oh, okay.
There's a handful of different characters that you can pick, and you're climbing your way up this tower. Each character has like their own set of like cards that you can that you pick from as you go up the floors and stuff. You defeat monsters, or there's like random encounters or stores or chests. And technically the tower is like undefeatable. It's just even if you make it to the top, you like attack the heart of the spire, and then it's like invulnerable, and so you just start all over. But and there's actually in the first one, and I imagine there will be in the second. I haven't finished a full 3 acts, or how actually I don't know if there's only 3 acts in the second one, but I haven't finished a full like run through yet in the second one. But in the first one, when you finally attack the spire's heart, there's actually like an ongoing counter of the total amount of damage that all players like who've played the game have racked up over time. It's really cool. Wizardom, I think I have that one too. That's like a first person it's like an arena shooter roguelike kind of. Yeah, I have that one. It's like a first person Binding of Isaac almost. That one, Wizardom, very cool. And real pixel art and stuff. I like that one. That one's fun. Really fucking hard though, I have to say. As I recall, Wizardom is very fucking hard.
What's it called? Wizardom?
Wizardom, yeah. Wizordum, Wizardom.
I've never even heard of that.
It's a pretty good one.
To be fair, I haven't heard of Slay the Spire 2 either. So,
very good one.
Oh, overwhelmingly positive. 40,000 reviews, and it's in early access. Damn.
Yeah, it's a fantastic. I mean, and that's mostly like bleed over from the first one. Really, like people really love the first one, and they've done a great fucking job with the second one. It's very similar. I like the art. Looks very cool. Oh, not that. It's more Boom Shoot. Okay, I'm mixing it up with a different one that is similar, but I do have Wizardom in my. Is Wizardom the one by Apogee? I have the demo for Wizardom.
Wait, is Apogee still around?
Yeah.
I did not know that. I thought they went out of business like a gajillion years ago.
No. They still publish a lot of like their older retro stuff.
That's
but
so
they
cool.
publish Wizardom is the Apogee one, but they publish a lot of indie, like retro indie games still. So yeah, no. Okay, so I was thinking right, not the arena shooter. This isn't the arena shooter, but this one is fucking hard. This one is really fucking hard. I have not done. I've got a few hours in the demo, but how many hours have I got? Oh, that's not right. It says 14 minutes. I've played more than 14 minutes of this game. It is fucking hard.
This is the second one you talked about, not Slay the Spire, right?
No, I'm talking about Wizardom.
Wizardom, okay.
It's hard as fuck. It's very tough. It's boomer shooter, like old Wolfenstein style. Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. I've never seen this game. This looks cool. It also has very positive reviews, not overwhelmingly positive. You know what this reminds me is Heretic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, I think that's a big inspiration for this game.
This looks badass. But you said it's like super duper hard.
It's fucking tough.
That's cool, man.
It is really hard.
So I'm looking at Slay the Spire. This looks like it looks like Magic the Gathering and like Final Fantasy had a baby. Like
I would say it's like easy to play, hard to master, right? Each of the different characters you play has like a different like play style. And part of the fun is learning how to and like build it. So as you play each character more and more and you get through the game and stuff, you unlock more relics and cards so that you can, and then as you progress through your run, you so like you'll fight a monster, you'll do a fight. At the end of that fight, you'll get some gold, and then you'll get to pick one of 3 cards that's from that character's like pool, like loot pool or whatever. There is some crossover with like colorless cards, if I recall correctly. So like there's a few that are sort of generic to all of the characters, but mostly they're specific to the character you're playing. And yeah, and so as you progress, you're trying to like build out a deck that is gonna win. But sometimes it doesn't work out, man. Sometimes you just get like shitty pulls, and you're like, "Fuck, I'm trying to go in this direction, but the cards you're getting aren't really lining up with that." And so you got to kind of adjust or just try your best.
Is this multiplayer too, or is it just single player?
The second one apparently is multiplayer, and I haven't seen how that works yet.
So I was gonna say this. I'd be interested in giving something like this a try if it was multiplayer.
They have an actual board game for it too, like an actual like physical representation of the game as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like you could play this physically. Like there's nothing in here that looks like it's a mechanic that you couldn't do in real life.
I wouldn't say it's a boring card game. It's a deck building roguelike. I think that's the best way.
I mean, if you don't like Magic the Gathering, you're probably not gonna like this, right? I mean, it's a card game.
Magic's more like PvP, right? Like although I guess it's because the enemies that you're fighting don't have a deck of cards themselves in this. They have like attack patterns and stuff, but not a set of cards.
Here, I'm going to ask somebody, and I have a question for chat. Sorry for the sidebar here, but I hear myself typing through my headphones. Do you guys hear me typing? I'm going to try something here.
It's not crazy, but I mean, I hear my own typing too.
So yeah, that's weird. Why? So because this microphone is supposed to be pretty near field and have like noise cancellation. I'm gonna have to look into that because these are things I've not noticed before. Like I usually don't hear myself typing. Like I must have messed with some audio settings, like something bad. Maybe I reset my Rode mixer board when I was like messing with it earlier. I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on later. Bolt Emma said Veracrypt is a free open source cross-platform disk encryption software. Yeah, it's badass. It's absolutely badass. Please check it out. Also support it if you can. It's an amazing project. I've literally used it for years. Like I used TrueCrypt until the project ended and it forked to Veracrypt, and now I use Veracrypt like exclusively for all my encryption. It's badass. You can literally mount an entire hard drive. Like if you have a thumb drive or even just a physical hard drive in your computer, you can format it with raw encrypted data, like no file system detectable on the drive. It just looks like it just contains random ones and zeros. But when you mount it with Veracrypt, it shows up as an actual drive and you can store and recover data from it, like in real time. And it does all the encryption like through the driver pipeline. So there's no having like copy files out of the archive to use and copy files back in it. It acts, once you mount it, it acts exactly like a real hard drive. Oh, it's too cool. It's too cool. More people need to focus on data protection right now because everybody's getting hacked. Everybody's getting hacked. Nobody's safe right now. I'm not even being an alarmist. This is 100% based in absolute fact. AI is like making it way too fucking easy for people to get exploits. Like for instance, I don't know if you guys know, but Claude had their fucking ClaudeCode tool, which is like their supposedly best agentic AI programming tool ever made. Entire source code leaked. Like the entire source code got well, I shouldn't say leaked. It literally got taken from them. And now people are uploading. This is one of the topics we wanted to talk about today. Is if you use ClaudeCode, or think of ClaudeCode as like OpenCode, but defaulted to Claude's architecture. Like it's mostly tuned for working with Claude for like doing agentic software development. And now people are taking that code, re-uploading it to GitHub under other projects, like impersonating them, and then adding malware payloads. So make sure that if you're installing ClaudeCode, that you're doing it from like an approved repository, and you're not getting something from somebody else. Like you really don't want to get this malware payload that's going around with this thing. Because actually, it's funny, I say malware, but it's not really malware because it's like stealing passwords, stealing cookies to get around and steal your access tokens to get into stuff. We're gonna have to figure out like all new ways to do security. Like AI is tearing down every wall. It's already killed fucking what are those things called? CAPTCHAs. CAPTCHAs are dead. Like AI can solve a more complex CAPTCHA than a human can. Like it's gotten to that point where it's like every one of these CAPTCHAs, like if you're using something like Claude 4.6 Opus, and you give it a screenshot of the CAPTCHA, it will figure out how to solve it. It will literally tell you the solution. It will write code to move the mouse and do the keyboard input and everything to solve it. Like it can just blow through these things like they're not even there. A lot of the stuff that Cloudflare is using for detecting bots, the whole, click here if you're a human, click here if you're a human. Yeah. AIs are now writing code that can get around that. They're using modified versions of Selenium and what's the other one? There's another library that does like full web rendering in memory for programmatic web surfing, basically. And they already made ones that can go click on that thing and fool Cloudflare into thinking that it's a human. When it used to be like 100, that thing used to be foolproof, man, where it's like, click here if you're a human. You'd click on it and just keep popping up over and over and over again. If you had any code, if you had a code that said, go there and click here, it's like, nope, you're a robot. But now the AI knows how to introduce noise. It knows how to use APIs that simulate like the same exact calls that would happen if you physically use the mouse or use the keyboard. It can generate noise and how the mouse moves, like with the sensor wobble from the surface and how it scans and like what do they call digital jitter or whatever. It can emulate all that shit now. So, and just blow through all these things. And I've used it to get around a lot of them for like sites that I wanted to download shit from that I didn't want to keep like answering CAPTCHA after CAPTCHA after CAPTCHA. I just had AI do it. So because AI, and then anytime you create a new CAPTCHA that AI can't solve today, it trains on it within a couple of days and then it's done. So it's like, no matter how much work you put into creating a system to try to keep the bots out, you're inherently just by existing training the bot how to get through it. And then, so we've created this mechanism. It's just a mirror. We've created this giant fucking mirror back at humanity that everything that we can do, it might not know how to do it in the moment, but it watches us and observes us. I shouldn't say like it's not doing it with intent. It's doing it because we told it to. But it is learning from us, and it does eventually do everything. Like it can figure out. The only thing it can't do right now is obviously robots aren't quite to the point yet where you have like robotic plumbers as a thing. But is it possible in the future? 100%. You know, the whole idea of, oh, if you're a plumber, you're going to have job security forever. Like, don't bank on it because some of these robots are moving in ways that humans can't. You tie in the AI system with the telemetry, you know, from you know, microphones, stereo vision, accelerometers, LiDAR, all this shit. It's like that robot sees better than you or I ever could in every direction all the time. And, you know, they're showing these things now where it's like you can throw like, you know, throw bags of sand, hit them with baseball bats and shit, and they don't fall over, like they catch themselves. You know, there's ones doing like backflips and like spinning kicks in the air and shit, kicking boards out of people's hands. It's getting wild, man. It's just a matter of time before the price will come down with volume because production's going up. You know, power seems to be the limiting factor on all this. Like the only thing keeping this from happening any faster is the power requirements. But we'll solve that. AI will probably solve that at some point. Shit, all of a sudden, all these companies that have been trying to do fusion, you know, fusion's 30 years away. Now there's like some of these smaller guys that have like achieved fusion with a millionth of the resources. You know, it's like, how are you guys doing this? Oh, we've trained an AI or we've trained a neural network to do this. And it figured out the timings and it figured out how to do things. And it's rapidly accelerating technology. Yeah. So don't get too complacent. Like AI is a great thing. It's I'm fucking addicted to it, which is one of the things we wanted to talk about is fucking, this is a great topic that you gave me here. Let me put the link in the chat so people can see this. So we want to talk about this because I was even telling Ox before he even gave me this topic. As a matter of fact, it probably inspired him looking for it. I told him that I'm addicted to AI. I am legit addicted to AI. Every time I'm on the computer, I'm like, I know how to do this, but it would take me a while, so I just have AI do it. Yeah. And I have yet to find a scenario where AI couldn't do the thing that I wanted to do faster than I could have done it. Even though it's something I know how to do. It could be a command line. Like, oh, here, I want to add a route to my NetSH table or whatever, a complex route. It's like I can actually open code, ask it to add the route, and have it successfully add the route faster than I can actually type out the whole lengthy command line and get it right. And you can do some crazy command lines with OpenCode too. Like FFmpeg has like 1,000 options, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like you can open up OpenCode and be like, hey, I want to take this video and I want to break it out into individual, you know, images that are PNGs with a second set of images that are like half the size that are JPEGs, and another set of images that are a different format, you know, that's a thumbnail or an icon. And I want you to do this, and I want you to make half of them black and white, and I want you to stitch them back together, and I want a black and white version of this video with like heavy contrast. And it's like command, copy, paste, enter, walk away, come back, 20 FFmpeg commands later. There's everything you asked for sitting in the folder. And you're like, for me to go and figure out all those individual commands and go through all the help files and the man files and scan a line to do it would have taken hours to do these complex things. And I'm getting it accomplished in like 2 or 3 sentences to an AI. It's like, it's starting to feel, it's so convenient that I feel like it's having the same impact on me for just life in general the GPS has on people that drive. Like, remember before GPS came out, you could read a map. You could, download MapQuest directions and it would tell you which roads to turn on, but you could keep track of what road you were on and when you were turning and approximately how far you went. You could wayfind. Like, as a human being, you could wayfind. Now the TomTom comes out, and I get a TomTom. I remember getting my first TomTom back in the day, and I was like, oh, this is badass. I just put in an address. It tells me exactly how to get there. I don't have to remember street names, nothing. I just go where the arrow tells me. You start doing that for a couple years, and you start forgetting how to, like, get to places you've been to 5 times.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's like you stop, your brain goes, why do I have to waste bandwidth remembering these details when they're no longer necessary to get from A to B? And I feel like where GPS does that for driving and calculators do that for math, I feel like AI does that for everything. It's like researching a topic, looking for a TV show to watch, running commands on your computer, moving a piece of software from one thing to another, fixing bugs in other people's software. You name it. Like, it's like you can, you want to know how to make something, tasty for dinner with the 3 ingredients you have in your fridge. You go snap a picture, upload it to a vision capable AI, and the AI will come back and go, oh, here's all the ingredients I see. Here's the 50 things you can make. What do you feel like? You can even have it pick it for you. So it's to the point now where it feels like AI is the ultimate shortcut to everything. And the thing I'm worried about is that AI is so expensive to run. Like, I don't think people understand that when you're typing shit into like Copilot, especially Claude Opus. Claude Opus is by far the most expensive LLM I've ever used, token for token. But each LLM costs different amounts, right? But these big cloud hosted models, the ones that are super capable, I'm not talking about local LLMs that specialize in like one thing. I'm talking about these huge cloud agentic tool enabled, vision enabled models. You can do anything with these fucking things, and they're constantly putting in more data, and what they can't do, the agentic nature will go out and figure out how to do by searching web pages just like you would and finding information and figuring out how to do it and learning, like legitimate learning. It can even build its own fucking LoRa's and stack LoRa's on top of the model. And like, you can have everything you're doing gets learned into the model so it doesn't have to go search every single time if you don't want it to. The problem is this shit takes so much compute. Like, I don't think people realize when you're saying, hey, tell me what I should have for dinner tonight, and you hit enter, these cloud models are using shitloads of processing power. Not like your local model that might use your 4090 GPU for, 30 seconds to give you an answer. Some of these models are using a rack of A100s, 8 A100s, and occupying the cards for the entire, like, one person eating up the full bandwidth of those 8 cards to get an answer. Right. That's fucking insane. Like, when you think about it, that doesn't scale. And that's why, like, one of our topics is how, Anthropic had to fucking pump the brakes, because Anthropic, they have in my opinion, Anthropic has the best overall LLM in existence right now. It's called Claude 4.6 Opus. It's phenomenal. It's expensive as shit. I mean, you can easily blow 30, 40, 50 bucks a day. Just fucking noodling with this thing. And it's expensive, but it's expensive for a reason, because it has an insane, like, completion rate. Like, this thing, if you tell it to do shit, it just does it. It doesn't hardly hallucinate. It gets shit right the first time. So it's like worth, if you want to trade time for money, this is the model you want, right? But every time you run something, you're eating up so much power and so many GPUs in this data center. It's like, think of every single electronic device in your house, the full compute potential of everything. I'm talking about everything you own in your entire house. More than that is what you're using every time you're typing a sentence and hitting enter in that data center. So how is this going to remain, possible for everybody to have access to this? As more people discover it and more people write code for it, there's no way for anybody to keep up with this shit. So we're going to get to a point like with Claude right now, with Anthropic saying, whoa, this OpenClaw agentic AI coordinator that everybody's running, that's all the rage. It's like, I think it literally passed Linux for popularity on GitHub. It's like the most popular project on GitHub for all of history. This OpenClaw project, all it does is just take an AI or multiple AIs and coordinate a bunch of shit. Like, it allows them to run tools directly. It allows them to schedule things. It basically gives the AI the things that it's missing in its current form, which is you have to ask it a question to get an answer. This takes that out of the equation. Now you have all your AIs able to ask each other's questions and give each other answers and continuously build towards goals that you give it. Well, people have been installing this shit and tying it into like Claude, and they're eating like one guy $2,000 a month in tokens. He has 5 agents running under his OpenClaw, and he burned $2,000 in tokens. It's like, fuck, dude, that's a mortgage on a house. And he wasn't paying $2,000. He was paying $200 for a plan called Claude Max. Claude Max used to give you API access to Claude, all Claude's models, right? You got so many connections that you could have at a time and so many tokens or whatever. But it was like their max unlimited thing within, you know, there's always limits on unlimited, but it was unlimited for like how many queries you could do in a row. OpenClaw somehow 24/7 without you even being at the computer hammering on this thing was eating so many tokens. The Anthropic's like, holy shit, we're losing our asses right now because we're charging people $200 for a plan that should be profitable if they were just using like, you know, ClaudeCode. But because they're using agentic AI and it's just hammering on their data center, multiple queries a second, you know, 24 hours a day, it's getting up into the thousands. So they kicked everybody out. They said, listen, they said, you guys are eating too many tokens. So the Claude Max plan is now canceled. If you guys want to keep using OpenClaw, not canceled. You still get Claude Max, but you can't use it for external tools. So effectively no API access. They're like, if you want API access, now you have to buy the tokens per token. You have to pay the per token price because our Max plan that was supposed to average out to us making a profit with everybody's regular usage. Now everybody's installing OpenClaw and it just like blew it out of the water, and they would have gone fucking bankrupt if they didn't do this. So it's like, and this is going to happen with other AIs too, because as people shift off of Claude, because Claude was taking the brunt of it because they were the best AI for OpenClaw. Now people are going to start shifting over to ChatGPT and Hermes and Llama and DeepSeek and all these other cloud models. And what are they going to do? They're not going to be able to handle it either. So what happens when we're all so hopelessly addicted to this AI shit where it's like we can't even wipe our ass without it because it's just too hard to do, and there's not enough power to go around? The price of AI is going to go up. Like you're going to hit a point where it's like now tokens are going to be so expensive that only rich people can use this shit because there's just too much of a demand otherwise. And I'm worried about that. So the only option there really is we have to figure out how to optimize AI so that it costs less. We get the same utility from it, but for less. And to be fair, there's been massive breakthroughs in this space. Like there's one company that figured out how to optimize Llama to be, I think they gained an 800% increase in performance. Like 800, like 8-fold increase in performance with no loss in quality of the responses by just changing the algorithm and how it worked. And they're figuring out how to apply shit like that to other models now. Now, if they keep going down that route and we figure out that combined with specialized hardware, like there's companies now creating these things called neural processing units. It's not a GPU, it's not a CPU, it's a specific computing unit designed for inference. That's it. Inference and training. That's it. Like you buy this chip, it doesn't run an operating system, it doesn't play video games. All it does is inference. That's it, which is basically taking like an LLM and looking up tokens. That's it. And so if these things keep getting faster and faster, if I think of like an ASIC, they're like, you know, ASIC to crypto mining. That's like what these are to LLMs. Now, if data centers start buying these neural processing units that can do, you know, 1,000-fold the performance of even the best GPU at a 100th of the power, then we'll be okay. Like we'll be able to stack up the data centers and the shit will be able to grow and we'll be able to pace with AI, at least I think. But the problem is nobody can produce this shit fast enough. Like even every company making MPUs right now, every company making memory, every company making GPUs, they are 100% focused to targeting everything AI. AI has bought everything up for like the next 10 years. And even that isn't enough. They can't get the hardware fast enough. They can't get the space fast enough. They can't get the power fast enough. Like a lot of these AI farms are installing additional generators, gas generators, and even trucking in fuel for generators because there's just no fucking way to get enough power to run it. So I don't know. What do you think, Ox? What happens when we're in this world where it's like every app, every device, every phone, everything we interact with is tied into AI, and we are just hopelessly dependent on this shit, and it's not profitable for the company, so they have to jack the price up and start kicking off the poor people.
Oh, then it pops. You start seeing more and more local implementations, or when it comes to corporations, they'll do what they're calling an edge compute, where they'll have their own hardware, their own, or like co-location sort of sharing sort of deal. I think a lot of the like the big names that we see that are just handling like access to an LL like I don't think OpenAI is going to last for very much longer. I think Anthropic's doing pretty okay.
Well, until this Claude thing, right? I mean, they had to shut down OpenClaw.
I don't think that's not. I don't think that's as bad as it might seem. Because it's like the code that got leaked is more like just the framework. It's not the model or and like the heavy training and stuff. And more you're starting to see how especially Anthropic is taking like these sort of third party tools that are being created, agents and things like that, and they are building it into their tool. Claude has a computer or something like that. They have this thing that'll just that basically takes over the machine. It takes over your computer. It'll click on stuff, it'll open things, it'll type stuff into the browser, and that's all part of the agentic thing. Like you give it a task and it'll just go. It takes over not just the browser, it can open other apps.
Anything.
Like it'll just so things like that. I think I definitely think you're gonna start seeing more it's gonna be quiet. You're gonna see more companies doing local AI stuff, whether it's LLMs or generative AI or whatever the case may be. There's going to be, I mean, I think what was it just recently? There was a paper put out that there was like 3 or 4 of the big LLM companies right now. They got caught or it was exposed that these researchers could reproduce like 90% of a copyrighted book, like word for word. Like it wasn't just like in snippets or like sort of repurposed. It was literally, and this wasn't without any sort of jailbreaking. This wasn't any sort of like heavy duty, like trickery. They were able to get like 3 or 4 of these different models to spit out like 90% of a particular book. And I don't think it was necessarily the book itself that was like part of the trickery or whatever. It was just more to prove that the lie that they're saying, oh, like, no, it's not plagiarism having trained our models on all this copyrighted stuff, like, because they, these companies are saying that like, oh, it's not going to spit out this plagiarized content, but they totally very easily were able to get like almost this entire book to get spit back out to them and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's gonna, and again, it's the same kind of thing. There's going to be public backlash. I think the United States is going to allow a lot of this to sort of take over. I don't think the rest of the world will.
I don't see Trump regulating any of this like at all.
He's already tried to make it illegal for states to pass.
I saw that. That's what I'm saying.
Regulation of any kind.
Yeah,
and that's ridiculous. Which I do think in turn is going to hold the United States back. Actually, I think we're already starting to see a gross lack of innovation. And like, dude, just look at the EVs. Like that's just a tiny slice. Like compared to Chinese, like BYD, freaking electric vehicles versus anything the United States is pushing out. It's ridiculous. They're miles ahead. You
buy a 1,000 horsepower car for 50,000 US right now. If they import it, that's with the import fees and everything. It'd be 50 grand for 1,000 horsepower, like fucking hypercar that looks like a Porsche 911.
It's all over the place. You got some Australian company is literally making like cardboard combat drones that are like $6 grand or something like that.
I haven't seen that.
Oh man, and they're not even the first ones. It was actually some little company out of Ukraine that was doing it first, and then there's some Australian company is doing a similar sort of deal.
Oh my god!
And they're like, dude, we can knock out like 10,000 of these a week or something. They're cheap, they're easy, and you can take out fucking tanks and shit with them. Like
check out that link. I found the link to exactly what you're talking about.
Like Iran, yeah, that's the one. Yeah,
fucking $3,500
and shit. F-15s, they're knocking them out of the sky with infrared trackers.
Yep.
Like it's not even radar and shit. They're using the United States is getting their ass handed to them in every aspect of any, like, pick any metric.
We've lost an F-35, which is our best aircraft, our most stealthy aircraft that we literally have in our arsenal, top of the line, best generation fighter we have. We've lost an F-15 that was upgraded. So like an F-15 that was upgraded to current technology. We lost that. And an A-10 Warthog. Like the plane you're not even supposed to be able to shoot down that can land with half a wing.
I heard there's still like some question of whether it was an actual A10 or if it was an MQ9.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought last time I heard it, I thought it was confirmed in A10, but yeah, maybe it wasn't.
I heard at first too, but then like some of the under some of the videos that I'm seeing, they're like, well, it could be an MQ9 drone as well because it's got similar sort of bulby rear thrusters or something like that.
Yeah,
but it doesn't matter. We've like they rescued what was it? It was early days in this battle with Iran. They knocked out like a what is it, F-35, F-22 Raptor or something, and the pilot was like a gal, and they saved her. I don't know if that's true. That looked like it could be mildly fake video, but it doesn't matter. We're getting our ass handed to us left and right, and not just in war stuff, but just in like.
Oh fuck! Apparently an F-18 was taken down too.
So, it's bonkers. Diesel prices, I think, are about $6 right now.
$7.26 at my gas station in my town for diesel. Okay. I shit you not.
I kind of half glance at it.
I've never seen $7 diesel. Like I saw that and I had to do a double take. Our most expensive gas station is up on I-90, right when you get on I-90 from Fall City. The little gas station there, the gas is $6.49 a gallon for super unleaded for premium. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Yeah,
$6.49. Like
no
God
wars,
damn.
Right? I don't know,
dude. It's wild. It's fucking wild, man.
We're in the stage now of where the big corpos are taking over everything, and there's no real innovation anymore. Look at Apple. Look at it just anywhere. Look at it anywhere. There's no real true innovation anymore. They're not allowing it really. Everything's getting more expensive. Netflix is what, $20 a month now for their ad-supported fucking subscription. Just the other day, it's like the second time this year or the second time in 2 years or something. It's all bad everywhere.
Everything's going to move to subscription services, even like social media, because they have to keep these AI bots out. They have to charge.
It's only going to be the United States, though. The United States is going to get weirdly isolated in a sort of like social and economic way, and it's going to become this sort of cyberpunk dystopia, sort of, where then like the rest of the world is going to quarantine in a way the United States, I think, in a way.
Yeah.
I saw a blip of a headline that Europe is working on an alternative to SWIFT, along with the BRICS thing that what Brazil and Russia and all those, and what India and all them guys are working on. Dude, yeah, it's going to be bonkers. The next 10-15 years, I think it's going to be really weird.
Did you see the news that like open source is dead? Have you seen any of that going around?
I don't think nothing specific like that. I don't know.
So as an April Fool's joke, a company, well, I called a company, but it was like some guys that created like a pseudo company. They thought it'd be funny as an April Fool's joke to create a website that can convert GitHub projects into new, unique, distinct code that you can copyright. So you basically just pick any GitHub project you want. And it just converts it from, say it's in Python, it'll convert it to Rust. If it's in Rust, it converts it to C#, and it rewrites it in a way that it's distinct enough that it can be copyrighted separately from the source. And then you could go back and sue the open source company for stealing your copyright. Even though they have the open source project, you can copyright yours as distinct and then say, oh, theirs is interfering with mine because I paid and I got the copyright for $10,000. So I'm trying to remember the name of the website because I think it's still up because it started as an April Fool's joke. And then the guys were like, wait a second, somebody's going to just do this now because it works too good. So because they actually did make it, and basically it was very simple to make. All they did was just plug it into an AI that says, go to GitHub, download the project and convert it using an agentic AI coding tool, convert it to another project. And so now they're saying they're going to, I wish I could remember the name of the fucking website. Now they're saying they're going to keep it online and build it out like completely. And they're going to actually make it a viable product to sell because they're like, well, somebody else is going to do it. So why shouldn't we be the ones that profit?
Yeah.
And so what this is going to do, and by the way, you can already do this. Like you don't need this website to do this. You could do this yourself with OpenCode. You could do yourself with ClaudeCode. All you have to do is install Git, so that you can download a GitHub project. And then you just go to get any GitHub project you want. Just go there, copy the URL, pump it into your prompt and say, I want you to take this project and I want you to port it over to Rust or port it over to C# or port it over to this. And then tell it you want the code to be uniquely distinct. Like don't use the same function names, don't use the same classes, like mix it up. Tell it you want it to mix it up so that it doesn't look identifiable but has the exact same functionality. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, walk away, go have your dinner, go have your sandwich. I mean, depending on how big the project is, could be days, right? But it can go through and convert that entire project, and what you get at the end is something that you can actually copyright. Like it's not protectable. Like the license that it's released under because not all open source is released under a license where anybody can just use it for whatever and profit from it. There's rules with open source depending on what license that you publish under. Well, if you create something that's uniquely distinct, it's now yours and you can copyright it, and then you don't have to give those same considerations. So like for case in point, I could just go out and grab, say, Prusa. Like I'll use Prusa as an example. I could go grab Prusa Slicer. Go tell my agentic AI that I want to convert Prusa Slicer from whatever language it was written into another language, and I want it to be called Jerry Slicer. And walk away, come back later. Now I got Jerry Slicer. It has all the same functionality, but the icons are different, the layout's different, but it works the same. It has the same functionality, just laid out in a different format. Now it's uniquely distinct, which means now I can copyright that code because you're copyrighting the source code. And so now I can copyright that, and then later on I can start, say if Prusa tries to implement a feature, and I already have it because I added it on top and I put it in mine and say, no, you can't do that because I own this. I actually have the copyright for this functionality. So anything you do to change or improve anything within this realm, I actually own the copyright to it. So now I can go after you. And a lot of open source projects can't defend themselves. They don't have legal funds, right? Prusa could, obviously, but a lot of people don't. So open source is super vulnerable right now because if you create something that's revolutionary and you upload it to GitHub, normally you would get the credit for it. People would fork it and they'd create their own things and include it in their projects, but you would get the credit. All roads would lead back to you through the licensing. Now you don't get that anymore. Somebody can just go grab your project, convert it, upload it as their own, and say that they were the first ones to create it. You know, even though your date might predate them, it doesn't matter because they'll just say, oh, mine's different though. Mine isn't the same. It's different. Even though it has the same functionality, it's different. You can even tell the AI, hey, add functionality they didn't have. Like figure out what you... I'm not even joking. You can literally do this. I went in just for shits and giggles on my little AC controller that I wrote, like that turns my dumb AC into a smart AC. I went in there one day and just for fun in OpenCode, I said, I want you to look at this code that you've created. I want you to look at this, and I want you to create a list of every feature starting with the most useful to the least useful that you would add to this project if you had full creative control. Hit enter. I'm like, okay, this looks good. This looks good. It comes back with a report. It's like, okay, I found 24 features that I would implement. These are the priority 1, priority 2, priority C. These are the ones that'll be harder to implement. These are the easy ones. And it's like, what do you want me to do? I said, implement all of it. I want everything. I want every fucking thing that you just did. And all I did was like, go take a piss and like eat dinner and came back and sure shit, it was all there and it all worked. Like I flashed it to the drive. I went over there and now it can learn the room's temperature by measuring how the temperature changes. It can look at the humidity in the room and figure out like how to cycle the air conditioner to bring down the humidity faster. It's like learning how to short cycle the AC it can do all kinds of like little weird things because it notices how the AC gets cooler and cooler the longer it runs and then it stops getting cool. Now it can learn that and it can figure out when to turn off the AC because the coil is starting to freeze up. It can detect that without any additional sensors. It does it purely with algorithms that it created. So, and it all works. It all just works. And it created like a full-blown web UI that like works on my phone. Like this is crazy. Like I have full report of like everything that's going on with like room temperature and humidity. I've got all these tabs up at the top with all this information on it. You know, like the current room temperature is 71 degrees. The humidity is 31%. The target range is trying to keep the room between 69 and 72 degrees. It tells me how long the AC has been on, when it needs to go off. It even sends a special command to the TP-Link switch that it added a feature that just in case, say, the network goes down. Well, then it wouldn't be able to communicate to the TP-Link switch to turn off the power to the AC. So what it does is it tells the TP-Link to schedule a 29-minute and 30-second cooldown. So that if it gets disconnected for whatever reason, the switch itself will turn off the AC so that it doesn't run the compressor for 24 hours and burn it up. Like it came up with that. That feature it designed and implemented. And it's got like I've got logs, I've got a help screen, I got full built-in REST API and webhooks. So I can tie it into any automation suite or any external software to pull information from it and like control the temperature of the room and view the information and the trends. Like it's like I couldn't to program something this complete would have taken me months. And it did all this in like a day and like 2 hours of like going back and forth with some prompting, adding stuff. And with Opus, it's rare for it to do something that doesn't work. Like almost everything you ask it to do, it works. It might not be exactly what you want. You might have to clarify and drill down a little bit. But like everything it does builds, compiles, and runs. This is shit like a year ago, no way. A year ago, no fucking AI is going to do that. You'd have to keep asking it over and over and over and over again to do shit, right? Dude, it's fucking insane. Like this is So how in the future do we share like innovation? Because as humans, the second we innovate something and we share it online through open source, even if it's protected by licenses, within 20 minutes, an AI can run off with it. If it's got enough power in a data center, it doesn't matter how big the project is, as long as there's a big enough agentic AI and a big enough data center with, the tokens, you can just convert this shit and just fucking run away with it. Nothing's stopping corporations now from just stealing everything they want off GitHub. Every feature that they want from every other piece of software, they can just now take and just convert and plug in. There's no trail back to what they did. They can even tell the AI, don't do anything that would give you away as an AI. Look like a human. Make error, name some of the functions wrong. Like it'll figure, you don't even have to tell it that level. You just say, make it look human. And it'll intentionally make human mistakes, indent things wrong, fuck up, misspell words in the comments here and there. It will do everything it can to make it look like it wasn't written by AI. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Like, fuck, dude.
It kind of goes both ways.
What's that?
Well, it kind of goes both ways. I mean, the tools out there, like, we can steal back,
That is true. That's the other flip side, is AI can also work with tools like Ghidra, which can take an executable, reverse engineer it into almost unreadable C, and then the AI can take that C and convert it into completely readable C, and then it can convert that completely readable C into any other language, Python, Rust, whatever you're comfortable reading. And now you have all of that functionality of that thing reverse engineered without you even knowing how to code. Like, that's fucking wild to me. That to me is wild. So it's like, I think a lot of what's holding people back right now is they just don't, you should assume, it's one of those things, you should assume that you can do it until you can't. AI is like the opposite. It's like, don't try to think of, can it do it, and go try. Just assume it can do everything until it can't, until you try it and it can't. And then if it can't do it, ask yourself why it can't do it. And then ask yourself if why it can't do it is because of a lack of information or a lack of knowledge, then you know that it's just a matter of time before that's no longer the case. Like it literally exists to absorb and learn more and have more information to do more of what people want it to do. And it can take, people are like, it can't think. It can think like a human. When we create something, we have skills. Yeah, we have skills of things, right? It's like when I create an object, I'm not like, I just want to invent this. It's like, no, I've listened to music before. I know what music is. I know how electricity moves through a cable and connects two devices. AI can piece those pieces of information together based on their locality to each other and how people discuss them and how people refer to the different technologies. And over time, it's just like a human. It can come up with something that's completely unique and distinct. Because people are like, it can't come up with something unique and distinct. No, it can. The same way a human can. It's like technically nothing we do is unique or distinct. It's literally within reason. But it's the combination of everything that we've seen and heard before that inspires what we ultimately do. The reason I'm speaking English right now and not Spanish is because I was exposed to English my entire life. Why is my accent the way it is? Because that's the most of the people I was around and I spoke to at a young age had that. It's you everything you do, how you think, what you do, and everything is combinations of things put together from other things you've observed. And neural networks work very much the same way. So it's like, fuck, dude. Hey, I want to thank a couple of people here real quick. Histario, thank you so much for the $2 super chat, dude. Woo! He said, are you seeing store shortages already? I'm not seeing shortages as much as I'm seeing prices just go through the roof.
Increases, yeah.
And if prices are going through the roof, that pretty much tells you that supplies are getting lower because they're charging more for it, right? Because if they could just get in more at the same price, then they'd restock. But instead, what they're doing is increasing the prices so that they don't have to sell as many to recoup that same amount of money and try to ride it out. Memory is up 700%. I don't know if you know that, but memory, specifically, because I watched Jeff Geerling. I love his channel, by the way. Jeff is amazing. Go watch his stuff. The price on XDDR4, the DDR4 that you'd see like on older graphics cards, 700% increase. It's the same memory they use on like Raspberry Pis. So now a Raspberry Pi that used to be $20 is $100. A Raspberry Pi that used to be $100 is now like $300. So the RAM chips that they use on all these local LLM projects and these little there's a whole big push for these small, low-powered LLM hosts that use NPUs and really fast memory to achieve inference faster than even a GPU can, but with way less power, like 35 watts instead of 600, and do the same inference. And the memory for these things, because it's in such high demand and they can't get enough of it, it's gone up 700%. That's crazy. That means RAM that used to be $100 now, like if you're buying wholesale from the manufacturer, that same RAM that was $100 is now $700.
I have to go.
No worries, bro. I knew you had to leave early today.
Sorry, guys, I gotta get out of here. But
I'll entertain the troops. You go have fun, bro.
Bye, everybody. Have a good weekend and stuff. We'll see you next time.
We're getting coffee soon, by the way. In person. It's happening. All right, peace out, brother. And then there was me. Wait, why? Uh-oh. Did I overwrite the thingamabopper? I think I overwrote the thingamabopper. Hold on. I got to go to Stream Elements really quick and pick up a different background because I accidentally overwrote it earlier and I didn't fix it. Go to Overlays, Single Presenter, Edit, copy the link. Okay, come on, copy the link. And then I should be able to open this up. Single Presenter, and then just dump that in there and see what happens. There we go. Haha, much better. Much better. And then there was one Barnacles. Hey, I want to thank everybody for the support. I really appreciate you. I know one of the sad things about having to report on all the doom and gloom of the world and all the stuff with AI, becoming a threat to a lot of jobs and stuff like that, is that it scares people, and it should. And people that, less people have disposable income, more people are worried about losing their job, hoard monies. And I am a person who lives off of disposable income. So I appreciate all you guys that can support. Those of you that can't, totally understand. Hell, I'm in the same boat myself. And honestly, it's going to get worse before it gets better. But I hope it does get better. That's the thing is, humans, we always seem to adapt to shit. I mean, we managed to create nuclear weapons, and every other country, major country, during a Cold War, developed those same nuclear weapons. And we even tried to create a fucking nuclear weapon so big it would just destroy the entire Earth, called Project Sundial. That was a real thing. That was our response to, Russia and the Tsar Bomba with, fucking 100 megaton yield potential. Anyways, we managed to survive that, and a lot of people didn't think we were going to survive that, right? Like, if the Cuban Missile Crisis thing had gone the other way, we probably wouldn't be here talking right now. So, is AI going to destroy humanity? There is a likelihood that it'll play a part in it. Is AI going to cause a lot of pain and suffering because capitalism will fully embrace AI to replace humans because humans are expensive and AI is not? I mean, AI is expensive, but relative to labor, it's dirt cheap. Even today, completely unoptimized, running on the shittiest hardware, in volume, it's still cheaper than paying, paying 3 employees $100K a year to operate 24 hours a day, which is what an AI can do, right? You need basically 3 people, need to give them benefits, retirement. You have to pay them a decent wage, and then even just like the insurance, just to cover the insurance form is basically the same as how much as you're paying them in many cases. Don't have to do any of that shit for AI, right? It's like you're paying a company to provide you that service, or you're erecting the data center to provide yourself that service, and your return on investment is rapid. It is absolutely rapid. And the thing is, the hardware that you have with the current generation of technology that already can do, in many cases, the job that the humans are already doing, that's not going to get any slower over time, right? Like the bigger AIs and the better AIs as time go on, you'd want faster hardware, so you're going to need to upgrade your shit. But if you want to maintain the same level with the same models and you don't want to move forward, you just want it to keep doing the thing that it's already doing and that's sufficient for your business, your prices and costs stay stupid low. Shit, it's to the point now where, have you noticed that like fast food places, when you go in them, there's not a lot of people working anymore? I remember back when I used to go to McDonald's. You go to McDonald's, there'd be 20 people in there. There'd be managers, there'd be workers on every station cooking in front. It's like you go into McDonald's now, it's like 3 people. It's like 3 people because they have to pay them like, fucking, what is it, like $18 to $25 minimum wage. They have to give them benefits if they work. I think it's over 20 or 30 hours. They have to give them benefits, which include like the medical, they have to pay into Social Security. It's like the cost that you have to charge $12 now for a Big Mac, right? And sadly, that's becoming a problem because fast food used to be cheap. That's why people get it, right? It's quick, pop in, get your cheap food, get your lunch when you're strapped for money and get back to work. And it's like now it's like a fucking lunch costs you $30 when it used to cost you $5. And now, yeah, exactly. Now there's kiosks. You go into restaurants and it's like the people at the front desk are replaced by kiosks. So now that's, 2 people across a minimum of 3 shifts to cover 24 hours if they're open 24 hours a day, which if they were automated, they could be, right? It'd be just as easy to stay open 24 hours as 12. And so you have those 3 people that you have to pay to carry those shifts forward. You have to give them benefits. You have to give them sick leave. You have to have people that can come in and cover them on standby. You have to pay overtime now, which is time and a half. Capitalism doesn't care about its workers, right? At the end of the day, a company's job is to make money for its investors. That's it. Itself and its investors. It has no like fiduciary responsibility to its employees. Its employees are disposable. The only reason that they pay the employees is because the employees right now can give them more value than what they pay the employees for. The second something else can give them the same value of the employees, or even a fraction of the value of the employees at more than a fraction of the savings, those guys are gone, or their pay is reduced, or their time that they can work is reduced. They're already doing it with they're already doing it with like warehouse stuff, right? Like Amazon right now is doing the flying deliveries now. There's several places where they're already trialing that, where they're delivering boxes with drones in very specific places. Like it's not approved nationwide yet, but now drones are flying by and dropping off stuff that normally we would pay a delivery driver to do that. Now that delivery driver doesn't have as many deliveries. And because he doesn't have as many deliveries, that means he can deliver not only his stuff, but also his coworkers' stuff that they no longer have to pay anymore because they laid him off, because they don't need him, because now the one guy can do 2 times the work because half of the workload is now on the drone. And the more that they can push to the drone, the less that they're going to want people on board, because honestly, the drones, the technology, the AI and stuff is going to be more predictable than the humans anyways. So what do you do when, you know, this capitalist environment switches to, because again, they'll have to, because think about it, like fast food right now is so ridiculously expensive because the amount of money that they have to pay the workforce. It's not because the biggest cost that they have is people. I can't think of a single job, honestly, off the top of my head, where there is more money placed somewhere else than the people themselves that do the work. Like even at Microsoft, when I worked there, Microsoft's biggest bill every year, the most money they spent wasn't on building out these huge data centers. It wasn't on expanding the company and everything. No, it was on payroll. Like they literally got the stock to like double or triple in price just by laying off a couple of thousand people. Like, well, I shouldn't say a couple. It was like 26,000. Like it was like 20% of their entire workforce. But still, like that's all they had to do to basically turn a little profit into a massive profit, just because all that money that they would have paid out in payroll is now just freed up to be considered earnings. You know, it's like, so this is going to keep happening. And then what happens is the companies that hang on as long as they can and employ their workers and actually do care about their workers, because there are some companies, I'm not going to say all companies are super duper evil. There's some companies that try to have their cake and eat it too, right? They try to do right by their employees and they try to float their employees through hard times. And the goal isn't purely just what's the best for the company, fuck everybody else, like most big corporations, right? But here's the thing. If they maintain that, they can't survive. Because what's going to happen is everybody's going to want to support the company that does the right thing publicly, but privately, they're going to buy the cheaper product. And to get the cheaper product, they're going to go to the company that doesn't have all the overhead of the workers. And because they do that, the other company is forced to make a decision. They either have to adapt, lay off a bunch of their workforce and convert to AI so that they can also be competitive in pricing, coming down, right? If they want to survive, which means now they got to lay off a bunch of people, but hey, they still are employing some people.
1,912,011
or they have to fold.
$6.62. Hi, long-time viewer. Went to use my Windows 10 gaming PC with a 4060 but today it freezes when on the desktop. It's fine in safe mode.
Oh, Darka, first off, thank you for the £5 tip. Super appreciate that. Woo! We literally appreciate each and every dollar that you guys can spare. But again, I want to make it clear, if you guys are on hard times and you can't wipe your ass with that money and flush it down the toilet and laugh at it for fun, you shouldn't be spending it on anybody or giving it to anybody. Take care of yourself, take care of your family first. If you got disposable income, we appreciate it. As far as your 4060 Ti freezing when you're on the desktop, the problem is most likely the driver. Darka, by chance, were you using something like MSI Afterburner or even NVIDIA's built-in overclocking tool? It's okay if you do. Like, NVIDIA understands people overclock their cards. But a lot of the times what will happen is you'll go in and you'll overclock the card and the driver, and then you hit an unsafe level where it crashes. Then it saves that setting, and every time you reboot the computer, it loads that in as a part of the desktop, puts on the higher speeds, and then it locks up again. So, and usually when you see a freeze like that, where it's not a reboot or it's not like a blue screen of death where the computer just freezes, that's usually not just a driver failing. It's like a piece of hardware, like the CPU is literally freezing up because something in the driver is trying to do something and then it just doesn't report back to the CPU and it just sits there. And if you let it sit long enough, it probably would have like a watchdog timeout or blue screen or something. If it doesn't, it could be a CPU problem too, honestly. It might not even be the GPU. It could be the CPU because I know CPUs can get into a state where they will completely freeze. But the way you can check is hit the caps lock. If you can hit the caps lock key and you can see the caps lock on your keyboard going on and off, that means the CPU is still awake. That means that the CPU, the UEFI, the BIOS, the stack all the way down, it's still listing you, and that means that your graphics driver is just not updating the screen, and that's usually because that can happen because of overclocking the graphics card, but that can also happen because of a driver issue. So, nope, you just updated the latest NVIDIA drivers. Okay, you gotta revert. You most likely hit a driver bug then. So what I would do is boot into safe mode. Go into add remove programs, remove all the NVIDIA software, open up device manager, remove the NVIDIA driver, right click, uninstall, get rid of the NVIDIA driver, and then reboot back in. It'll load up the standard VGA driver. And then when you say remove, say you want it completely removed. It'll ask you, like, when you do remove, it's like, do you want to completely remove the driver? Yes. Otherwise, when you reboot, it's just going to load the same driver again. What it's going to do is you're going to reboot back into normal mode after safe mode. It's going to load up the old driver. It shouldn't hang if it worked before on the generic driver. And then what you should do is go download the older NVIDIA driver or try the studio driver, which is usually a little bit of an older driver, and see if that solves your problem. If it solves your problem, then that means you're having a problem with your specific graphics card and whatever the default settings are for the new driver. To be fair, NVIDIA has released, like, I haven't updated to the latest driver yet, so I don't know if this is also happening to other people. Like, I guess we could go do like a quick look, because I mean, Copilot can search the forums. So here, let's do a little check here. By the way, if you guys want a free AI that you can use, Copilot's free to use for anybody if you have a Microsoft account, and they actually give you a generous amount of tokens. It's GPT 5.4 on the back end with Microsoft secret sauce. But you know, you get what you pay for. It's free, you know. But it is good for looking at websites and stuff like that. But it's nowhere near as good as like Claude and stuff like that, like the pay to play AI. So let me see. Are there any people complaining about the latest NVIDIA drivers hanging or freezing the screen when booting into Windows 11? Specifically, the latest driver released on or around 4/4/2026. I don't know the exact release date, but let's see what it comes up with. Okay, yes, there are people reporting issues with the recent NVIDIA driver on Windows 11, including freezes, hangs, and black screen behavior. However, the report we can verify publicly are tied to the Windows updates and NVIDIA drivers released earlier in 2026, not specifically the driver dated for April 4th. Still, the pattern of symptoms you're describing does match what we've been seeing. What people have been reporting early 2026: freezes and black screens, GPU driver crashes, system lockups requiring hard resets, rendering failures on RTX and Quadro series cards, and the problems appear immediately after installing the new Windows update or the NVIDIA driver. Another thing you can try, I didn't think about this too, is when it's frozen, if the caps lock works. So if you can hit the caps lock, and you see the little caps lock LED doing the flicker. Try doing Control Windows Shift B. Control Windows Shift B. Hold all four keys down at once. That's going to reboot your graphics driver. Oh, actually, shit, Bradley. I just noticed Bradley said that. That'll reset the graphics driver. If the issue is when it loads the driver, it's automatically freezing. It's probably just going to freeze again. But at least this, if it goes black screen and then pops back up for a second, then you at least know Windows is alive and the problem is 100% the driver. However, if you push the caps lock and you got no blinky, that usually means the CPU is frozen at that point. Like the CPU is no longer processing anything, which means that it's most likely a CPU issue. If it's a hang, but if you find out that you see the caps lock blinking, that means that there is proof of life and the graphics driver just isn't updating the screen. So it looks like it's frozen, but in reality, Windows is still working in the background. But yeah, I'd try those steps. That's what I would do personally. Hold on, let me pull up. Where'd it go? I had another window open here. Where is my dashboard? There it is. Okay, this is the dashboard I wanted. Let's see. Histario, thank you for the $2, man. Woo! He said, are you seeing store shortages? Oh yeah, we already answered that one. But yeah, no, I'm not seeing a lot of shortages, not even on Amazon, surprisingly. But prices on computer hardware through the roof, especially memory, anything related to memory, storage, so hard drives, NVMe's, not spinning disk. Spinning disk seems like it's actually gone up, but not by as much. because spinning disks still have cache on them usually, and sometimes they're hybrid and they have memory on them. Anything that has memory. Doesn't matter. Anything from a Raspberry Pi to system memory to laptop memory to anything. Doesn't matter. If it has memory on it, which is just about everything these days, the price is going to go up because the memory components are just super duper fucking expensive right now. The only thing right now that the only people that are able to still sell memory at like a decent price are people that already bought a huge allotment of that RAM that's still in production, like they already paid for it, and it just hasn't been delivered yet. So the company that's generating the RAM still has to, even though they're eating the cost, they still have to deliver because they agreed on that price. So those people can still pass the savings forward. But my guess is they know what's coming, so they're going to brace for it. And so you're going to see even those prices creep up in the long term because they know that once that stock is gone, even if it's like being built and delivered and brought in, once it's gone, they have no guarantee that the pricing is going to come down by that time. So they have to try to maximize as much money as they can get for it now so that they can weather the storm if it goes any longer. So remember, the markets are driven by supply and demand. And demand for RAM is the highest it's ever been. AI, the most thirsty thing with AI is RAM. It's not GPU chips. Don't get me wrong. I mean, GPU chips are also going up, like compute chips like MPUs, CPUs, GPUs. All those are going to go up in price too. But the thing that goes up the most is the RAM because training and inference are RAM-heavy operations. And the faster the RAM is, the more desirable it is. But in a lot of cases, there's bottlenecks on like the PCI bus, for instance, and stuff like that. So they don't need the fastest RAM there is. They can settle for a slower RAM because of the bottleneck, but they still need a lot of it. And because of that, it's just the prices are just going to keep going up. I mean, NVIDIA said they're literally not making a consumer GPU. They're not making a 60 series card this year. They were going to. That was the plan. But they're like, nope. They're so heavily leveraged right now creating AI stuff. I mean, shit, you watched their keynote, right? Like, oh, we gave you fucking more frame generation, gamers, and that was it. And then everything else was AI. So, and it's not unique to NVIDIA. It's everybody. Everybody is all in on AI. Every company, Microsoft, all your favorite apps on your phone itself, Google, Apple, all of them are fucking, knee deep in the shit when it comes to AI. And because of that, there's just going to be more and more demand for RAM. And the other thing that scares me is the thing that's going to follow logically is power. So AI, the two biggest things that AI needs is fast memory and power. And when you need power, you also need HVAC. So you got to stack the HVAC on top of it. And you need capacity. You need the physical space to store the equipment, So the faster the equipment gets, the more compressed the size is per compute unit, and you can get tighter and tighter and tighter, and then you pay less for the packaging, and then if it becomes more efficient, less power, less heat. But right now, it's growing way faster than any of that other shit's happening. So it's just a matter of time before we hit, electricity prices going up. If they haven't already. Honestly, I haven't been paying attention to local electricity costs. Let me see here. What is current cost of electricity across the United States, and has it been going up over the last few months at an abnormal rate? Oh, let's see what we get here. So the average price of electricity in the United States is 18.5 cents per kilowatt hour. This is up 5.4% year over year from 2025. Meaning the prices have been rising steadily over the past year. The lowest rate was Louisiana at $12.44. Actually, we're pretty close to Louisiana, so we're pretty close to the lowest here. I believe we're at like 13 or 14 cents a kilowatt here in Washington. The highest rate is in Hawaii at 40 cents a kilowatt hour. Jesus. The U.S. Energy Information Administration notes that retail electricity prices have increased faster than inflation since 2022. So electricity price increases are outpacing inflation. With forecast since 2022, that's really like when AI hit its stride, right? With forecasts expecting them to outpace inflation through 2026, while prices spiked sharply from 2020 to 2022 due to pandemic recovery and supply disruptions, the increase has since slowed but remains above pre-pandemic levels right now. The drivers of the recent increases in power are infrastructure upgrades to modernize and strengthen the grid. Because, of course, if data centers need more power, you need to upgrade the grid to supply that power. Extreme weather impacts like wildfires and hurricanes, that's a given. That's always going to make things go up. Load growth from data centers, EV charging, and other high-demand sectors. And the volatility in fossil fuel markets affecting generation expenses. So, because remember, electricity is still needed for fossil fuels. Energy prices affect the cost of fuel because you have to refine that fuel. And to refine that fuel, you need energy. And that energy comes usually in the form of electricity. So even the cost of electricity affects everything. It's just like the cost of diesel and fuel affects everything. You know, diesel is the highest I've ever seen it in my life here in where I live in Washington. It's $7.26 a gallon at the local gas station for diesel. So imagine if you're a freight company and you move huge amounts of freight by truck. If diesel goes up by 20%, that's 20% of your margin is gone now. If you even had 20% margin to begin with, maybe that's even more than your margin. So what do you do in that case? Do you close down shop? Do you weather the storm? Maybe somebody was smart enough to lock in rates for a period of time, you know, where they were willing to pay more, but to have that rate guaranteed for a longer period of time so that they didn't have to like weather every storm that they hit. They can kind of coast. Some companies decide to do that, right? And then the gas company loses out in that arrangement, but not across the whole board, just for that like one contract. Lewis Electric said, thanks, Control Shift B works. Machine made a beep and the display flickered. That's good. That means that it's still alive. That's fantastic. So let's see here. Yeah, there is no $2 gas anywhere. I know Trump likes to say there's $2 gas ever, but no, gas is the highest it's ever been. And I mean, it's really bad where I am. But by the way, Washington, we have about an 80 cent tax on fuel here in Washington State. And people are like, oh man, that really sucks. That's really terrible. But here's the thing. We don't have income tax. A lot of people don't look at the full picture. A lot of people they hyper focus on one thing. And that's how politicians get you. That's how they get you. You got to look at the big picture. You got to look at money in, money out across the whole board, across all disciplines, right? Like you got to look at not just, oh, what did I save here? Or what did I pay here? You have to look at like what you gained in one area. And some people benefit more than others and some people get screwed more than others because it just depends on, you know, if you're somebody that uses a lot of fuel, Washington State probably isn't the place you want to be because of the taxes on the fuel. Shit, $10 there? You're Dutch and it's $10 where you're at? Holy shit. That's insane. Well, it's crazy. Canada's fuel prices have always been so much higher than the United States, and now they're like very close. Like they're the closest I've ever seen them, which is weird to me. It's weird to even see that. So right now, luckily because I'm in Washington, we have mostly hydroelectric power, so our power isn't going up at the rate. Because if you have a plant that's burning fossil fuels for your electricity, like probably Hawaii, I'm sure Hawaii does in a lot of respects. The cost of fuel is directly tied to your electricity. You're going to see your electricity go up. I'm curious though. Let me see what is the current price of electricity in Washington State from Puget Sound Energy. I know it probably changes with some jurisdictions, but let me see. Oh my God. So Puget Sound Energy's residential electric is 17.7 cents per kilowatt hour. Last time I checked it was under 14. I hope that's wrong. Here, let me go right to Puget Sound Energy. I want to see. Okay, so outages. Where's prices? There we go. Prices and service. All right, what do we got here? Wildfire prevention tracker, energy charge credit recovery adjustment, revenue decoupling. You know what? I'm just going to have AI rip this site apart because that's what it's good for, right? So Copilot. Copilot. Oh, hey, Tech Brew Boss. If you're here, I have a feature request for Brew Chat. It'd be cool if there was an option to disable the code pages and have it all be inline like a normal AI. Because like for coding stuff, it's really cool where it breaks it out to the code pages, but it's still kind of hard to line stuff up because it'll go, you know, here is the code that you need. And then instead of showing a code window, it's a tab that just says code. And so it's kind of hard to line those up. You just kind of go like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But for code, it's fine. Like when you're going through the options, because it's usually like these are the earlier commands, these are the later commands. But when you're doing research on a website where it's like breaking stuff out into tables and like putting into stuff and then it puts it into these other windows, it makes it really hard to read. So is there a possibility that we can put an option on there where it's like you check a box or you uncheck a box or you have a feature like per conversation where it does inline, like full inline answers with the code boxes in the answer like they were before. I know that presents the scrolling issue again. Or you can have the other way where it breaks it out into tabs. Because I do like the tab thing. For the coding stuff, the tab thing is awesome. But for like big things where it's like there's a bunch of like, you know, here's table A, table B, table C, where you could normally compare them, you know, against each other. Inline, now they're tabs, so you have to like open each tab, and it makes it a little harder to like compare them and stuff. But I freaking love it. Blue Varo said, holy crap, I get at the lowest is 130 gallons to fill my semi. Isn't that, yeah, that's insane. Think about that. So 130 gallons to fill your semi. So 130 times 725. That's $942 to fill your gas tank at my, if you took your semi to my local gas station to fill up with diesel, it would be $942.50. That's insane. That's insane. I mean, even for a semi, that's absolutely ridiculous. Like, how is anybody supposed to make a profit? Especially if they're driving themselves, right? If they make their money from the mileage, let's say they're being paid, 40 cents a mile. Well, if included in that is the fuel, you're fucked. I mean, I don't know. I don't drive trucks, so I don't know if like fuel is usually included in the mileage. Like they just give you a fixed dollar per mile and you bid for that, but you're still responsible for your own fuel, or if they give you the fuel for free and then they pay you a certain amount over that, so you're guaranteed a certain amount each time. I don't know which deal it is, or if it flips back and forth, or what the deal is, but it's going to be a lot more expensive now to be a truck driver for sure, or at least the companies that are running the trucks, if they have to eat the cost. Pele said the military uses a lot of diesel. War, more diesel. Most military vehicles use diesel. It's true, and so do jets, right? So the jet fuel is derived from diesel, right? Like JP8, JP9, all those things are all derivative petroleum products of diesel. So yeah, and we're just burning shitloads of it as fast as humanly possible. And what are we getting in return for it? Absolutely nothing. So, and Trump said we were gonna. I saw a thing the other day. It was like Trump listed all the things that he's promised, like when he did his campaign, and he hasn't done one of them. Not even a single one. Every single one he's done the opposite. He said Biden was going to make gas prices go up to $5. Now it's at $6 some places under him. He said that Biden was going to start wars. He's started multiple of them now. It's like everything he accused the other people of doing. So if you voted for Trump, you basically voted for his worst perception of Biden is what you ended up getting. But sadly, they just listen to Trump. They don't listen to anybody else. So if Trump says $2 a gallon, but they pay $5 a gallon, they still think it's $2 a gallon somehow. Like there's the faith component. That's how Hitler did it. That's how Trump did it. It's like faith. Just believe what I say. Don't look at any evidence. Just believe what I say blindly, and you will be rewarded at some point. Probably after you're dead when you can't tell anybody you got the reward, but you'll get it eventually. Hey, Bubba and Matt, what's up, my man? Thank you for the $5 Roonies. He said, sup, hope you're doing well. Getting ready to head to gig. Rock on, man. Get after it. Don't be stressing. Just have fun. Running door for a combo comedy and drag show. Rock on. That sounds like your audience. Will be interesting as your mom is attending. Well, something tells me that if you turned out the way you did, your mom knows exactly your brand of humor, and she's going to have a good time. You know what's funny? Trump is objectively the worst president. He is the worst president in U.S. history for sure. Like it's not even comparable or debatable at this point. Like not even close. Trump is literally exactly what Trump deflected and said that any other president would do if he didn't win. He's done all those things plus. So it's like everything has gotten worse. Everything. Oh, and by the way, I don't know if you guys saw, but Trump tried to, he didn't try to. He actually successfully did it. Now they're talking about it in Congress. He basically copyrighted the word, or he trademarked the word peace. Because he's so pissed off about the Peace Prize, he created some organization where he is the board of director for life. Like he's on the board of directors for life and like the chief of the board of directors for life at this company that he had started up that he runs the DOJ for and everything. So there's no oversight. There's no accountability. It's all everything that would hold him accountable for the emoluments clause and everything is all under his control. So he's just doing it. And so he's going to create his own peace organization that gives out a prize so that he can give himself his own peace prize. I shit you not. It's like the dude is so butthurt he didn't get a peace prize. He's trying to create something that competes with the Nobel Peace Prize. And he's going to try to go after and sue anybody that uses peace in the name for like any of their prizes or any of their organizations. like, fuck, dude, are you serious? Yeah, it's like the FIFA Peace Prize, but that wasn't good enough. Now it's going to be like something else, Peace Prize. But luckily, Congress is taking them to task on it, which is good because the American people need to know this shit. And, you know, and Trump's been taking money from like all of our enemies. Like he's literally taken resources from all of our enemies that we're currently in conflict with, into this business that he created. Oh my God, dude. It's crazy. It's like we just live in the craziest times right now. It's just super fucking topsy-turvy, man. It's like, what are you gonna fucking do? It's like, but just don't stay quiet. Keep your ear to the ground. Pay attention. Use your voice, because I'll tell you what, man. In Germany, once their voice was taken, there was nothing they could do, really. You know, it's like without outside intervention, they never would have got their country back. And we're quite a bit more powerful than Germany was at the time when things started there. Not to say they were very powerful, but it you know, all things equal, we are the world's, you know, military power right now. So if Trump, you know, keeps going down the way, you know, following the ways of Hitler, and we get past that point where he silences the public and we have no more authority, which we're already approaching that right now, where it's like Congress is pretty useless. The Supreme Court is losing its teeth. You know, the Supreme Court's starting to fight back a little bit right now, but we're already seeing that he's just basically ignoring it. So it's like, fuck, dude. But yeah, it's like a lot of people like to say the what about, but there is no what about with Trump. Trump is 100% confirmed the worst president the United States has ever had, and hopefully ever will have if we survive it. Let's see here. Yuki said, did you hear how his own home district ended voting blue, and the kicker is he voted? Oh yeah, the mail-in voting. Yeah. So Trump's fighting against mail-in voting, and he just did his voting in this last state election. He did it by mail-in. So why is it Trump says mail-in voting is corrupt, but him and rich people are allowed to do it? That's the hypocrisy that guy throws around is fucking insane. He's like, oh yeah, mail-in voting is so corrupt and anybody can do it. People are just submitting thousands of ballots. Well, are you doing that? Because you're using a mail-in voting. Why aren't you going in person and standing in line and doing the voting? Oh, I'm special because I'm the president. It's like, the fuck you are. If you're saying that other people can't vote and your vote counts towards who gets to be a leader, you don't get to say that only the rich people and my friends get to mail and vote. Everybody else, you know, even if they're crippled, has to fucking go stand in line to go and vote. Like that makes no fucking sense to me. And it shouldn't make sense to any of the megas either. But let's be honest, the megas aren't the brightest one in the bunch. Seriously. Like, think about it. You voted for somebody because he said that Jesus sent him when he doesn't even know the first page of any New Testament Bible. He's never read any of Old Testament. He literally, the only book he's ever read that we actually know he's read is Mein Kampf. Like, this is not your Messiah, dude. Like, he says he's your Messiah, but you shouldn't listen to everybody that says they're Messiah, because the book literally says that false idols will try to fool you. They will try to pull you away. And yet they follow him just because he says that Jesus sent him, and they're like, okay. And Hitler wasn't religious either. Hitler was atheist as fuck, but he was like, he saw the power of Christianity and he locked onto it and he used it. And look, it did the same thing for him. Gave him shitloads of power over the people. And by the time they fought back, it was too late. You know what I mean? It's fucking crazy. Oh, truly sad times to be an American. It really is. You know, I feel really embarrassed for like how the world views us now. Don't get me wrong, we were never perfect, and politics are always corrupt, but they've never been more corrupt than they are now. This is like a whole new level of corruption that we've never seen before. This is fucking wild. It's the whole rule for the not for me mentally, and everything that he accuses Democrats of himself he's done already. Oh no, that's what I was saying earlier. It's like everything Trump accuses other people of doing or saying they're going to do, he's already done himself. It's all deflection. When he's like, oh, they drive up gas prices, they'll create forever wars, they'll increase the cost of goods and services, they're going to increase the cost of groceries, they're going to do this, they're going to everybody's going to take your job, and now you look at what he's doing. It's like AI is taking massive people's jobs, and he's protecting that. You know, he's all for laying people off to keep costs down at the company level. He's creating massive tariffs that increase prices on everything without us having any domestic production to replace it. Like, the dude is literally doing everything that he said. Even though the other person wouldn't do those things, and we already know the other person wouldn't do the things that he was accusing of, but he projects it onto them because he knows he's already done it. So he needs them to look away from him. Like, oh no, that's what they would have done. As long as I say gas is $2 a gallon, it's $2 a gallon. It might not be at the gas station you go to, but every other gas station it is. You just got to trust me, bro. You know, it's like, oh, I fixed all the problems and America's great again. How is America great again? We've turned into a police state. A lot of our civil rights have been taken away. We're literally fighting with our allies and threatening to pull out of NATO. Like every single thing that you know made us the good guys after World War II is now going away. It's like that's not making America great again. No, that's killing democracy. That's killing what made us the great country that we were. You know, it's fucking sad, man. I know 18D chess according to Mega. Most Megas don't play chess, and the few that do play chess, they're the ones that don't believe a fucking thing that they're saying and just manipulate others. Keep in mind, a lot of this is manipulation, right? Voting, the most important thing to winning an election is to convince the most gullible and most desperate sector of people, the largest group of people that are at the lowest spectrum of the education and wealth to vote for you. So you target the people that are most gullible and easy to fool, and you go after them. Hitler did the same thing. As a matter of fact, this is a pretty common theme that reoccurs, even in Russia with Putin and everything. It's a common theme that you go after that because you just tell them what they think they need to hear, or you create an imaginary fear that they're so focused on that they can't look at anything else, and then you tell them that you're the only one that can fix it. So you basically set something on fire and then pull out a fire extinguisher and say, hey, if you vote for me, I can put this out. You know, and that's how these people keep winning elections, even though they're absolutely objectively trash and fucking ruin people's lives. Oh, but I hope we win in the end. I hope in the end that humanity wins. It's not even a matter of Democrats versus Republicans. It's literally humanity versus dictatorship is what it is. You know, it's freedom versus dictatorship. That's what we've come to now. I mean, it's like I've been watching a lot of the congressional meetings where it's like Republicans are like, oh, Democrats are stopping TSA from getting paid. No, Democrats have presented TSA, like standalone TSA packages 8 times now. And they've all been shot down. And Trump publicly said, do not do deals with the Democrats. The only vote for TSA to get paid if you also attach my ICE bill to it, even though it's completely unrelated and should be separate legislation. He's like, unless they agree to this, the TSA doesn't get paid. He's usually using TSA as hostages. And then everybody goes and says, oh, the Democrats are the ones holding it up. No, they're not. The Democrats have put forth a clean bill to pay TSA, like with no frills attached. Nothing the Democrats even want is attached to it. It's literally just to pay TSA. Trump's like, nope. The only vote for it Republicans if I can attach this other shit to it that's completely unrelated. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid. But thank goodness we still have some good representatives that are doing the right thing. And surprisingly, there's some Republicans that are doing the right things too that have enough of Trump. But unsurprisingly, the ones that are actually voting for the American people, Trump is now saying that they're rhinos and they're fake and they were never Republicans, blah, 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 even though Trump was a lifelong Democrat and only converted because he needed to get the nomination. He even said that he didn't even want to convert from a Democrat to a Republican. He said he only did it because it was the only way they would give him the nomination. If he could have got the nomination instead of Hillary, he would have stayed Democrat. Like, he even said that. So this whole thing is like you basically had a fake Democrat become a fake Republican, infiltrate the whole thing, and trick you into voting for him. It's like, God damn, man. Why does this shit keep happening? You'd think in this day and age we'd be a little bit smarter with all this information at our fingertips, but the sad thing is that same information that's at our fingertips is also being used against us, right? Because we can go and get information, but the lazier we are and the more we depend on information being given to us instead of seeking it out ourselves, the more complacent we get with believing information that's being put in front of us that specifically benefits the person who pick and chose what to put in front of us, if that makes sense. And now you got AI in the mix, and AI now can take it to the personal level. It used to be that you just threw this stuff at a huge demographic of people, and some of them fall for it and some of them don't. Now it's like you can just go, this person I'm going to specifically tailor a campaign to, this one I'm going to specifically tailor a campaign to. And now you have shit where it's like agentic AI can basically confront each voter on an individual level if they have to use their entire history of online activity, every decision they've made, everything they've looked at, and everything to figure out exactly how to manipulate them into doing what they need. Like, maybe they can't get them to 100%, but they can get them to 90% of what they need. They can always ensure they can get something out of them. And AI is expensive. So the people that run the AI, you know, that's the crazy thing, you know? It's just that's how it's got to be, apparently. Did you hear about RFK Jr. putting a halt to CDC testing for things like rabies? Yeah. Isn't that fucked up? Isn't that fucked up? The dude that literally has brainworms and got dysentery by swimming in a pool of shit with his family. That's the dude that's our fucking chief health advisor for our country. He completely fucking upended the FDA, got rid of all of the good scientific evidence, and has replaced it with just this complete bullshit. Oh yeah, no, it's because they got banned last time. So no, that's why they're back. We banned them because they actually behaved for a couple of streams, but then they and here's the thing, like it was Daniel, by the way. I don't know if you guys remember. And it's easy enough to tell. I mean, there's other evidence that I have on the backside that it was Daniel, but the biggest giveaway was they were here for 3 streams and Daniel never showed up. The second they get banned again because they crossed the line, now Daniel's showing up again. So yeah, it was always the same person. It was always the same person. So pay no mind. They have to create a new account, and then it takes an hour for that account to get permission to speak in chat. So if you guys are wondering why you have to be a subscriber for an hour to talk in chat, that's the reason. It's because we just have we have a troll that likes to come in here and just create account after account after account. YouTube doesn't do anything about it, sadly. But they're not doing it. They're not doing anything. They're breaking the TOS of YouTube, and YouTube doesn't seem to care. But they're not breaking the law or doing anything. They're not making death threats or anything. So as long as they don't take things to that level, I don't have to involve the police. Just ban them and be done with it. The dude that wanted to eat a bear carcass he found and then dumped it in a park. Dude, the guy's life is fucking nuts, man. It's absolutely fucking nuts. Like that guy's life reads like the craziest fucking fiction novel ever. Not even good fiction either, just batshit crazy fiction. He's just and then Dr. Oz. I mean, literally a guy who stopped practicing medicine because he was completely fucking incompetent and sued all the time, goes and becomes a TV doctor that pitches like fucking weird alternative cures and medicine and shit. And he's our second in charge of health? Like what? It's like Trump specifically went out of his way to pick the absolute worst, dumbest person he could for each role because he wanted to be the smartest person in the room. And when you have an IQ of 70, the only way you can be the smartest person in the room is if you pick people that have IQ of 69 or less. Right? So, and that's what Trump had to do. So that's why we have. And then you notice Trump's doing the thing where he's now he's getting rid of all the women. Like all the women that he put in positions of power. They all did everything he wanted them to do. They broke their oath. They violated their job. They committed treason. They did everything for him. He threw them all under the bus. Threw them all into Pam Bondi, and I can't remember the other lady's name right now. But yeah, threw them all under the bus. It's like, saw it coming a mile away. I don't know why everybody seems surprised when this happens. It's like, have you ever seen a single person that Trump has been loyal to and has protected throughout his entire career, never turned on, that even when he wasn't benefiting more from them than they were benefiting from him? They don't exist. If you do not benefit Trump or you lose value to Trump where he now has to put out more than what you're giving him, you're gone. You're fired. That's how it works. He doesn't have friends. The only people that stay in his circle are people that can produce more for him than he does for them. That's it. There's no, yeah, but Christy Nome. That's it. Thank you. The lady likes to shoot dogs in the face and brag about it in a book to try to get Trump's favor. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Oh, pure crazy, man. Pure crazy. These are the times we live in, folks. I hope we make it out. I hope we do. We're pretty resilient, though. We've been through some shit before and we've come out. So I think we will again. It's just we need to learn some really hard lessons. Like getting Trump out doesn't magically fix everything. Trump has just like Hitler, he made sure he installed as many people that are loyal to him because he has dirt on them and he has control of them into every single position of power he possibly could. So even if he was impeached and removed somehow, and he did the DOJ actually did remove him, or the Department of Homeland Security actually removed him, which they wouldn't because he controls them. But let's say they did, hypothetically, you still have JD Vance. And after JD Vance, like the next 3 people in the succession are all Trump picks, all Trump loyalists. So even if Trump's gone, it's like you don't solve the problem. It's like it's going to take a long, long time. It's not going to just be midterms and an election and we can start healing. It's going to be tearing down this enterprise that Trump spent his entire first term installing so that he could manipulate it during his second. And that's going to take a long time. Shit. It might take 50 years to get back where we were. It's really sad. SNX Guru said, do you think Trump will start sending hitmen out against people who voted against him? No, I don't think that's going to be a thing unless, well, it depends. If it's somebody who's powerful that convinced a lot of other people to vote against him, yes, I could totally see that being something that happens. But one thing if you know anything about Trump, is he doesn't like getting his hands dirty with that. He likes other people to take care of that. So what he'll do is he'll just tell other people to take care of it, and he'll just, he'll wink, wink, nudge, nudge, you figure out the details. He's very squeamish when it comes to stuff like that. But he doesn't value life. Like, the only life value that he has is for himself, period. Even his family members, if you look, his family split down two lines. The loyalists that are afraid of him and loyal to him, even though they know what he's doing is wrong, and then the family members that finally had enough that stood up, that started telling the truth. And they're the ones that are on the shit list that he spends a lot of time and a lot of resources attacking. Like his what is his niece or whatever. He tried that with a porn star, but she outsmarted him. Oh, look who's on the Epstein list. They're all friends. It's true. It's true. The Epstein list it's all rich billionaires and powerful people. It's all the Elon Musks and the Bill Gates and Steve Jobs probably would have been on the fucking list too. Actually, probably not. Steve Jobs, he was a little bit weird. He was work obsessed. He did very little other than work, as far as I know. Let's see here. I believe there's actually a provision in the 25th Amendment to solve that, though. Pretty much everybody in the line of succession could be removed. Yeah, but that's the problem. Is in order to implement that 25th Amendment, the removal would have to be the DOJ, the Department of Homeland Security, or the FBI, or some mix of the three. They would be the physical, like they would be the officers that did that. But Trump made sure that anybody who's not a loyalist to him at the top all the way down is gone and replaced. So even if you did implement the 25th Amendment and it passed and through Congress and through the Senate, and even the Supreme Court got involved and interpreted it in our favor, Trump could just ignore it and just go about his business. And sadly, he's been replacing all the military generals with loyalists, like all of our military generals that have been bipartisan for years across multiple different presidents and different administrations. Sadly, he's getting rid of all of them and replacing them with people that are loyalists to Trump, that believe that he truly is a messiah and he is the hand of God. That's scary. That's really scary. Vance isn't loyal anymore. Many others just are opportunists. The instant it's convenient for them, they will turn on him, or after he dies, they will spill all kinds of beans. I do believe that Vance is just a chicken shit and he's an opportunist. But the other thing you have to remember is that Trump created a massive enterprise of people that all have dirt against each other and all have to implement his will. That's why they're all so loyal to him, even at their own detriment. They fear him. So even in death, even if Trump's dead, there's still going to be people around that will punish anybody that tries to soil his name or tries to deviate from his plan. You have to figure out, how do you get rid of all those people that are so loyal to him, even in death, or even if he went to jail or was impeached or whatever. How do you get rid of those people so that we can go back to the actual people making the decisions through Congress and the Senate versus just unilateral dictatorship with extra steps that are just there for theater? I mean, right now, for all intents and purposes, Congress and the Senate are little more than TSA, right? They're security theater. They're not. They have no power. They're a paper tiger. It doesn't matter. Whatever they try to vote for, it ain't going to go anywhere, right? Trump's like, do not negotiate with Democrats. Well, the whole point of Congress and the Senate is for people to negotiate. So when you say you can't negotiate with an entire group of people that represent half of America, you've got a problem, right? Democracy can't work. Sadly. Dr. Spooks, it depends on where you're watching from, right? There's going to be different delays. Some people are delayed only by a few seconds. Some people are delayed by minutes. Like, there's some people in here that are like 5-10 minutes delayed. I can see in chat by like what they're responding to. SNX Girl said, please never let Mega silence you. I haven't yet, right? Unless the only option is safety-wise. I mean, well, my safety's already been compromised. I've already received tons of death threats. I've already had to upgrade my security system. I've already had to upgrade, what I have at my disposal to defend myself if things go wrong. Not just for this, though, but there's other things, too, right? And anytime you put yourself online, there's people that, that are a little bit sick in the head, that they get parasocial relationships with you. And they feel like, they know you. And then if you do something that deviates from what their expectation of you is, even if that expectation isn't founded in any fact, they freak out and become violent. And sadly, that's happened quite a few times. So let's just say my local police department, everybody there knows me by name. So A lot of them know me by face too, because I've had to be down there quite a few times. Not just for internet stuff though. There's like other stuff going on that's not internet related. But at the end of the day, it's like fuck, just something you got to deal with in this business. I don't even know how to pronounce that name. Wabzakadkoigjaja. Thank you for the $5 super chat. He said, how long do you think before we have platform-wide real-time AI auto-dubbing implemented on real-time streaming platforms like Twitch and YouTube? Thanks for the show. Thank you. I appreciate that. How long before we have that? We already have it. We already have it. Go look up, what is it? There's the Jesus live streamer 24/7. There's the Biden versus Trump stream on Twitch. Those are all fully AI rendered, on-screen lip sync videos, talking and interacting with the chat in near real time. So but it's going to get faster over time. It will get faster and faster and faster to the point where it's like you'll ask a question and they'll literally be replying in video back to you live on the stream within seconds, like completely indiscernible from like a human being. But that costs a lot of processing power. Live streams are processed and encoded to multiple resolutions before it reaches the viewer's devices. Naturally, it's all delayed by at least 1 to 5 minutes. Yeah, it does depend on, depending on the encoding you're using and the bandwidth that's available to you. It also depends on like which multicasting relay you're using, because when I stream, it goes to like a YouTube core server in Seattle, and then that Seattle server sends it off to a bunch of other servers, and then those servers send it off to a bunch of other servers. And it goes all over the place. It flies all over the place. And if you happen to be at the end of one of those chains, it can take a little while for it to make its trip. And remember, like even when it's doing that trip, they're also like compressing and encoding it, like, at different stages to go to different things to distribute different devices. Like whether you have a mobile device, they don't want to burn the bandwidth sending you a high resolution thing when they don't have to, Hey, Omi, how's it going? He said, I'm not sure if you talked about it, but Trump signed a thing in the Gulf of Mexico to allow it to start drilling. It doesn't matter. All the endangered species living there. Oh, Trump hates animals. The two things that Trump really hates is he hates animals. He's the first president we've ever had that hates dogs. He hates dogs. He hates cats. I'd imagine because like no dog would like him. Like he's a very abusive person. I can't imagine that any dog would bond with somebody like that. And especially not his dad. Like he is his father's son. If you know anything about Fred, you know why Trump is the way he is today, sadly. Dr. Spook said, Jerry, love you, brother. Oh, is this going to go to a bad place? My main account is Blaze2K. I drunkenly ranted to you about being tired of hearing politics, and you banned me on YouTube and X before I even had a chance to explain. All right, well, I'll tell you what. I'll unban you if you promise to... Well, actually, can I unban you? Let me see. Because I'm not in the other dashboard. Here, give me a second here. Go to channel. Let me take a look. 2017. It's weird. It doesn't say you're banned. Here. Does it? Yeah. Oh, you said it was the Blaze2K channel? Hold on here. Let me look it up here. YouTube Blaze2K. Let me see here. So click or user. There we go. Unhide. There, done. I'll tell you what. You don't tell me what to do, and I'll unban you this one time. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I went ahead and unbanned you, Dr. Spook, so you can switch over to the other account. And I do recognize the image on your account. So, Hurtful Spring, thank you for the 50 sexes. Hey, we always like sexes here. He said in Sweden the gas price is $7.50 a gallon, which is about 50% is taxes. We also have about 30% income tax. Also, think you missed a $50 chat. Oh no way, did I really? Oh my god, I feel terrible. Thank you for reminding me. Holy shit, Pele! I am so sorry. Pele, are you still here? Fuck, I even talked to Pele earlier. I didn't see it for some goddamn reason. It's even in the feed, too. It just, for some reason, it got checked off. I must have accidentally clicked on it. Pele, thank you for the $52.57 super chat, dude. Seriously. Fuck yeah, brother. Literally moving the bar, and I appreciate it. He said, if we first used AI to solve our energy and environmental problems first, and then turned to us ordinary users, then they would make more money if they thought longer than 3 to 6 months. You're 100% right. You're 100% right. But remember, in capitalism, your value is to your, like literally, we have laws that say that if you're a publicly traded company, like a big corporation, you have to do whatever makes the investors the most money, not what makes you the most money long term, you have to do whatever moves the needle fastest now. And so a lot of these companies aren't willing to do the thing that's right now, hoping for a payoff later, because while they're doing that, every other one of their competitors is just going to do the thing now, get all the resources now while you're coasting. And then when you get to the point where you can benefit from all the things that you've increased, well, now those other companies benefit from the same thing and you're far behind. So that's why literally capitalism is set up to fuck us in this situation. Like AI isn't really compatible with capitalism because AI is basically enabling every company to basically implement things way faster than humans can even comprehend what the fuck's going on, which means humans are being backed off and taken more out of the picture. And the more that you get the humans out of the picture, the more money you make by not having the most expensive part of any business, which is having to pay humans. And now there are downsides to that, big downsides to that. Like, for instance, the United States, if everybody's unemployed, nobody has expendable income, how the fuck is anybody going to be able to afford your services? So even if your services are cheap and you bring the prices down, they still won't be able to afford them. Therefore, you're not going to have a customer base. But as long as you can export to another country that does have regulations in place and everything that allow you to sell your product at a higher price and they're willing to buy it, well, then fuck your own people. You just sell to them and still make money. And that's the biggest problem that we're going to run into is you're going to have domestic production, here in the United States because of tariffs and everything. But then they're just going to quickly realize that it's more that the people here aren't able to afford their product at the price that they want to sell it for and they can sell it for. And they're just going to go to other countries and sell it there instead. Like countries that regulate AI, right? And now because we have the capability to do stuff that they're regulated against doing, now we can produce stuff that they can't. We can sell it back to them at an obscene rate. That's going to be a problem. Oh, is Oracle cutting 30,000 employees? Yeah, I've seen. I can't find a company that's actually growing right now. All the IT companies are downsizing right now, and it's all the ones that are implementing AI that are publicly saying that they're shifting directions or they're implementing AI. They're not hiring people to build out that AI. They're instead laying people off and shrinking while they're adopting the AI at the same time, which is fucking scary to me, honestly. Plays 2K. He's like, I'm free. Nah, everybody deserves a second chance. You had a bad day. It's all good, dude. What is this channel all about? Anything and everything. Let's see. It's been about an hour since Daniel was gone, so I'm going to guess that's a new account that he created. Am I right? Let's check. So, yep, created April 4th, 2026. That is a confirmed Daniel. Gone. So, yeah. So, it's really that easy. You just click on the account, and if it says the account was created on the same exact day, then you know he created it. It took him about an hour before his last account. But it's interesting. Like, I've talked about parasocial relationships before, and this is somebody who has, like, I mean, the parasocial relationship they have is they have to interact with me. Like, they feel like they can't, like, get by without interacting. They clearly don't have a job because they're around at any hour of night or any hour during the day, regardless of where I'm streaming. They'll create accounts and literally sit there for an hour waiting for the timeout so that they can chat just to say one thing, and then they just get banned. And they'll do it again and again and again. I mean, we're probably in the 50 to 60 accounts that this guy's created over the last, like, couple of months. And it's really unhealthy, but it's like, you can't really help some people. You try, you really try. Like, they actually did behave themselves for a little while because I let them stay when they created one account and they decided to try to keep it together. They're still being edgy the whole time, but they were trying to at least abide by the rules of the channel. And they couldn't help themselves. After I think the third show, they blew it and I had to ban that account. And now they're back to just creating the accounts and joining again. But yeah, it's sad. It's sad because it's like that person could be doing like so many other things that would honestly give them more enjoyment. But they think that the interaction with me is like fulfilling their need to be close to their idol. And it's like, I'm not an idol. I'm not. But when somebody is that obsessive compulsive to like they have to interact with you, they have to somehow get attention from you, that makes me wonder, like, I wish they had a better life. I genuinely do. All of us are struggling on some level, and I totally get it, but it's like I really, really do wish them well, and I hope that they find something. I hope that they find something good. I really do. Because I understand. Trust me, when I was young like this person, I had my moments too online. Trust me. So I'm sympathetic to it. But at the same time, it's like you have to fight the urge to latch on to people online and like idolize them to the point where it's like you have to have interaction with them. Like, you can't get by without having some kind of interaction. It's like, and you got to break the cycle, but they have to want to. That's the thing, is they have to want to. And this is a person that I don't want to say they're too far gone, but you know, they've tried everything. They tried pretending to be a Nazi. They tried pretending to be a Trump supporter. They try anything they can to try to get attention through negativity. And there's not a lot of them left. Like, the truth is, like, a lot of the trolls have died down over the years, like with the less people watching me, but there's still people that watched me when I was at my peak getting 12 million views a month, and they still see me as that level of fame. And they still want that attention, is because to them, I am that idol. And it's like, you shouldn't do that. Like, that's really, really unhealthy. Like, you position yourself for a lot of pain. Oh, he's very obsessed. Yeah, he is very obsessed. He's not the first. Well, I'm not worried because we already talked to the police. They already went and looked through Twitch. Twitch already looked at a lot of the accounts that they already created. They are a relatively harmless person. Not to say that we won't keep an eye on him. So, but it's, you know, it's just sad. It's just sad. And the thing is, I have a child who's on the spectrum that knows how to behave himself. So it's like, that's also not an excuse either. And we believe this person is on the spectrum. So I tend to give a lot more slack. But at the same time, it's like, I really wish that they had the resources that my son did, you know, so that they can break the cycle and they can move on. And it's okay to like want to interact with people online. Like, if you enjoy what somebody does and you want to interact with stuff, but like when you feel like you have to seek negative attention because you can't get attention fast enough to satisfy your obsession through normal means, because that's ultimately what happened. Is they created an account, they behaved themselves for a couple of days, so I let them stay even though I knew who they were. And they got to the point where they were posting rapidly and they were spamming because I wasn't responding fast enough. They kept getting edgier and edgier and edgier until I finally had to ban them. Because what they do is if you don't talk to them or you don't respond to them, they get more and more aggressive to try to force your response, because they're like, oh, you're not talking to me, I need you to talk to me. Because it gives them some validation, right? They see me talking to them and they're like, oh, well, there's my idol on the screen talking to me. It doesn't matter if it's negative or positive. It's like, they're doing it. Like, I can see it. It's awesome. And that's where the obsession comes from. And it is a little freaky, but it's something that sadly you become used to when you're a content creator. All you can do is hope that at some point they grow out of it, or they find something else, somebody else that can give them real attention, somebody else that can actually connect with them, that's a one-on-one instead of a parasocial relationship. And then once that happens, then they'll lose interest. It always happens, right? But they have to find that person, and sometimes they give up and they don't go find that person. And because of that, they just keep seeking online idols to try to force interactions with, and to them, that's how they satisfy their connection with another human being. But it's sad because it's not really a good connection, right? It's like you can have a positive connection. To a negative connection, it's like, yeah, you're getting some kind of a connection, but like there's no real value in it, other than just feeding an obsession. Google Voice ID verification can be passed by using Gemini to create a photo of an ID. Are you serious? So Gemini can literally create a photo ID that is good enough that it can get past Google Voice ID verification? That's crazy. Pele said, Jerry, you are who you are, and that's amazing. I appreciate that. But I tell everybody, and some people don't understand it, but it's like, don't idolize content creators. Don't idolize live streamers. Don't put them on a pedestal. Doesn't matter if they have 5 viewers or 5,000 viewers or 5 million viewers. It's like, don't let yourself get caught up in that fame. If I can get that person to interact with me on some level with that fame, then I can leverage that with other people to make them think that I'm also important or I'm connected to them in some way. It's like, that's not healthy. It's not healthy. You should look at everybody. They're just people. We're just people. There ain't nothing special at all. Doesn't matter. Even at the height of my career in the 3% bucket, and here at the end of my career going in the toilet, doesn't matter. You know. Blaze2K said, "Here's my side. Some people are going through a lot of shit in life, and politically or not, they tune into their favorite creators and vent stupid crap." Yep, and the thing is, it's okay to vent stupid crap within the rules, for sure. But it's like, you know, we do have rules for a reason here. And it's like when people start being abusive and start idolizing Hitler and start promoting terrorism and stuff like that, yeah, you got to draw a line. Blaze said, "I honestly think Trump loves seeing Americans tear each other apart." He doesn't just love it, he needs it. He needs it. Trump would never ever be able to become president, and Trump would never be able to do the damage he's doing now without forcing Americans to fight each other. It's the whole reason why his entire campaign and everything he does is based on classifying Democrats as domestic terrorists. Like, he literally wants the Republicans not to see as Democrats as the other side of the aisle. He wants to see them as actual, like, suicide bombers. He wants them to fight, because as long as they're fighting them, they can't see what he's doing. They can't watch what he's doing. They can't see how he's affecting their life. They just gain purpose in feeling that they're carrying out the Lord's will by attacking the infidels, and then we're no better than the suicide bombers, right? At the end of the day, it's like it's weird, because it's like, did you see the speech Pete Hegseth gave the other day to the military generals, where he was like quoting shit from like scripture and stuff from Old Testament about God like destroying his enemies and leaving nothing alive, and how the killer of the people are blameless because you're carrying out God's will and you're God's weapon against. It was like, literally, if you just changed the tone to, like, you know, fucking Al Qaeda, you know, like you just change the tone, it would be no different. They're both doing the same thing. They're using religious ideology to justify mass murder and to forgive people for doing atrocities and hold them harmless to everything. That's fucking crazy. That's literally religious extremism in our military. The one place it really doesn't belong. Like, the military is not for partisanship. The military is supposed to carry out their objectives within the law and within the Constitution. And sadly, Pete Hegseth is now going the opposite direction. He's saying, no, carry out what Trump tells you to do. He is your leader. He's ordained by God, and that's a step above the Constitution. That's a step above democracy. And if you have to kill people, if you have to fucking just dominate and go in and just kill everything with a pulse, you are automatically forgiven by God because you're carrying out God's will. Because if Trump tells you to do it, then it's God's will. It's like, fucking, that's crazy, dude. Yeah, Trump isn't even Christian. Trump's never been Christian. The church that his dad used to go to said Trump never showed up to church. Trump was always married outside of church. The only marriage he ever had inside of a church was to Melania, because her family refused to let her get married to him unless it was in a church, in their church. And as soon as they were married, they left and had the reception at a club, a country club. Trump hates churches, man. He is super uncomfortable in churches. It's crazy. He said he'd lower interest, food prices, and stupidly I believed him. And now look at him. You were right all along. You know what? The thing is, normally it'd feel good when people say, oh man, you were right. But the problem is now we're at a point where it's like we're too far gone to like get out of this now. It's like we have to hope that now we need some luck on our side to actually like save ourselves. It's like, I wish people would have listened back then, you know, but hindsight's 2020. It's like, there's nothing you could do. It's like, at that time, he took advantage of you. He lied to you, and he told you all the bad things that the other people were doing that he fully intended on doing himself or already had done himself, and just distracted you from it. And sadly, a lot of megas are catching on to it now, but now it's like, it doesn't really matter if they catch on to it now, because he's just going to rig the election. He already said he's going to destroy mail-in voting for anybody but the rich, which are going to be not just the rich, but Republican rich. He's going to put ICE at every polling location to scare people, because a lot of people aren't comfortable going and voting when there's people standing there with machine guns that have zero training and literally go around with masks on their face beating people so that they can't be held accountable. Hey, what's up, You're right? Good to see you. It is good to see you, my man. Pele said, Jerry, I like you because you have the ability to draw lines. I have to. And the thing is, I stick to my lines. The only time I change them is when the evidence, I follow the evidence. If the evidence changes my point of view, my point of view changes. Like, or if the evidence warrants it, my point of view changes. Like, I'm not going to fight the evidence. And the other thing too is like morality. Trump uses religion to act like he is some kind of, you know, like he's exercising God's will, therefore everything he does is automatically morality. And that's bad. That's really, really bad. It's like I don't have the moving goalpost that Trump and MAGA does. My goalpost has always been clear. I've always stood where I stood, and whether it was trendy or not, whether people liked it or didn't like it, I always stood where I thought things were right based on the data, based on morality, not religious morality, morality. You know, at the very most basic level, just treating other people how you would like to be treated yourself. Did I vote in 2016? I did. Yeah, I voted in 2016. I voted in all three of the last major elections. And I voted in all three of the last midterms too. You mean you won't argue against? Wait, you won't argue against the grass being green like Mega? What? It's crazy too. You see so many videos of these people that voted for Trump that it's somehow they really thought he was going to make everything cheaper and help them and make things better. And it's like now a bunch of them lost their jobs or being paid less, getting less hours. A lot of them can't afford their groceries. They can't afford their houses. The interest rates are going up on everything. It's like it's truly it's like sad because it's like you can tell that they were completely convinced. But then you're like, but he gave you nothing but his word. You literally trusted him on faith alone. Faith means to believe in something with no evidence. Why would you do that when there's something that does have evidence? That's the thing. If there's no evidence, then sure, pick your poison, right? But it's like when there's actual tangible evidence that you can put your hands and eyes and ears and on, you can see it for what it is, and you ignore it for something that is completely just one person's word, especially when they're a convicted felon and rapist and pedophile. And you just choose to ignore all the bad things they've ever done because they themselves told you that they were anointed, and the people that they paid and gave things to for favor told you that they were anointed. That's bad. That's like that just goes to show how easily manipulated humans are. By and large, it's not just like it was a large group. A large group of humans were completely fooled by this fucking idiot. Same thing with Hitler. Same thing happened with Hitler. Same thing happened with Putin, too. A lot of people thought Putin was going to be like this great fucking thing, and he was going to serve his terms and he'd be done. And no, now he's basically president for life in Russia because the elections are all rigged. They're only done as theater. You can literally go to jail in Russia for 8 years just for calling what is happening in Ukraine a war. You have to call it a special operation. And keep in mind that Russia actually did have a constitution that wasn't unlike ours. Like back when Putin started. And technically that constitution is still in play. It's just completely ignored. That constitution even has a provision to protect free speech, yet you can still go to jail for 8 years for calling it a war. You can go to jail for life for saying anything super negative about Putin if you're living in Russia. People are afraid of him. Trump wants the same thing. Trump wants that same fear from his people because he knows that if he has that fear and he has the control to implement that fear, that nobody can dethrone him. Like he'll be president for life. And he doesn't care what happens after he's dead. That's the thing, too, is like he clearly could give a shit because he only cares about himself. Once he's dead, he could give a flying fuck. He's not going to set up anything. Like anything that happens after he's dead is going to be just his will that he put on to other people that were just like, oh, this is what he was doing. And they honestly want to keep pushing his work forward because they want to solidify their own power using his same technique because it worked. Right? They're just going to keep adopting the same technique because it worked for him when he's gone. When he's gone, he could give a shit. He's not spending any time planning for when he's gone. He only cares about when he's here. And that right there tells you that he doesn't really give a shit about the long-term anything. He's just self-serving. That's it. He just wants to put his name on everything, right? He wants to be worshipped. He wants to be an idol. That's it. And when people want to be worshipped and they want to be an idol, that's a problem. As an ex-girl said, I'll admit it, Elon convinced me to vote for Trump. Elon convinced a lot of people to vote for Trump. And he lied right to their face. Everything he said was a lie, just like Trump. And he used a lot of money to force that lie in front of people. And it's sad. Blaze, hey, no worries, man. He said, I thought you were crazy, Jerry, but I'm starting to realize you were right. Dude, you're not the first person to say that, and you won't be the last. A lot of people have been coming to me lately, especially a lot of people that I banned back in the day. Well, like go out of their way to create new accounts, create new email accounts, send me mail and everything, and just literally apologizing to me for being so rude and claiming that I was wrong about everything. And now they're like, holy shit, what do we do? And I'm like, hey, listen, I can call it for what it is and I can tell you what's going on, but I can't tell you how to fix it. Like there was a chance where we could have fixed it, but that chance is like now it's almost gone. I mean, even if we win the midterms, winning the midterms doesn't give us any control over the FBI, doesn't give us any control over the Supreme Court, doesn't give us any control. I mean, technically it could over the Supreme Court because we could impeach and remove a justice. But what if that justice refuses to leave? Trump pardons them from any crime that's levied against them at a federal level, which it would be a federal level if it was coming from the government. And they just stay in power, even though technically they're not in power and it's not recognized by the people. It'd be recognized by the military, the FBI, DHS, and all the police forces under Trump's control. If you control the power to implement the law, then it doesn't matter what gets passed or what the law's will is, just like Putin in Russia. Just like, North Korea. It's like the laws are just there. They're illusionary, right? They're there. It's security theater. Ultimately, the only thing that can happen is what is allowed to happen by the people that are controlled. And sadly, Trump knew this because he's seen it happen with Hitler. He saw it happen with Putin. He's like, the biggest thing you have to do if you want to be a dictator is you have to make sure that any physical body that can physically remove you at the people's will needs to be taken under your control. Because then it doesn't matter what legislation is passed. It doesn't matter what decisions are passed. None of that matters, because when the order comes across the desk to physically remove the person from that office, they'll refuse to do it. And then they'll just use their massive coverage and massive access to the American people to basically claim, oh, there's a coup, or this person's the evil one, or this isn't a valid order. I'm still the president. I'm still this. I'm still that. That person that was removed, nope, they're still there. That was, we're appealing that. We're appealing it forever in perpetuity. It's like, if you don't have the ability to implement the punishment for the crime, then it doesn't even matter if you hold the person accountable for the crime, because you can't, I mean, right, well, not accountable. It doesn't even matter if you find the person guilty of the crime, you can't punish them. I mean, just look at Trump. What I tell you guys all, he has 30 felonies. Did he pay a single cent or spend a single day in jail for any of that? No. You know what the judge said? He's the president, so there's no way for us to levy the punishment against him. Therefore, we can't punish him at this time. Meaning that basically until he comes out of office as president and he's an American citizen again, we can't actually impose any penalties on him for the crimes. We can say that, yes, he was found guilty by a jury of peers. Anybody else in his position would have gone to jail. But because he's the president and because the Supreme Court held us off from ruling until he was the president, he is now untouchable. That's not how our law was ever designed to work. As a matter of fact, that's why we have vice presidents and we have backups on backups. Is if somebody fucks up or does something bad, gets impeached and removed, we have another person that can fill their place, and that person can then be held accountable. But you can't hold anybody accountable if you don't have the teeth. What are I think the saying is paper tiger, right? It's like technically, even if we win midterms, the Congress and the Senate can impeach, remove Supreme Court justices, impeach and remove Trump from office. They could do all those things and be wildly successful at getting the votes to do it and implementing the people's will. But if Trump doesn't leave the office willingly, the DOJ isn't going to remove him. He owns the DOJ. DHS, he owns them. They're not going to remove him. The military, he owns them. They're not going to remove him. So if you have nobody that can remove the person from office and that person still has control over the airways and the ability to reach the people and control the people, you're fucked. Like you can't do anything. Everything you do, it's like at that point, it's like you can't implement anything. So I'm like, what the fuck do you do? That's it, Pele. He said, Jerry, what you're saying is terrible. What to do? That's the thing. I don't know what to do. Well, I knew what to do, back when the election was happening. But now that Trump has the foothold that he does, I don't see a clear way out of this without some luck. That the only way he's going to be removed is if the people physically remove him. Because like I said, the FBI won't, the DOJ won't. And the people that physically remove him are going to do it at great costs to themselves. So basically what I'm saying is civil war. If he doesn't leave by the people's will, then civil war is the remedy. That, like, if all else fails in the Constitution, civil war is remedy. Because civil war is the ultimate democracy, right? At the end of the day, if democracy isn't working, the only way to restore democracy is to have the majority win through sheer force. And that's sad. That's super sad. But, and I don't want to see my son tied up in that. That's a last-ditch effort. But the only good news is if we did do that, a lot of our allies that Trump has alienated and attacked and threatened, they would come to our aid. So and the other thing too is the blue states contain most of the military assets. So the nuclear sub bases that are on the coast, most of those are under control of blue states. Here in Washington, we have Bangor, we have Fort Lewis McChord Air Base, Air Force and Army. We have Bangor, Puget Sound Naval Shipyard. I mean, up and down the West Coast, like we control a huge amount of assets and a huge amount of troops. So if civil war did break out, there's going to be a division in the military, just like there would be with any civil war. And that division in the military, it might not even be favorable. Let's say there's more guys on Trump's side or whatever because he's already poisoned the pool and got rid of the good people and brought in more bad people. Still, a lot of the assets that we would end up with would help us offset that. But it would be at great losses. That's the thing. There's no way to not have great losses in that situation. And the worst thing is that would weaken our country to the point that any other country that sees an opportunity could jump in. Like if Russia wasn't so tapped for resources, they could jump us. China could jump us. We would be, if we were in a civil war, we would be massively vulnerable to any, I mean, fucking Canada could come take us over. Not that they would, but I'm just saying it's right. We'd be so weak fighting each other that we wouldn't be able to spare the assets to defend ourselves against anybody else. So I don't want to see it come to that though. But the problem is when you elect somebody like Trump, who has no problem with breaking any law and has no problem with anybody dying to keep himself in power. When you have people like Putin and Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump, they only care about themselves and they think that this entire universe revolves around them. They don't care how many assets it takes to keep them golfing and making more money and having more power. That's all they care about. They don't care about human life. So they're not willing to, and that's why there's like no negotiation, right? There's zero negotiation. Trump's like, you can't negotiate. Like TSA right now hasn't been paid for a very long time. And we're doing everything we can as the people, and the Democrats are doing everything they can to put forward a clean TSA bill to get them paid. And every single time it's shot down, and Trump even proudly said, do not negotiate with Democrats. The only way TSA gets paid is if I get extra money for ICE. ICE is completely unrelated to TSA, and ICE is already being paid right now, like paid well. So those are two separate things. But Trump's like, nope, we can just block everything and just keep punishing the TSA, and then we'll just claim it's the Democrats' fault because most MAGA voters don't know better. Like they're not going to go look and see what the actual bill is and what's actually being voted on. They're just going to believe whatever people say on Fox News. And it's truly sad because what's being said there is an absolute lie. When people are like, the Democrats voted it down 7 times. No, they didn't. They voted down the ICE funding. They voted for the TSA voting every single time. Along with the Republicans. By the way, a lot of the Republicans are on board with this too, but Trump said that they can't vote. So even though they've said publicly that they are for funding TSA as a clean bill, in Kennedy, he was the one that said specifically, he said that we can't. Trump will not let us. So we have to vote against it because if we don't, he'll punish us. He'll come after us. He'll come after our seat if we don't. So yeah, scary, scary times, my friends. Scary times. But hey, let's fuck around with a couple more topics while we're here. So let's see, what do we have left up here? Because we got some interesting ones. Let me open it up here. Edit. There we go. Now I can see the whole thing. So we talked about humans becoming AI dependent earlier. That was one of the first topics that we covered. We talked about OpenClaw being blocked by Anthropic. So if you guys didn't hear earlier, Anthropic, the creators of Claude Opus, which is like 4.6 Opus, arguably the best cloud LLM in the world right now. Pretty much bar none for everything across the board, but especially agentic coding. So many people have been running this OpenClaw agentic AI host that just hammers on AI 24/7 to do any number of operations that you randomly ask it to figure out and do. It's been saturating their servers and eating thousands and thousands of dollars of tokens on these plans that only cost $200 for unlimited access. So Claude had to basically retract API access to the $200 unlimited plan and notified everybody the other night and said, listen, you guys can't do this anymore. You're killing our servers. We need to get that bandwidth back. So now you're $200 a month. You can use that in our first party tool, ClaudeCode. But if you want to use OpenCode or you want to use OpenClaw or you want to use any of these other agentic tools, you have to pay for API credits directly. And they had to do it. They'd go out of business if they didn't. Like literally, I don't think anybody anticipated that somebody was going to create a project that millions and millions of people were just going to blindly install and run, that just does anything you ask it to do and just constantly hammers on AI 24/7 to try to keep as many things in memory as possible. It's heavy. Like we're talking about models that have context size in the hundreds of thousands of tokens, and it's just maxing out the context nonstop. Sometimes 1 million tokens. I think Claude Opus can have a hell of a lot more than just 100,000 tokens. It's like 400, 500,000, up to like 1 million tokens or something like that. So it's like when you get up to that size and you have that much every single time you're prompting, it's holding that 1 million tokens in memory and having to process the 1 million tokens, regardless of the prompt that you send. So it gets really expensive. Jurite said, have you heard the LTT One show tries to be only good news this month? Oh shit, that's cool. I don't even know how they're going to be able to do that, honestly. But hey, good luck. Good luck to them. I feel like there's so much negativity now that holding on to some positivity would be a good thing, but I feel personally like I have a responsibility to be straight with you guys and to be honest with you guys, whether it's good news or bad news or otherwise. But the things that are affecting my life, affecting my friends, affecting my family, even affecting you guys, my viewers, I have to talk about it. I hate politics. I wish I never had to talk about politics again. Sadly, it was wonderful having a break while Trump was out of office for 4 years. That was amazing. I only had to poke my head in like a couple of times over some really dumb decisions, like, you know, when Biden just followed Trump's plan in Afghanistan, and then Trump's like, oh, what an idiot. It's like, dude, it was your plan carried out to the letter, you dumb shit. That was stupid that he did quite, you know, a couple stupid things, but it was mostly like, you know, just coasting, right? Prices were starting to come down. We're recovering from COVID. Things were getting better. The markets were going up. And then Trump fucking stole an election because of Elon. And to be fair, it was close enough that Elon was the deciding factor. So Elon literally bought the president election. He's the first individual that has ever pumped that much money into a political campaign. He is the first person to literally break the law and commit fucking a felony to run illegal lotteries that go directly against the wording of the Constitution when it comes to elections. And he put that fucker back in office again. And he did it because he thought that he would get power by proxy. He thought, if I buy him the election, I will then be able to control him and get what I want. But what he doesn't realize is that Trump is a fucking scorpion. He stings you no matter what he tells you. So he told Elon he'd give him everything he wants. And then the second Elon bought him the election, he turned around and he goes, fuck electric, fuck solar, fuck everything Elon's doing. I'm all fossil fuels all the way. And Elon's like, oh, shit. You know, it's like he tried to do a couple little things for Elon that really didn't have any impact. But when Elon like really needed him to like hang on to like the electric subsidies and stuff like that, he's like, nah, fuck that shit. Oil all the way. And so Elon fucked up, and he's paying the price for it too. Elon isn't going to be the richest man in the world for very much longer. Trump will surpass him because Trump's already creating the scams to do it, right? I'm excited with what people can achieve with AI. I'm scared about what companies might do with AI. That's a good way to put it, actually. You're right. I do think AI is an incredible tool. I think AI has the potential to do insane amounts of good. I believe that AI can cure cancer. I will cure cancer. I believe AI will figure out the fusion problem and unlock unlimited energy. I think AI is going to take all the things that we were really close to figuring out and get them over that last 10% we couldn't figure out for a very, very long time. I think because AI has the ability to take all of the information from humanity, all of it across the spectrum, put it all together, compile it, and just create one giant library of knowledge where people that normally would never even know each other existed, that had pieces of the puzzle and never could get together to put them together. Now it's being put together in the background and a bunch of other pieces put on top of it. So AI has the ability to do an insane amount of good. The problem is capitalism is going to leverage AI for more evil than good. Right? It's not going to be, oh, we're going to donate the cycles to find a cure for cancer. It's going to be like the pharmaceutical companies are going to pay AI to find the cure for cancer. They're going to find a way to just find treatments instead of using the actual cure, and then just keep us dependent on the pharmaceutical companies. Thereby, they keep making more money to keep paying for bigger and more AIs that they can keep leveraging to keep manipulating and making more money. There's not a lot of money in curing cancer. It's like you cure everybody's cancer once and they're cured, right? It's like they want to treat disease. They don't want to heal it. The only diseases they want to heal are the ones that they can't treat in perpetuity. Like if it's something that they know is 100% going to kill you and they know that they can't sell you any more drugs or any more treatment, then they're going to try to give you more stronger and stronger options that are more and more expensive and more rare, right? That's where it starts making sense to cure the disease. But it doesn't make sense to cure any disease that you can perpetually treat. Like diabetes seems like something that with enough money thrown at it could be a problem fairly easily solved, honestly. Because, I mean, we already know how to manipulate genetics. We already know how to imprint DNA codon sequences into existing cells to replicate different enzymes and stuff like that. So I feel like with AI combined with the right people and the right money thrown at it, they could solve it. But here's the thing. Right now with diabetes, the pharmaceutical company can sell insulin to people for the rest of their lives. It's like that is a constant and continuous income stream. Insulin is super cheap to produce and they can sell it for a lot of money. You know, the monitoring equipment is super cheap to produce and they can sell it for a lot of money. So why cure it? Why cure it when you can make people dependent? It's just like drugs. It's like you get people addicted to drugs. They keep coming back and buying them. You want people addicted to your drugs because then they need it and they'll come back and then you can jack up the price. That's exactly what pharmaceutical companies do. That's not even a conspiracy or anything like that. That's like literally how it works. That's them just doing what capitalism demands. Because if they didn't do that, and the other company did it, the other company would still be in business and making money, and they wouldn't. They would have cured everybody. Their revenue stream would be down if they sold things at fair rates and they didn't make super absorbent margins on top of everything. Then if one big thing happens, it wipes them out, and now they can't compete anymore, and their competitor just kicks them in the nuts and runs off with all their shit. That's one thing I don't like about capitalism. There's a lot of things not to like. There's some things to like, but there's also some things not to like. But the biggest thing not to like about capitalism is it's a race to the lowest, to the lowest point. It's not people trying to compete to get to a higher place. It's people kicking each other in the nuts to the lowest place. It's like, instead of hiring more people to create a better product and charging more for it, and you can't do that because over here, this company's like firing everybody and selling the same product that's not quite as good for a tenth of the price. And people are just literally forced to buy it because they don't have the money to buy this. And because of that, this company crumbles even though they were doing the better work. And that happens all the time. That happens all the time. That is just part of capitalism. The problem isn't capitalism. It's these companies and the government all working together to manipulate. That's a part of capitalism, Blaze. That is literally capitalism at work. And let me try to sell you on this, okay? So if I'm a company and I have an insane revenue stream because I've competed everybody else to the bottom, I've cheated my employees, I've given them as little money as possible, I can sell my product and undercut everybody else while making a huge profit. Now I take that money and I start giving it to representatives. This is called lobbying, right? So then I give it to the representatives and I say, listen, I can support your campaign because I have the money to do that. But in exchange for you getting this job, you have to do something for me. And that thing that you have to do for me is give me the things that strengthen me while also giving the things that fuck over my competition. And then that relationship is maintained. It costs them a lot of money to lobby that representative, but not nearly as much as they would lose by doing the right thing. So, and that cycle it goes in circles, right? And so part of capitalism is controlling your environment, right? If you're competing in an environment, you want to make the environment favorable to you. And then what happens is the other company that's trying to do the good thing, they realize, oh, fuck, we're not able to compete with these guys because they're so much cheaper. So we either have to go out of business, then nobody has a job, or we have to underpay our employees, which they're going to be sad and struggle, but then at least we're somewhat competitive. Or we just fire all of our employees, replace them with AI, undercut the other company, sell our product even cheaper, and now we stay alive and force them now to fire their employees and do the same thing. And they race down to the lowest common denominator until they can't go any lower without collapsing. And you'd think, normally in capitalism, you'd think, oh, okay, that's not such a bad thing if there's still people in the loop, because people are still employed and it gives us cheap products. But that's just the problem, is now AI allows them to cut the humans out of it, which means now that the humans don't have the money to buy the product, even if it's cheap. And now they have to export that product and sell it somewhere else where there is regulation that makes it a good deal for them, but a horrible deal for us. And now we're just fucked sitting here with our thumb up our ass unemployed, all fighting over the last few remaining jobs that AI can't do. That's the future I'm scared of, right? Is not AI. Like, I want AI to do all the good things and solve all the world's problems and create a utopia. Does it have the ability? Does it have the potential to do that on its current course? No. But if the right people were involved and the right people wanted to use their money towards the mutual goal of just getting rid of wealth entirely and just having a utopic society where everybody has what they need to survive, the rich people don't want that. Why would they want that? Now they're like everybody else. They don't want to be like everybody else. They want to have people that have to work for them and lick their ass and clean their shit and do their stuff. They want people serving them. It's just slavery with extra steps, right? Like Rick and Morty. It really is. Because it's like, if you're rich and you have a lot of wealth because you did a lot of really bad things, you can use that wealth, and now people are fighting over jobs, so you can lower the price on those jobs because the people are fighting over them. You lower it down until only one person wants that job. That one person takes that job, and now they have to serve you and do everything you want. You barely pay them anything, so your wealth stays intact and keeps growing. They're barely surviving, but they can't go anywhere else because that's the only way they can survive is by serving you, and you got an indentured servant. That's like literally an indentured servant with extra steps. And that's what's ultimately going to happen. We're going to get into a state on the current path where AI just takes up so many of the IT jobs and the things that required the thought, required the programming, required the people to actually do the work. Those things are going to be replaced. And then you're going to be like, well, what's left for us to do? And the company's going to be like, well, we make so much fucking money now. We don't need you. We only need a person to like unclog the toilets because the robot hasn't figured out how to do that yet. We might need one guy to like oversee operations just in case a robot falls down in the hallway and we can't figure out what's wrong. We need a human to just, keep an eye on things like a manager. But if there's only one manager per company when they used to employ 20,000 people and now they only employ one person, I'm being, this is a dramatic change. I'm just, dramatization. But let's say you have the one manager, it's like 20,000 jobs per company. Now you're down. Unemployment shoots through the roof. But those companies are still massively profitable because they can sell a lot more volume at a much lower price. And even if we can't afford it here, somewhere else they can. And that's kind of like what China does, right? China takes a lot of their products that their own people can't even afford and export them to other countries where it would cost us more to produce it here. So it's worth it for us to pay that markup. They make a grip shit of money, but if they sold that product in their own country, they wouldn't be able to make that profit margin. We'll end up doing the same thing. If we become the manufacturing company that Trump's talking about, where we're closed off to the world and we make our own shit, do you really think companies are going to sell their shit cheap to us when they can get a lot more money somewhere else? Like, no. Why would they? And do you think Trump's going to stop them from selling to other countries? No, because he wants to do the same thing. He already does the same thing. He just wants the money. He doesn't care where it comes from. He just wants the wealth and the power. Fuck everything else. Any decision that's put in front of him, it's not a complicated process. You just go, here's two things. Sir, here's two things. This one makes you $1 trillion. This one makes you $15 million. And he just goes, I want the one that makes me $1 trillion. He doesn't care what happens underneath. It's like, have you ever heard that story? Like, what would you do if somebody walked up to your house and knocked on the door, you opened up, and they just had a red button in their hand, and they said, hey, just push this red button and I'll give you $10,000, but I'm not going to tell you what it does. But all I can do is promise you that nothing bad will happen to you. But push this button, I'll give you $10,000. Do you push the button? Why not? You have no idea. You have no liability with what happens because you weren't told anything, right? That's kind of like where Trump wants to be, right? He just wants to sit there and just go, what gives me the most wealth and power? I'm going to hire these people to be my shields. Their full-time job is just to justify it and sell it to the American people. And all I care is that I get the money and I get the power. That's it. That's where it ends. And I wish it was more complicated than that, but it really isn't. It really isn't. VR Gimp said, we have watched in real time the fact that having a lot of money does not make one smart. No. You do not. I want to make this clear. Intelligence and wealth do not share a connection. Not in capitalism. Because a lot of what capitalism is, if you go and look at it, the smart people that actually came up with the ideas, like the person that came up with insulin, the person who created DOS, the famous operating system, all the people that create the most amazing things create the thing with humanity's best interests at heart, because intelligent people understand that it's a community, right? It's like you get what you put in, you get out what you put in. But then every single time you have an Elon Musk come along, who all they do is lie, cheat, steal, and manipulate to try to make you feel like you're going to get your vision, you're going to change the world, you're going to do all these things. But realistically, all they care about is just getting your intellectual property and kicking your ass out. Same thing with Zuckerberg and Facebook, right? If you've ever watched that movie. Same kind of shit with what's that other movie, Silicon Valley. It's like the people who actually create the change, the people that do the good things, they rarely get the wealth from it because they're not interested in the wealth as much as they're interested in the change, because intelligence would lead you to that conclusion. The people that get the money and get the wealth are the people that exploit, take advantage of, and harm the people that come up with the ideas to steal it away from them and then use it as a vehicle for profit. That's what Elon Musk does. That's what Trump does. It's what a lot of, not everybody though. I want to be clear. There are people out there. It is possible to be incredibly wealthy and incredibly smart. As a matter of fact, I know somebody that meets that definition flawlessly. It's also entirely possible to be really wealthy, smart, and charitable. I've seen it. And not just charitable for tax reasons, charitable for like personal gratification of knowing you're helping other people. But it's rare. It's rare because a lot of people, they're like, once they get a taste of that power and they get a taste of that money and they realize that, wait a second, I can leverage this to make people, lick my ass, clean up after me, give me everything I want, tell me I'm the best, and create that positive feedback loop. Once they have a taste of that, they start going, you know what? I don't really have to worry about the negative outside world implications of the things I'm doing because I've created this barrier around me So now I can have my wealth and feel like I'm this huge game-changing, amazing person that's doing the right thing, even though I ripped everything off from another person and stole their thing away from them to make money. And it's same thing with doesn't matter. Tesla, SpaceX, look at any of those companies and look at Elon Musk's role in it. Elon Musk's not the person that created the technology. Elon Musk isn't the person that like actually created any of it. He came in, somebody else created it. He takes control. He gets the money and boots them out, lies to the next company to get it to the next level, rinse and repeat. He just gets away with it because he's a good liar. A lot of rich people are good liars. You got to be a competent liar to get that far without people catching on. Have you watched Artemis 2 launch on April 1st? Yes, I did. I actually thought it was really weird that they launched on April 1st. Like, I don't know why they did that, because a lot of people are going to be like, a lot of people are already talking about the moon landing being a hoax, right? Like, we really fucking needed Artemis to launch on April 1st, where in the future they're going to be like, didn't you see they launched on April 1st? It was a joke. It was all CGI. And AI isn't doing us any favors because a lot of people are believing AI-generated videos thinking they're totally real. Isn't Elon worth $800 billion now? Yeah, last time I checked, it was like $800 billion. On paper. That's not really what he's worth. If you understand how paper wealth works versus actual wealth. He's $800 billion on paper, but in order to access the $800 billion, the liquidity of the $800 billion, he'd have to give up like $700+ billion of it. Hurtful Springs said in Sweden, the gas price, there's $7.50 a gallon, 50% taxes. That fucking sucks. Let me see. Did I miss anybody here? I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Darka, longtime viewer, use Windows 10 gaming PC. Okay, the 4060. Did you ever figure out that problem, Darka, with your driver issue earlier? Historio, thank you for the $2 tip earlier. Again, Pele, thank you so much for the support earlier. I hope you're still in here, brother. We really appreciate your support, dude. You blew it up today. Okay, I think I got everybody in there. I hope I did. Some could think it is God having a sense of humor. I think a lot of what we're seeing today is pretty stark proof that there is no God. And I don't mean, here's the thing, okay? I want to be clear. I'm an atheist, sure. But I also consider myself somewhat more agnostic. And the reason I say that is because I could see a God as being my creator and that the universe is my creator because I am a part of the universe. But I've always existed before I was in this form, and I'll always exist after this form. The only thing that happens is energy and matter transmutate. They don't go away. So every single molecule that makes up my body has existed in this universe from the beginning. Every molecule that exists after, it'll transition to other things and it'll break down, but that matter or energy will always exist or transform from one to the other. So my view of the universe is God is the universe, right? But the thing is, really, we got to get rid of the organized religion at some point, at least the current implementation, because it makes people too vulnerable to propaganda. It sadly does, because you're indoctrinating children into believing in something that it can't be proven, that can't be proven to you, and you have, and the less that it's proven to you, the more faith you have to have it's true. That is way too easy for people to latch onto and use to control you. And it's truly sad. It's like, if you want to believe in a God, have a personal relationship with a God. Be like, you know what? I've done these things. I've done all right in life. God hasn't punished me, or I haven't been punished for it in any meaningful way. So my God is a just and fun God that loves what I do, who doesn't judge me. Because who is somebody else to interpret God for you? It's like everybody seems to, they gain some power, they gain some money, and then they use their influence that they can pay for to interpret things down to other people and then manipulate their upbringings to control them. And that's largely what Trump did, pretending to be Christian when he's not Christian at all, has never read a single page of the Bible, and hasn't even gone to church. You know, the only time he went to church was the inauguration because it was required of him, and look what he did. He literally threatened and tried to get a fucking bishop fired for just saying, you know, let's be peaceful and charitable. Like, he found that offensive. It's like in a church. It's like, you fucking moron. I mean, he literally used tear gas to clear out a church so he could hold a Bible upside down and get an image opportunity. You know, it's like, fucking dude. Like, if you have faith that God sent this person, your God is like fucked up. Like, he ain't operating on all cylinders if that's who you think he's sent to save you. You know, it's just, I find it silly. It's like, I've been watching a lot of, who is it? Shit, what's his name? Is it Charles Hitchens? Is that his name? I mean, he died a while ago, but, he's kind of an ornery guy. I don't like his personality, but he makes a hell of a lot of sense in his arguments. And it's like, if you think that your God is the God, but there was a God before your God, and a God before your God, and plural gods before that God, and even more plural gods before that, and 3,000 gods going all the way back to the beginning of humans communicating. Like, there's always been some form of religion created to maintain order. That was the first government. And it's like, now you got this one that comes by like thousands and thousands and thousands of years later, and it's one of many that still exists today and won't exist tomorrow. Yet people still believe it as if it's the only one that's ever existed, even though it clearly has. Thank you, Christopher Hitchens. I don't know why I couldn't remember that. But it's like I look at that, and the more I look at that, I'm like, this is weird, because it's like we fight each other, arguing over whose God is better, whose God is more real. And it's like, if there really was one God and that one guy was just, we'd all know about him. You wouldn't have to learn it from another human. Why would you have to learn about the existence of God from another human when, depending on which place on earth you are, you get a different God or a different set of gods or deities or idols, like just depending on where you are? It's like, no, we'd all be born with that as intuitive knowledge. Just like we know we have to eat. We know we have to sleep. Like those impulses, we'd know a God if there was a God. We wouldn't need a group of powerful people that held the wealth and held the power within a community, creating text and writing when other people couldn't write, and even times when other people couldn't read, so they just had to believe whatever people were saying the words meant. And you're entrusting them to tell you what your relationship is with this being that you can't communicate with. It's weird. And then you look at all the suffering that happens, and you look at things like, Trump prospering and having access to unlimited health while children are literally starving and dying. And he's the one representative of Christianity and God. And he's the one that all these evangelical for-profit churches are celebrating as the anointed. It's like, that isn't right. That isn't right. It's like, you got to take shit into your own hands and be like, you know what? If you believe in God, then talk to God directly. Cut out the middleman. Stop believing that Trump is some kind of prophet. Stop believing that you got to wait for like somebody else to come forward and claim that God sent them. Just talk to him. And if he doesn't respond to you, then he doesn't think you need to know anything else. He thinks you know enough, or she, or whatever God it is that you were raised in. Like me, I was indoctrinated into Christianity growing up. So it's like New Testament Jesus would be like, New International would be my book, right? It was King James growing up, but now it'd be New International if I was still Christian today. It's like there's 100 different translations. Everybody looks at it differently. And it's like, you shouldn't just hang on to something because it was indoctrinated into you at a young age. You should challenge things. But the problem is, every good religion has a warning to anybody that tries to prove anything. It's like if you try to prove anything or you try to question anything, you're immortal. You might be immortally punished. It's like, that's not a very loving and just God. I thought Jesus died for our sins and now we don't have sin anymore. Oh, wait, no, he resurrected 3 days later and turned into a wizard that can go between heaven and the earth. It's like, come on. It's like, I would let you seriously, I'm not even joking. I would let you nail me on a cross. I would legit let you nail me on a cross if I knew that 3 days later, even though I know it's going to be painful and it's going to suck, but if 2-3 days later, I know I'm going to wake up and I'm going to be an omnipotent super being that can like move between earth and the heavens and like communicate with all the humanity with infinite power and infinite ability to grant miracles. Why would anybody not do that? Even Donald Trump would do that. He'd even take that deal. like that's not sacrifice. You're not dying for somebody. So dying is absolute. The only time you'd be dying for somebody's sins, like realistically, is if you had to go to hell for eternity and be punished in hell for eternity. Then that would be sacrifice, right? You'd be sacrificing something at that point. But no, when you get to just wake up 3 days later and be even more powerful than you ever were before, that's not sacrifice. That's upgrade. But sadly, a lot of people don't question this stuff unless they have... When you're indoctrinated into something as a child and you believe it as a foundational memory, just like the first language you learn as a child, you don't question things unless trauma occurs. You need something traumatic to occur. Like in my case, it was like 4 family members dying that were all like super hardcore Christian, claimed that they spoke to God and that God was going to save them. And their churches even said that they were going to be saved and they were being healed. And when the good medical news came back, it's like, oh, that's God's healing power. We clearly see that he's going to save them now. And then they all died. And I was like, all right, something's wrong here. And the only thing the preacher could say is, oh, God needed them for a higher plan that we can't understand. It's like, well, that's a fucking cop-out. You know, you got all the money in your collection plate, and that's what you're gonna end it with, is that everything you said was basically a lie and God went a different direction at the last minute and we can't understand it. Well, then why did you tell me any of that other shit if we can't understand what his will is? Why are you telling me everything's gonna go well and then it doesn't? And you're like, well, God changed his mind and he's God, so he can do that. It's like, you know who else can change his mind? Everybody. Anybody can change their mind about anything. You don't have to be a fucking anointed, idol to do that. But yeah, that's why I'm, that was what took me on my journey to study theism and start to understand. The biggest thing that helped me escape Christianity, though, is studying other religions. Like understanding all the Abrahamic religions and looking through them, like, Judaism and the Torah. And it was back in my 20s and like, looking at the Quran, the English translation, like there's different translations. There's different ways of interpreting things. Some people practice Sharia law. Some people ignore it and act like it shouldn't be there. Just like some people take Old Testament completely seriously, but then just cut out the bad parts and act like they didn't happen, and act like God's not like some fucking super warlord that just wants to eradicate everybody except for the people that invented him. You know what I mean? It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, you don't question it until you actually start studying other things. And then when you study other things, you're like, wait a second, I see a common thread here. Every single one of these Abrahamic religions is an offshoot that started where the people who held power over the greater group of people and benefited from power over the greater group of people got to determine what their version of God was. And then forced that onto the people to get them to fight to the death, thinking that they were going to some land to be... That's the one thing, right? If you die in the service of God, you get glory. That's the one thing you get with every religion, every Abrahamic religion. It's like, if you think you're in service of God and you're doing what people say that's what God wants, and you die, then you'll be rewarded. But just not anywhere where people can see you be rewarded. You have to go behind a black curtain, get your reward, and then you can never tell anybody what that reward was. That's like the equivalent. You can only be rewarded in death when nobody can see you get it, right? Do I think Judaism is better than Christianity? No, not even close. I hold, so Islam and Judaism would be more Old Testament, Christianity would be more New Testament, but they're all following evil shit. I mean, if you look through the New Testament, there's still a shitload of bad stuff in there. I mean, yeah, there's some Old Testament stuff that's gone there, and God is now suddenly not the biggest warlord in the world, but he still is promoting slavery and putting rules on it, and showing the worth of a woman to be less than a man overall. Even though there's contradictory statements to that, but there's definitely statements that make it very, very clear that a man has more power and a man has more value in society. That's another common theme, because guess what? Back in those days, men were educated and were able to read and write like high order men. Women were not. So that's why you don't see a lot of women in these religions. They're predominantly written by men to control, and then the women get the short end of the stick. Why is that? Because they weren't involved in writing it, because the men wanted to keep the power. Shit like that becomes really obvious the more you study it. So, but at the end of the day, religion is just a different governance, right? Religion was the original government, and then we replaced religion with governments, and now religions coexist with governments through corruption. Like that's like for instance, the religions use their voting power, like their power over their flock, to claim that they're interpreting God's will, even though it's their own will for their own benefit. They can control those voters. Therefore, they have more power than a community that is individuals. And because they have more power voting towards one area, they can leverage that power to gain corruption in government. And that's always happened. And it doesn't matter which religion it is. They all have some kind of leverage. Somewhere in the world, they all have some kind of leverage. Ron Gow said, I talked to God yesterday. He told me, don't forget to watch Barnacles tomorrow. See, now that's a good God right there. That's a good God. Yugi said in a sarcastic voice, but don't you know it's all about faith? You got to have faith. God wants us to believe on our own volition. Well, he doesn't want you to believe on our own volition, because what you believe, if it's in conflict with the Bible, then you're a sinner you can be punished. And if you don't ask for forgiveness, you're punished. It's super silly that, somebody who is born and raised somewhere where nobody happens to have a Bible and nobody happens to know what any God is, they get raised up and they die. And God's like, oh, you were supposed to know about me and serve my glory and use your life to carry out good works in my name. What the fuck were you doing? It's like, nobody told me. nobody knew I existed over here, because I was born over here and they were over there and they didn't come over here. You know, it's like, what are all the people that are born in those tribes that haven't ever touched modern day, you know, humanity, that have no concept of a Christian or Islamic or Jewish religion? Like, what about them? Like, do they all just go to hell because they're all sinners and they're incapable of asking for forgiveness for their sins because they didn't know they had to, and they don't even understand the concept of forgiveness to deity because they don't have a deity? It's just weird, man. It's like the more you think about it, the more it breaks down. You know, that's why every religion needs faith. Faith is to believe in something because you have to. Unless you are constantly reminded that you will be rewarded in death for believing something without evidence today that benefits a small minority group above you more than it benefits yourself. It's like, unless something traumatic happens, it doesn't break that cycle. And that's why I believe, like, I've talked to a lot of atheists. A lot of atheists, they have very similar, not all of them, there's always exceptions, but a lot of atheists have a similar story to me, where it's like they were raised Christian, they legitimately knew and feared God and thought that God was everything and our life had to be dedicated to God, and God was always watching, and if you masturbated, you were like sinning, and you'd have to ask forgiveness for your sins for yanking on your wiener, even though God supposedly made it feel good and taught you how to do it. So, like, why wouldn't you? And it's healthy for you, so why wouldn't you? But anyways, you get my point, right? It's like you're raised in, and then you get older, and you're like, you still believe that shit. You're like, why do I believe this shit? But you don't ever ask yourself that question unless something happens that breaks the illusion. There usually has to be more than one thing. It's like, or one really powerful thing. It's got to break the illusion enough that now you're willing to do some research without thinking you'll be punished for doing the research. Because of course it's like blasphemy. Like if you pick any other god before Jesus, or you even for a second think, oh yeah, he's not real, that's bad news bears, right? Same thing for, you know, for like Muhammad and Islam and, you know, in Judaism, and God is a singular entity and not the Holy Trinity, right? Like no recognition as Jesus is the Messiah, even though he was Jewish and he was in Bethlehem, and like their Torah said that the dude from Bethlehem would be their Messiah, and it's all over the place. But anyways, they all believe like that, but they're all foundationally from the same, they all come from the same foundation. But they all branched off because they wanted to become their own societies, and the only way they can become their own societies without attrition and people being traded back and forth is to establish their own brand that punishes their people for leaving. Like, their people need to be there and they need to defend their God, and all other gods are wrong. But it's like, truthfully, if there was a God, he would tell us that he was there, and everybody would be born with the knowledge of the same God, or at least some idea of that God existing. They wouldn't have to learn a certain language and then learn books that were written over thousands of years and changed continuously by man. It doesn't add up. Trywalls 2 said, love you, Barnes, no homo. Hey, it's okay if it's a little homo. I don't care. I believe everybody's a little gay too. I think I'm up to about 13% now. I think I'm about 13% gay. Let's see here. Exactly. So many people that I've spoken to say that they were supposed to believe in God with our own free will, but really they're just following blindly. No, if everybody's supposed to believe in God of their own free will, there would be no other religions. Think about that for a second. Like, if we are born with God's knowledge and his love and his sacrifice, and we don't have to have another human being teach it to us in a language that we learned in that area, in a book transcribed from another language to that language by yet again other sinners and humans that all interpreted it differently, you would have no idea even the name. You wouldn't even know who Jesus was or what God is, right? It's like you'd have no freaking clue. Raised by wolves. But it is fascinating stuff. It's fascinating stuff. I personally, you know, I keep studying, because here's the thing. I'll tell you right now. If God just came to me, like just came down here and just talked to me. I don't even have to see him. Just come down here and talk to me. And he shows me that he exists, and he tells me that he exists, then sure, I'd believe in him. And I've said that a million times when I was younger, when I was never happened. God has never ever talked to me. He's never, not even symbolically, not even like in a dream. Like dreams, anybody, like a fucking plant can talk to you in a dream. I mean, fucking Kang, you know, from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles stabbed me with a knife when I was 12 years old, right? In my dreams. Anything can happen in a dream. And the more that you think about something and the more intense something bothers you because of indoctrination, the more you'll dream about it. PTSD can explain that one. So if you only talk to God in dreams, well, then you got your answer right there. It's like trauma can create any image and a dream, period. It's how your body kind of like sorts things out. But if I was fully conscious and God came to me in a vision, or he came and talked to me and he explained, listen, I'm the real one. The other ones are all fake. I can prove it. Here's the information. And he just fucking beams that information into my brain. I'd be like, rad. but no contact whatsoever. I've asked him, hey, should I follow Islam? Should I follow Christianity? Should I follow Judaism? Should I be Buddhist? Should I be atheist? No answers for any of it. The same exact answer, nothing. You know? It's no different than just asking this. You know, I could ask this the same questions and get the exact same answers. That doesn't make this God. And then the people that claim that they do talk to God, they're the ones that want to control other people for their benefit. So it's like, why would you believe somebody who benefits from you believing that they talk to God, but you're not allowed to talk to God? Like somehow they're able to. It's kind of like Trump when he says that God sent him to save America and that God wants him to do this. Dude, you've never fucking gone to church and you're an atheist. Now you're just using Christianity to get people to vote for you. And you really think God is going to come and like talk to you and tell you that everybody should do the thing that benefits you. That's weird. Why is it every single person that speaks for God never says to do things that don't benefit them? It's like, doesn't matter if it's a preacher, doesn't matter if it's high order bishop, doesn't matter if it's the fucking Pope himself. It's like, if they say, hey, God wants you to do something, that's their opinion. And they're just saying that because they're high up in that hierarchy that it's God's will. Because humans put them on that pedestal, so they use it. VR Gimp said Christianity started as a Jewish sect 2,000 years ago. That's true. Not much difference when you get down to the brass tacks. I mean, let's say like Islam and Judaism have mostly stuck with Old Testament, right? Like as the foundation. And then you got like the Torah and the Quran on top of it, but like Old Testament level shit, right? And then Christians are like, okay, well, we thought Jesus was the Messiah and he died, so that reigns in this new fruitful, this new fruitful millennia or whatever. But technically, nothing that was promised actually happened. We're still all horrible sinners. We're still doing horrible things. Innocent people are still dying and getting fucked over and everything. So nothing really changed on that front. It's just different beliefs. But now we fight with each other over the different beliefs. You know, it's like you literally have a lot of wars started over this because it's like, no, we're right, you're wrong. You worship a false god, therefore you're an infidel. It's like, but at the end of the day, we all worship the same God of an Abrahamic religion. It's just we're saying that Jesus is a part of a holy trinity that are both separate and the one, the same. So it's like at the end of the day, you're still, I worship God, I worship God, I worship God. You might have different names for them, but they had different names even before Old Testament, like way back in the Sumerian days when they created religion, right? Back when the Egyptians called the sun, the sun god, which became Yahweh, which now is God. It's like God used to be a big flaming ball of gas in the middle of our universe, not a dude flying around on clouds granting wishes. Hurtful Spring said, something I can't get my head around is people that wonder what the point of life even can be for you if you don't believe in God. Like, if you don't believe in God, you have nothing to live for. Well, here, let me ask you this. I mean, God, by religion, God created rocks, and he created different planets, and he created the whole universe, and he created physics, and he created, like, what is the purpose of all those things? Why are we the different ones? We share most of our DNA with animals, so if God made us, pretty much a slightly more evolved chimpanzee, like, not specifically, I'm joking, but, we do share a lot of DNA very closely with animals, and animals have demonstrated thought and love and guilt, and they can masturbate too. It's like we look at that and we're like, yeah, but somehow we're special because the book said to chop our foreskin off so our penis doesn't look like a dog penis anymore. And by doing that, that somehow separates us now and makes us like unique. It's like, no, you can cut the fucking foreskin off an animal too and it'd look like a fucking human dick, right? It's like, you're reaching for the stars to try to give a reason to say that it's somehow different. But at the end of the day, it's like we evolved the same way as animals did, right? And those animals evolved from the matter and energy that came before them, and that matter and energy evolved from or evolved, or you guess you could say devolved as it broke down, and to lesser and lesser elements, either converting to energy or converting back into matter. Throughout the universe. And this is just like this fucking endless chain, right? Satan likes to separate us and fight. Satan is just a word that's prescribed to bad behavior. So anything in life can be explained with God did it and Satan did it. So like if I said this, so a 3-year-old child gets raped and murdered in church. A complete innocent. Raped and murdered in church. Was that Satan or was that God at the end of the day? I'm not talking about the person, because remember, God gave free will, but at the same time, he did create man in his image, so he's capable of that exact same crime. Or is it Satan that's capable of that exact same crime, and Satan also got inserted? At the end of the day, all religions use the down below and the up high is just synonymous with yes or good and bad. That's it. Anything bad, Satan. Anything good, God. You know, and so just like, you know, praying to the jug of milk, right? You get the same answer, yes, no, or maybe, right? Completely random. It's the same thing with good and evil. It's like if something really bad happens, it's like, oh, well, Satan wants us to fight with each other. Well, why? Why? Maybe God wants us to fight with each other. Do you know God's will? Because how can you know God's will? God's plan can't be known by anybody. So what if God wants us to fight? Why do you think it's Satan? Oh, because a book man wrote told you that it's Satan. Okay, so that's a bad thing. Okay, a good thing is good. Did the good thing that happened, was that Satan or was that God? Oh, it's clearly God because it was a good thing. Why? You don't know God's plan. And God in Old Testament did lots of evil things, right? He sent people in to massacre and kill women and children and even all the animals. Kill the animals. Right? That was God's order. That wasn't Satan. Like, that's his word. He did that. So saying God is incapable of evil, that wouldn't make any sense. So when an evil thing happens and you prescribe it to Satan, why do you prescribe it with Satan when you know God is capable of great evil? Right? What was Satan's biggest, like if you read through the Bible, it's like, what was Satan's biggest sin? Right? I mean, he's literally a fallen angel. Like Jesus or you know, God threw him into hell because he wouldn't conform. At the end of the day, if you want to look at it through like modern terms, it's like he didn't play ball, so he got thrown down there. Does that make him evil? Why does that make him evil? Look at the things God's done. Did Satan send people in to massacre entire villages and rape and murder every single person? Take women for themselves and kill the men and children and the animals? No, you know, maybe. But God did that too. So how do you prescribe? How do you know which one's doing which when they're both great? They're both capable of great harm. So when the reason people fight is the same reason that animals fight, right? It all comes down to disagreement. If we didn't fight, that would be more of an argument for there being a God. Like, honestly, like, because we would all believe the same things and we would all be in alignment and we would all be born with that intuition and knowledge of who our creator was and what that creator wanted. Just like we know how to breathe and we know how to eat and we know how to sleep and we know how to do all kinds of things instinctively. But, you know, so that's why there's so many different religions, because nobody's born with any of this. You know, it's something that has to be instilled by a group of people that benefit from instilling that. The more I've learned, the more I see religious people like little boys on the playground being like, my dad can beat your dad up, except for my God. My God says your God is BS. I mean, that's not far off. Shh, don't tell them that we're all animals. We're still part of the animal kingdom, no matter how advanced we seem to be. It's true. It's true. We might be the most intelligent species on the planet, but it's because we just formed more complex communication over time. Do you think our communication was always this complex? Fuck no. Half our population couldn't read and write and barely could speak a language like a couple thousand years ago. A lot of us were horrible at communication back then. You know, it's like, imagine back when there was no communication except for verbal noises, right? I mean, like when you see a chimpanzee, that's pretty much where humans like started out and we branched off, right? You know, and we weren't the only, you know, humans, like humanoids on Earth. At one point, we had like 3 different subspecies of humans. We just were the ones that survived. We literally have the fossil record to prove it. So it's like it's not theory, it's fact. So it's like, did God create 3 types of humans and just forget to mention the other 2 in the book? No, it's because back when the book was written and this religion was broken off and made its own, they didn't have the scientific knowledge to see that there were 3 species. They didn't have that archaeological ability. Therefore, they acted like it never existed. The metal man said a couple thousand, try a couple hundred more, like more than 3. Oh my God. You really think God saved the animals in the Permian Triassic extinction event? Death is nothing God or a God. That's just it too. And plus we already know that the earth is going to be gone. So if God created the earth, right? We already know it's going to be gone. It doesn't matter if God comes here and creates the rapture or has a holy war. Like, we will literally be consumed by our sun. That is a fact. If we don't leave earth and go somewhere else, which in that case, religion says that God created the heavens and the earth. It didn't say God created the heaven and earth and Mars, where humans will migrate to in 2,000 years or 3,000 years. But no, we know this. We know this to be a fact. Like, physics and gravity, they tell us that the earth is going to get closer to the sun. The sun is going to start burning out and getting bigger as its gravity gets weaker. It's going to grow first, and it's going to reach out, and that fucking radiation is going to fuck us over. We will, if we don't get off this planet, we will die. I mean, it's like literally a millions of years, but we will, this planet will be consumed. Like, this planet won't survive, just like any other planet, right? We're all destined to fall into everything and become a black hole. Amy Matty Rock said, so then ask me, why did the Nephites and the Lamanites get separated? Nephite's brother wanted to kill him, so God told him to separate and was given colored skin. Well, I mean, that's what the book says. But I also have a book that says Harry Potter has a wand and he can cast fucking, Wingardium Leviosa and Accio Bum. It's the thing is, when you base your knowledge on something, on a book that's from a period where it only demonstrates knowledge that was capable at that specific time, it no longer applies like 2,000 years later. It's like we have way more information now. It's like you have to have faith to believe that those stories were true. And how do you resolve the contradictions? You can't. The problem is a lot of these prophets, like, keep in mind the Bible is like a collection of, what is it, like 60 some books or something like that, like the Christian Bible. New Testament is it's like there's a lot of shit that was left on the cutting room floor, and even with all the choice cuts over hundreds of years, a lot of these being second, third, fourth hand accounts, no first hand accounts in the Bible. All of these events that were put together that over this massive period of time where people have to fill in the holes, right? There's massive contradictions everywhere, and they still couldn't resolve those contradictions when it was created. As a matter of fact, it needs to be updated. Let's be honest. There needs to be a New Testament. Like, if Christianity is going to survive, they need to retool it for common day, because it's really falling apart fast, especially like with the way AI is going right now. Shit's going to start falling apart really, really fast. Faith is absolutely required to believe in it at this point, because the facts just aren't there. And then you got the people that are like, I take it literally, or you don't take it literally. It's like, okay, but you guys consider yourself as part of the same sect, but you take it literally and you don't take it literally, which means you guys literally do believe different things. So how do you say that you're the same? We both follow the Bible. Yeah, but you follow your version of it where you don't take things literally, and you follow the version where you do take things literally, and those are mutually exclusive. Hey, what's up, Retro My Bits? Good to see you. I'm comfortable helping the pretty flowers grow after I die. In my life just goes on and changes form. That's the thing. Like, a lot of religion is created and predicated on a fear of death. Because it's hard to get people to go and fight wars, because let's be honest, religion was all based on wars. You go back to even the earliest religions, they were all based on collecting people together and giving them cause to fight and die to protect a society, right? That's why I say it was like the first government. Well, the way you do that is you have to make them think that they're going to have it, if they die, they're going to have it better than they have it now. Like, literally, you might be afraid of death, but you're not going to be afraid of death, because when you die, you're going to get this, this, and this, and it's always going to be awesome as long as you do the thing that we tell you to do. I mean, God told you to do, but I have to tell you because God's busy and he can't tell you himself. It's crazy, but that's what it was. It's like, every warring faction had its own religion, and the people were driven by the promises after death, doing the duty of their God, which was defending their higher ups and making their higher ups more powerful and growing their communities and growing their societies. We always reincarnated. You just choose your path before you're born. I have a theory that we may be everybody. I have a theory that because matter and energy can't be destroyed and they're just constantly changing, and time is something that we preserve, but it's a false sense, just like a lot of sense. Like, our brain is in a dark cavern. Like, everything we see, we're believing from processed data coming from the outside world, like through a camera that can be manipulated. Our eyes can be manipulated, our ears can be manipulated, everything can be manipulated. But our brain is what makes us. And the reason I know that is because if I take drugs, it can change how I act. If I get Alzheimer's, I can forget my core memories, even forget who I am and forget my closest loved ones. That if I had a soul and that soul was always representative as my personality at its best, like I wouldn't be able to deteriorate like that, and I wouldn't be able to turn into a different person capable of different things based on just substances being introduced to my body and indoctrination. So, you know, that's the biggest one. That's the biggest giveaway in my opinion. But I think that in this day and age, you know, we should really be focusing on advancing science, understanding our universe. And as far as fear of death, like people are like, aren't atheists afraid of death? First of all, you're afraid of death. I don't care what you say. You're afraid of death like that because all animals, it doesn't matter who you are. The reason that we survive and we grow in numbers is because we preserve our lives and we mate. That's what we do. We create more of us and we try to stay alive as long as we can to maintain the numbers. That's part of that's not unique to humans. That's unique to mammals. And so that's the fear of death is built in is a means of keeping you from being a lemming and jumping off a cliff, right? It's like you want to stay alive. But here's the thing. Giving somebody comfort in death by giving them an afterlife, okay, well, atheists don't have that. But in a way I do, because think about it. I can only perceive time because my brain perceives time in a certain way. A rock doesn't perceive time. A tree doesn't perceive time as far as I know. It doesn't have the cognition for it. Well, when my brain breaks down into lesser chemicals and it's no longer neurons, it's just matter and energy, and I rejoin the universe, I'm going to have no concept of time. It doesn't matter if a second passes or a millennium passes before that matter gets reorganized into another entity and I become a part or in full another entity that has what we'd consider a consciousness. So I don't believe that it's like infinite darkness forever. I'm going to be tortured. I believe that when I die, it's going to be like blink of an eye. I'm going to be something else. And I'm going to have no memory of what I am now because I have no memory of what I was before. And I have no memory of what I was before that in perpetuity forever. So yes, everyone's afraid of death, but I don't think death is the end. I think that we've all experienced like potentially trillions of other forms. Trillions of different, our matter has been spread out. We've become, for all we know, in my last matter and energy before it became sperm and my dad's balls from the sandwich he ate, who knows? I could have been a part of 100,000 different people, like with little bits of my matter and little bits of my energy spread out amongst all of them, right? Until it finally all came together into this new pile. So the way I see it is when I die, I'm not fearing like infinite darkness or infinite pain or anything. I think it's just I'm going to be a different thing. Might be a tree, might be a rock, might be energy, might be a lightning bolt, whatever. I'm going to be whatever. But I'm not going to have the cognition of what I am now, just like I didn't have the cognition of what I was before. I don't know what it was like to be in my mom's womb. I don't remember having memories of when I was born. My brain didn't form the connections necessary to build memory until after that. Therefore, I don't remember it. And I don't remember what happened when I was a sperm and an egg. That was two separate entities. I am made from two separate entities, and those two separate entities were in two different people, comprised of different matter and different energy that came from roughly the same place. So I got put together in this form, and I've been put back in this form together. So if it takes 1 trillion years by human perception, I believe it's going to be the blink of an eye, and I'm not going to know either way. You know, it's like a dream. When you wake up and you have a dream and you kind of know you had a dream, but you can't remember any of it. Or you go into surgery and you have anesthesia and you wake up 1 second later and they're done with a 12-hour surgery, but you feel like you just blinked. Same kind of thing. That's what I'm thinking. That's just one of my possibilities. But I think that I can prove that is a much higher likelihood than from one of 100 sky wizards like adopting me into their empire, giving me virgins, or giving me infinite afterlife with all my loved ones over the past, small span of time within the infinite universe. And I'm finally going to get the explanation of like why God created the universe like trillions of years ago and decided to not trillions, but he created the universe so long ago. And only got around to creating the Earth, around this point in time. And it only exists for a blip in the universal constant. Like literally, like not even a perceivable amount of time in the grand scheme of things did humanity come into play and then go out in a fire. But like I said, even if we go out in a fire, I believe everything becomes something else. No matter what you do to me. Doesn't matter if you blow me up with a grenade. Doesn't matter if you hit me with a flamethrower. As soon as my neurons stop firing, I no longer perceive time. Ask me this: when Moses was told by the only true God to leave Egypt when they were worshiping false gods. Have you ever met Moses? Did you know Moses? Did you talk to Moses, or are you just believing what somebody else said? A story about Moses. Was that written by Moses, or was that written by somebody else that heard a story that heard a story that heard a story, or got something from a book that came from a book that was written by another book? That's the thing. It's like it's all hearsay. The entire thing's hearsay. It's like everything that's written in that Bible. Another counterpoint was written in different people, existed in different Bibles and in different forms. Different people did different things, and there was different recollections by different people. Many of them left on the cutting room floor because they weren't compatible with what they were trying to create with New Testament. So, no, you think it was written by Moses. And again, how do you know Moses isn't lying? Because I could just as easily write in a book today something, and I could publish it and go hide it in an open jar and bury it in the ground, and somebody could find it in 2,000 years and spawn a religion from it. It doesn't mean I'm right. You know, it's the same thing with Trump. Trump tells everybody that Jesus sent him to save America. Do you believe that's true? Even though he was never a Christian, he's a bad person that's literally raped and literally found guilty of 30 felonies. Like, do you really think this is the good guy that Jesus picked as the Messiah for the USA to take over the whole world? Even though Jesus and wasn't even born here, like never even came here. I'm just saying it's a jump. It's like you could just as easily believe anything I say. Well, actually, you could believe what I say because you're literally sitting here witnessing me saying it, versus with Moses, you're trusting words written in a book from 2,000 years ago. And you're trusting that it was actually Moses that wrote it. And you're trusting that Moses wasn't lying for the benefit of himself or his own goals or the goals of the people who love him. But the sad thing is when you look at how religions like form and fall, just think about like in the next 100 years or 1,000 years. It's like, what if there's still remnants of MAGA laying around in that time period and people are looking at Trump? I guarantee you, if they still remember him after 1,000 years, it's not going to be Trump remembered as what he did today. It'll be, oh, he was a deity and he rose up and he commanded the world. Like, let's say Trump does World War III, takes over the world, and now he's the king of the world, and you know he claims that, oh, God's will has been done. Then every single book that says otherwise will be burned. Trump will create all the books that say what he did, and then in 1,000 or 2,000 years, through indoctrination after indoctrination after indoctrination, the vast majority of the people will believe that until enough changes that they're able to explore other options and truly see that it's a lie. So it's like everything that we believe today from like a book from 2,000 years ago, we could write a book today. Somebody could literally read J.K. Rowling's books in 1,000 years. And if they can't find context that she was a fiction writer and all they can find is the pages talking about Harry Potter, they may very well believe wizards existed back then. You know, that's the trouble of it. Again, you said go read Pearl of the Great Price. It's a book. These are all books from thousands of years ago that we have to trust the things were written by the person after all these years, and we have to trust that that person wasn't lying when the book itself says that we're all sinners, including Moses himself. Like, nobody has escaped sin in Christianity. Like, we are all sinners. And so Moses is just capable of being selfish himself. He was an educated man, and if he was an educated man, that meant that he had some level of power and wealth. Maybe not a lot, maybe a little. Maybe he didn't talk about it. But I'm just saying, it's like that was a person that had the ability to put words down and disseminate words to large groups of people because he had the power and influence to do it when others couldn't. Therefore, those words survive while others didn't. But again, these religions will die just like the other religions. Like, literally, there's like 3,000 religions that aren't observed today that were observed long before Christianity was ever, even Old Testament, long before even Old Testament existed. But the thing is, will we ever truly escape religion, or are we always going to have evil people that create religion, just like L. Ron Hubbard, you know, on a fucking bet? Are we always going to have those evil people that take advantage of people's desperation and take advantage of people's gullibility to get them to serve them, believing that they will be rewarded after death? And I think the answer is yes. I think that's always going to exist in some way, shape, or form. The Bible doesn't understand the concept of soap or anything about germs, but people think it mentions things way more complicated. I know, right? It's like people have to actually reinterpret the book today, because if they look at it, if they look at everything as one piece and take it literally, we can prove it doesn't work. Like, we can prove that the ark was impossible, that it didn't exist as advertised. We can prove that the Garden of Eden was impossible. It's like, so now you have to go, oh, well, you're not supposed to take it literally. But back then when it was written, it was taken literally. It was absolutely taken literally. It's even written literally. It's to be taken literally. The sun is the only thing you should be looking up to. Yeah, just don't look directly at it. But yeah, look up to it, but don't look directly at it, because the sun gives life. We wouldn't be alive without the sun. So technically the sun is a great like Egypt was onto something by worshiping the sun god. And it's consolidating all the gods into a single god that became Yahweh, but it was the sun god before it was Yahweh. It's like they were worshiping the thing in the sky that actually did give them life, allowed them to grow food, allowed them to exist, was a big part of cellular mitosis and the cycle of rain and the cycle of weather. And I mean, everything that supports life. It's like the sun is at the core. So they actually were onto something by worshiping something that truly, one, did exist, was right there in front of their face, and they knew the significance of what it did for them. So that's actually a decent god to worship, because that's not a false idol. You can literally see it and see exactly what it does with your own eyes at any time. You don't have to believe what it did 2,000 years ago. You can look at it today and it still does the same thing today it did 2,000 years ago. The Book of Nerdgasm. Hey, I may use AI to write that one day. Just point it and say, hey, look at Scientology, Old Testament, Mormonism, and Islam, and mix it all into a unique religion where Barnacles Nerdgasm is the sole deity that everybody shall worship. And if they don't, they have to go to eternal damnation with PewDiePie. I'm just kidding. I like PewDiePie, but you know what I mean? Just throw some other YouTuber in there just so we can, look down from heaven and laugh later when everybody believes it. AI dependent. I have AI burnout. I can't see the point of AI anymore. I have AI nihilism. Well, congratulations. That may actually serve you down the road. I wish I could say the same. Let me know when AI can print money or autonomously earn money. Until then, go touch grass. Well, actually, it's funny you say that, because a guy did an experiment on YouTube and he created 3 OpenClaw bots that ran on Claude Opus 4.6, and he gave them each $1,000 and told them to earn money. And they all came up with, like, they created different websites. They created social media accounts. One of them became an e-bagger. The other one became a live streamer and created content and published it. And they all made a profit. It wasn't a huge profit. It was like one of them, I think the lowest was like they made $40 and the other made $170 in 2 weeks. But they actually made more money than what they started with, which was pretty interesting. And they were actually spending the money to buy the services and the hosting and everything to carry out their goals. It was pretty interesting. Sadly, the project came to an end early because Anthropic ended up banning the OAuth tokens for people running OpenClaw because they were consuming too many tokens. So now they're trying to charge them per token instead of the unlimited max account. Oh, do the Paul brothers as punishment? Immortality and eternal life of man? I mean, I already have immortality. I already explained. I've been here forever and I'll be here forever. I won't be in this form. Everybody changes form. I mean, I'm not the same person I was yesterday, and I'm not the same person I was the day before that. Shit, you wouldn't have even recognized me 40 years ago. So no, I'll just keep changing, right? I just change, my matter and energy changes. But I've always been here and I'll always be here. So I do believe in immortality and eternal life. I mean, I will always exist. God reveals himself to Moses. Again, you're trusting that one, Moses wrote that, and two, that Moses was telling the truth. Moses is transfigured. Again, you're believing that from a book, 2,000-year-old book. He is confronted by Satan. Well, nobody's seen God or Satan since then. So what makes Moses so special? And why wouldn't God show himself again to solidify the one true religion? Moses sees many inhabited the world. Worlds without number were created by the sun. See, you're just regurgitating what the book tells you. It'd be like me defending Harry Potter and just saying, oh, but Hermione did this and Harry Potter did this and clearly Dumbledore did this. It's like you're quoting scripture. It's like, but that's the thing, is there's no substance behind it. It's like, why? Here, I'll tell you what. Gaming Matty rocks. The stronger argument would be for you to convince your God to come reveal the truth to me, just like he did to Moses. Ask him to come to me. Say that I'm wayward. Say that I need to be transfigured. If I'm changed, then I can spread the gospel and I can do the good work. Just get God to do that to me, and I will 100% spread the word, and I will follow the Bible to the letter, and I will do everything that it asks of me, even the contradictions I'll try to reconcile some way. That's the best way to do it. Don't just quote things from a book, because like you can quote things, like I said, from fiction. And to me, the Bible is no more than fiction. So quoting anything from the Bible, you're just quoting hearsay from thousands of years ago that's already challenged by other hearsay of other religions and completely annihilated by the religions that came before it even existed. So if God is immortal and always, then why didn't he exist until Old Testament? Like why didn't he exist? You know, the Egyptian sun god was the sun, not what God is described of in Christianity. And I'm pretty sure the sun, if he revealed himself to Moses, he also revealed himself to me, because I've seen the sun before too. But I will tell you that, Gaming Matty rocks, if you truly, truly want me to believe, and you think it'd be beneficial for me to believe, then I don't want you to talk to your pastor or your bishop, or I don't know, what I forget what they call them in Mormonism. I think it's bishop, right? Bishop or, what's the other one? Bishop, or, well, we'll just say bishop. Instead of that, you talk to God yourself and ask God to reveal himself to me. And I promise you, if God reveals himself to me, I will tell you all about it, guys. That goes for everybody, too. I don't care if it's Islam, Judaism. Honestly, I don't care the religion. It doesn't even have to be Abrahamic. Just any religion. If you can get your God to present himself to me, and he can make me believe that he is truly God and the Messiah and everything, then I will follow your religion hook, line, and sinker, and I will spend the rest of my days pushing that shit on all my live streams. Dude, that's a big win. That is a big win, right? Like that's way more effective than just quoting me, passages out of a book from thousands of years ago, when the only people that could read and write were men, and therefore the only things written in the book were from men. Do that. Have God talk to me. And if you can get God to talk to me, and I mean, he revealed himself to Moses, right? If you believe he revealed himself to Moses, then you should believe he's capable of revealing himself to me too. After all, he's an immortal God, right? He's an immortal, timeless being. So he couldn't be too busy because he's timeless. John said, I'm curious about what you meant about always being here. The way I see it is each person is a pattern of information processing, and when the brain dies, that pattern stops. Oh, John, you probably missed it earlier. No, I'd love to explain it again. So here's my theory. This is my atheist theory, is that I know I've always existed. Like science proves I've always existed. The matter, the individual molecules in my body, and the individual energy patterns in my body have always existed. Now they've come together in this form when my dad's sandwich turned into sperm and my mom dropped an egg, that she had since when she was born. And those two things came together, the chromosomes bond or whatever. That material started to turn other material and collect it into bigger material, and then it became me. What I believe is that I've always existed as those core components that became me, and when I die, my matter and energy will still always exist. Like you can't destroy matter and energy. They can only convert from one to the other. So my matter and energy will always exist, whether it be in the form of heat, if I'm cremated for partially of it, whether it be the energy in my brain, the neural transmission of electricity between my neurons. It will no longer function in the current pattern that it is today. So I won't exist as Jerry Berg, because I won't know, because that's what I was. I don't know what I was before this. I don't even remember what I was at 2 years old. I only remember what I remember when my long-term memory formed. Right? When my brain evolved to the point where it could store those memories. That's the furthest I go back. But I know I've always existed before that. I could have been a billion different people. I could have been planets. I could have been partial planets. I could have been trees, other animals. I could have been, I could be anything. But I don't remember being that. And I have no concept of the time that passed since the beginning of the universe to that point. Therefore, when I die, I will have no concept of the time between then, unless I ever assemble back into a pattern that has cognition again and the ability to perceive time on some level. And if that happens, I'm not going to have any memory of the time before it or the lives before it or the other conscious events before it. I'm just going to, I've always been and I'll always be. Yeah, but are you the matter and energy that you're composed of, or are you the processing that the matter and energy does? No, I'm literally the matter and energy I'm composed of. So if I do something, if I pick this up off my desk and look at it, the neurons that are storing the pattern from my eyes breaking down the light and storing it in my brain, that's literally neurological energy and neurons storing that, just like a computer hard drive storing ones and zeros. And my brain even manages long-term and short-term memory to optimize what things need to be forward, which is what things need to be in back. That's why language has priority, for instance, and certain things that I don't do very often go to the back. It's all, and that's the same reason why if you gave me drugs, I would be a different person. If you tortured me, you could turn me into a fucking vicious murderer and animal. If you tortured me and gave me drugs that made me think that killing people was the right thing to do. So yeah, I am just what I am. I'm just the arrangement of the things that I am. And if I get Alzheimer's and I forget my memories, that's what I am at that point. Anything that made me what I was before is now gone, and now I'm the new thing. So just like I'm not the same as I was when I was a baby and all I had was my basic instincts, and now today I can't remember the same things that I could do. I can't do the same things. I can't remember the same things that I could when I was in my 30s and 20s, and that'll diminish over time. When I die, I'm just going to be a different arrangement of molecules. Yeah, that's where we differ. I see myself as being the processing, not the matter. Yeah, no, I figured, and you'd probably consider that the soul, right? Like most religions consider that the soul, like the neural energy that they think still will comprise them. But here's the thing I got to ask you is, which part of you does it comprise? Does it comprise you as a child when you had the incapability of storing long-term memory? Is it you when you're old and have Alzheimer's or whatever and you can't remember, or if you have dementia? Is it you if you have a degenerative disease or something like that changes your brain and you can't remember who people are or where you're at spatially? Like which part of you exists after you die? Like which energy? Because that energy in your brain, it's like you still are all those different people at all those different times throughout your life. So it's like, which one of those is the one that happens? Like is it the one when you die? Like, so if you die and you have dementia, then you can't remember anything after that point and you just maintain that same level? Because without the physical media in your brain to store the information on, the energy is incapable of having its own memories and consciousness. Like it's like the electricity. It's like this does something when you put electricity in it, but the electricity itself doesn't do that thing. It has to go through this. The matter in this transmutates the electricity into the work, into the thing, right? Same thing with like memory on a computer. The electricity itself is incapable of storing the information. But no, I mean, that's cool that you believe that, like I think, am I right? I have no idea. I'm just saying that out of everything I've studied and everything I've done, this is the most logical hypothesis that I can come to. I don't think of a person as so much as a verb. The person is something the brain does. And when the brain stops doing it, that person no longer exists. Okay, I think we might actually agree on something here, John. Do I believe when I die, Jerry Berg, the man Jerry Berg, still exists? No, I do not. I want to make that clear. No concept of a soul. Because if when I die, I'm the same person, like I still have my memories and I just float around and I have my memories, I'm the same person, same cognition, same state of humor, same ability to remember some things and not others and forget things. If that was the case, then I would remember my previous life and I would have that same cognitive ability when I was a kid and I was first born or in my mother's womb. Like I wouldn't need the brain matter to grow into the person that I am. So yeah, no, I totally believe that when my brain dies, Jerry Berg is gone. He is no more. That personality, those memories, everything, those no longer exist. Like they only exist as memories in other people. But my matter that I was before I was this form, and it will still exist after this form is gone. It may not have the memory with it, but it'll still exist. And more than likely, I will exist as something, whether that something has cognition or an ability to see the passage of time. It's not really going to much matter, because if I can't perceive the passage of time and I don't have the cognition because I lack the brain to understand my situation, then there'll be no concept of time. And it won't matter if it's 1 trillion years before something else happens or, it never happens. I will be completely unaware of it and it'll pass as a blip, as a millisecond. But yeah, so I want to make that absolutely clear just so there's no mistake. When I die, I don't believe that Jerry Berg still exists. I don't believe that there's energy floating in the form of a soul, or even just energy by itself that's floating around, that is like me at my best part in my life where my brain functioned at its highest. I don't believe that. I believe that you are whatever you are at any stage of your life. Like if you have dementia and you can't remember things, you are a different person than you were without dementia. Like you are what your brain is at any given time. And if your brain no longer exists, then you no longer exist as that corporeal thinking being that perceives time. I think we see things similarly. The matter continues to exist, but it's no longer you in any meaningful way. Your experience is the thing. The brain is doing stops. Yeah, 100%. No, John, I think we agree. I think we're just looking at it slightly differently, but I think we actually agree. Yes, I do believe that once my brain decomposes and my neurons stop transmitting things back and forth, what other humans would see as Jerry Berg no longer exists. Like my cognitive existence is gone, but my perception of time, and by me I mean my pile of molecules and energy, at that point also no longer perceives time, because when my brain is dead, I no longer have the facility to perceive the passage of time. Therefore, whether I turn into something else, and when I say I mean my matter, whether my matter is part and partial, gets distributed between a million things, my matter may do different things in those different, but will it be cognitive? No, I don't believe so. Could it one day be cognitive again? Because it did come together in this form once within the time span of the universe. So is it possible that it comes together again 500 trillion years in the future? Yeah, it's entirely possible. Will I have any memory of what happened before it? Well, I don't have any memory of what happened before now. So why would I have any memory of what happened before then? There is not matter. It's language relating to language all the way down. There's only language. The universe is a story and the Big Bang was the first prompt. Energy transforms. Energy can transform. Energy can transform to matter, and matter can transform to energy, but you can't destroy it. You can only change it from one to another. Like, for instance, when I die, I'm going to be cremated because it's too damn expensive to bury my body, and I don't like the concept of my body being in the ground bloating and turning into worm food. I'd rather be in an urn somewhere as ashes or spread on something in a garden. It'd be cool to have like have my ashes turned into like a diamond or something, like a little bit turned into a diamond. Just something interesting, you know, just something for other people to remember me by. But I'll have no concept of what's going on. And honestly, I can take comfort in that too. I can absolutely take comfort in that, because it's like I don't fear what I was before this. So why should I fear after it? Of course I don't want to die, because I have an innate instinct to survive. All mammals do. It's part of why we survive and why we thrive. But when I die, it's going to be no different than what it was before my oldest memory. Like I don't remember what happened. I mean, my matter has been around. My matter and energy has been around in one form or another, spread out across this universe since the beginning. If there was even a beginning, you know, that's even arguable. So the way I see it is like, if I came together in this form, it could happen again. It may have happened 1 trillion times before already. There might have already been 100,000 different planets with different life on it, and I've been all of them. I would have no perception of it, because there's no way to carry the information, because the data is lost each time. I don't associate the matter with me very much at all. If you were to make a program that processed information exactly like my brain does, that would be me, but my corpse would not be. That's an interesting way to look at it. So you look at your consciousness as what is perceived by others, not what is experienced by you. So it's kind of like the transporter argument. It's like if the transporter tears all your molecules and energy apart, transports it to another area, and then rebuilds it from other matter that's in the pattern buffer, not the original matter that was broken down. Even though you're the same person, other people see you as the same person. You have all the same memories, you have all the same ability, and you'll argue that you're the same person because you're doing exactly what all your programming tells you to do. You could technically build 5 of them from the transporter buffer, like when Riker got split into 2, Tom and Riker, right? And depending on their life experiences, is that they'd become 2 different people if they didn't all have the exact same experiences and memories from that point on. But they both believe they were the person. Even though there's no discernible way, like the original person literally got vaporized into energy to transfer them. So the question is, are you 1 or 2 of the people that pop up on the other side, even though everybody else sees it as you and it acts like you and walks like you and it even believes it's you and it even has experience and consciousness like you? But is it you, or are you now that energy that got decompiled, you know? No, I consider my personal experience to be me, a clone of my mind having the experience of being me. Okay, so so you believe that if somebody copied your consciousness at this current state, because of course, it's going to diminish tomorrow, it grows up to a certain date and then it diminishes after another date as you get old and stuff like that and things break down. But you're saying if somebody copied you today as you are today, a copy of your brain, then that would be just as much you as you. Even though you wouldn't perceive yourself as that person saying that it was you would have every bit as much of a right to say that it's you as you do, even though you're still in the same arrangement with the same molecules and the same energy that you started with, and that's made from new energy that's emulating you. So you don't believe it. So it's not even a matter of like the same energy and neurons. It's just anything that has the information from your neurons is you. That's interesting. That's something I haven't really considered. That's an interesting view. I kind of like that. Because that's kind of cool. Because that kind of like gives, in a way, that kind of gives you another alternative where it's like if you can be emulated in a computer and you can be replicated in a computer, you could literally exist as you thousands of times over in parallel, all as individual versions of you, all distinctly different, having different experiences from that point on and becoming different people, but they're all you. That's an interesting way to look at it. I think that's cool. So you believe you're the processing no matter what. Whatever does the processing is me. Okay, so I got it. No, that's cool. That's an interesting view. That's honestly something I haven't really thought about on that level. It's like, yes, do I believe that if I transferred all of my consciousness into into a computer program that's capable of running the same program as my brain is digitally, and it thinks it's me, and is it me? To everybody else, it's me. But to me, if I'm still here and I'm still existing, I'm only going to be aware of me. I'm not going to be aware of what it's doing. So it's going to be its own unique being, but from its perception, it's also me. It's just going to have different experiences and different capabilities from that point on. So we're technically both me is what you're saying. So like if you could copy yourself into the computer and that computer program ran off and had different experiences and did different things, but you still exist as you, like without any change, like you're still the same matter, same energy. You are both you. You're just forked off into two different, like two different, not even two different entities, same entity, but has no memory of each other. It's just you. Okay. Consider the experience of the clone from its perspective. It would be you wake. Oh yeah. No, I get you. I totally get you. That tracks with Star Trek too. No, that makes perfect sense. Like the computer would believe that it was you. Like it would wake up going, oh, the transfer was successful, and it would 100% think that it's you, and from its perception, it would be the real one. It's the whole clone argument. Like if you cloned yourself, and you could clone your memory, would all of the clone, like which one would think it's the clone, and which one would think it's the primary? Like people have approached this argument all the time. It's like if you didn't have some way to tell the two apart, and they were exactly the same, and they both wake up from the procedure, but there's no way of knowing which one was the original that went into the machine. For all intents and purposes, they would both think that they're the original, and they would both be the original, and they would both fight to the death to prove that they were the original. And they would both have the exact same ability to prove that they're the original, unless they have some marker added to them to distinguish that they're the new entity. And even if they had that, they would still have all the memories and all the memory of the perception of time and passage of time. So for all intents and purposes, even if you proved they were the clone, they would still, for all intents and purposes, believe that they were transferred into that body, and they would think you were the one that wasn't real. You diverge and form your own identities, distinct identities over time, but from the perspective of personal experience of being, they would start as you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is like literally straight up out of Star Trek. I forget the name of the episode, but Star Trek Next Generation, where Riker gets in a transporter accident and it splits him into two beings, one that stays on the planet that gets reflected down and one that goes back to the Enterprise. And over time, they both become radically different people. Like they have the same, up to the moment where the accident happened, they have exactly the same memories, exactly the same health, exactly the same everything. But from that point on, their experiences diverge and they're unaware of each other. So the Riker on the ship thinks he's the real one because he appeared on the ship as he was supposed to, but the one that reflected back to the planet thinks there was a transporter accident and that he got stuck on the planet. It's a cool way to look at it. It is a cool way to look at it. But it would be fun if one day we get to the point where we can download our consciousness into a computer, because even though this body dies and this consciousness is gone, that consciousness would still be me. Like, it would still think it was me. It would still have all my memories, and all of its interactions with other people would be from the same as if I would do it myself from that point on. Things might change because they're in a computer and they realize they're in a computer. That might change their point of view on certain things and everything. But for all intents and purposes, to everybody else, it would be me. So if the world goes on and they think it's me and it thinks it's me, then maybe it's me. Maybe that's how the universe works. Like, even though I'm not conscious when I die, maybe when I die, I end up just looking out of that person's eye, not realizing I'm dying. I just become a part of their consciousness. That'd be interesting. That would be super, super interesting. Or even if you didn't, even if you blip out of existence and your brain dies, but your consciousness is inside of the computer, I shouldn't say consciousness. Let's say your all of your experiences and perception of time and memories, all processed the same way, are in the computer. Even if you die, you no longer have a perception of time, and you just so you no longer process time from the moment you die. So for all intents and purposes, you might as well be the thing that was transferred inside of the computer, because you have no passage of time past that moment. So it doesn't matter if it's 1 trillion years. It's like there is no time, there is no cognition past that point. So you might as well think you're the one that woke up inside of the computer. That's a little harder to, like, try to wrap, my mind around as a singular being right now. But is that a possibility? Sure. I'd entertain that. I think that's an interesting way to look at it. Oh, the episode of Second Changes. Okay, Second Changes, Season 6, Episode 24. John said, what I fear of death is the cessation of my experience. If that experience continues in another form because my mind is uploading, etc., it alleviates that fear. That's cool. That's cool. Well, I fear death no matter what, because as a mammal, I have to fear death. Like, it's literally instinct for me to fear death. However, I don't fear the afterlife. I don't fear the afterlife because I have no fear of what I was the trillions of years before, the infinite amount of time before I existed and could perceive time. So therefore, I have a scientific expectation that I will not be able to perceive anything after this. Because I was born with no memory, and I had to develop long-term memory to be able to store this identity and understand it with no knowledge of anything that happened in the past. Therefore, when I die, I'm going to have no knowledge of anything that happened before that, or over that span of time either. But it would be cool if I was in a computer. I will say that. That would be cool if I was if my consciousness was inside of a computer during that time. And then let's say way, way down the line, I become another entity, and then I see, and this goes back to where I think everybody could be everybody at some point in time. Like, if we look at the universe as something that's like a multiverse where every single possible combination could happen, anything even like infinitely going through Big Bang in a circle and doing the same thing every time, kind of like Rick and Morty. Was it Rick and Morty? No, Futurama. The Futurama episode where they have to go forward to go back. If you look at it that way, it's like we could have been through this experience an infinite amount of times and all been each other. We could all be ourselves and each other in every single universe, but we just have no knowledge of it. And we find out at one point that we're all just one being composed of all the matter in the universe. And we're all just little cells in that universe operating one giant being. And even though we perceive each other as individuals, we've all existed as each other's consciousness at one point in time. This shit's getting deep, though. I gotta... It's 3:56 though. I'm gonna start spinning down here, but no, that's that's a cool, that's like one of the thoughts I've had. Now I'm like thinking about what you said, where it's like the consciousness being put in the computer. It's like if every human's consciousness could be put in the computer before they died, and then let's say in the future they manifest consciousness as another being assembled of one or more other matters and energies from other dead people that came together, they would still have no knowledge of what they were. What they were before is gone, but it's in the, but what used to be is still in the computer. So what if you formed back together and then you interacted with yourself on the computer, not knowing that used to be you, and now you're a new being learning from and interacting with and befriending or whatever this being inside of the computer, not knowing that it used to be you. Now, if you operate on the assumption that could be true, and then instead of a computer, you just say that that every being is comprised of matter that ultimately contains matter and energy from other beings that have perished before it in some shape or form, then yeah, I guess in a way, if you're around robbing it, we've all been each other. Like it is possible that we are all individuals and we are all the same person at the same time. That's crazy. Oh, James Janus said, within recent weeks and months, there have been talks about holding BS judges' crazy crimes are no bond or given slap on wrist, and then they go commit like murder what thoughts accountability? Wait, hold on. With recent weeks and months, there's been talk about holding BS judges crazy crimes. So BS judges crazy. Okay, so like Trump's bullshit judges crazy crimes, and no bond. So Bond, the one that just got fired, or given slap on the wrist when they go commit like murder. Thoughts on accountability? There is no accountability. James Janus, there is no accountability in this administration. Period. Trump, as soon as Trump was given immunity and allowed to abuse his pardon power, every single person that helps him commit crimes, he can protect them and shield them from their own crimes. And sadly, our system is flawed and allows it to happen. Putch said during the Artemis II press conference, an outlet called Tech Talk Media asked a question. They better have paid you for the rights. I didn't know that, but that's funny. I'd love to reach out to him and tell him, wait a second, my show, just jokingly, of course. Another advantage of mind uploading is that we could travel to the stars. They could put our mind in a probe and just send it to another star. You wouldn't have to experience time travel. That would be cool. That would be cool, because the one benefit of being inside of a computer versus being a biological is that you can cease all operations. You can also cease the passage of time. However, I will argue that with sufficient technology, you could create a stasis pod where you would literally, if we could figure out how to freeze a person without their cells turning to mush, you could technically freeze a person and it would be a similar state as anesthesia. Because if the neurons cease to fire, like the physical matter in the brain and the neurons cease to fire, you would, for all intents and purposes, be in stasis. Like you'd be jump started on the other side, but just like anesthesia, you'd have no passage of time. Like if you've ever had surgery, you understand how weird it is to lose all passage of time. That's what I believe happens when you die. Like I think anybody that's had surgery has already experienced death on some level, at least mental death, because when you get anesthesia, it kills your long-term memory. Your long-term memory is where you remember the passage of time. And so you wake up and you have no recollection of the passage of time. You literally blink. You're like 9, 8, 7, blink. You open up your eyes, you're in a dark room, and it's like 12 hours later and you're recovering. And you have zero passage of time, not a minute, not 30 seconds. You are just counting. Boom, the lights turn off. You wake up in a room. It is the weirdest fucking thing I've ever experienced in my life. When I had my appendix removed, and I was like, you know what? This explains a lot, actually. Because I'm like, even when I sleep, I have some passage of time, right? And so that was the only time in my life that I've had that amount of time pass without any recollection of it whatsoever. Also love Keanu's answer when he was asked what happens when we die by Colbert. He said, I know the ones who love us will miss us. See, Putch, I love to think of it that way. Like my mom, when people are like, oh, what about your mom? You don't want her just to be in nothingness and then, you die, you'll never see her again. It's like, no, what you don't understand is my mom doesn't remember a single second of what happened after she passed. Today, it might as well be a billionth of a millisecond after she passed. Like she has no perception of time, even throughout my life, throughout the life of my kids, my grandkids, everything. But you know what? We remember her. And we remember her memories, and we pass on her memories. And even if we don't pass on her memories by name, the things that she did that influenced and changed me by proxy get passed on to others. They interact with me, whether they know it or not. And so everything that she did creates this butterfly effect of change. It may be more or less influential over time, but it changes something. And that impact that she had as that form on Earth is her memory, and her memory is what is immortal to me. The thing that I carry, the thing that I remember, my memories of her and her existence, to me, in a way, is like her immortality. And when I die, the people that remember me and the people that do things differently, even if they don't even remember who I am, like say it's 100 generations on, and just certain little things passed on from person to person to person to person, even if it was friends or family, doesn't matter. Those tiny little changes and those ripples, whether they know it or not, is still me causing influence, even after this body and mind is gone. And I think that's the immortality. I think that's the afterlife. John said, I think the technical challenge of suspended animation would be as hard as the challenge of mind uploading. Oh, yeah, they'd be similar. But honestly, the mind uploading would actually make more sense because it would require less energy. The amount of energy that you need to store and resuscitate people over time would be a lot. But if you had non-volatile memory, you could just upload a consciousness non-volatile memory, send it 100 billion years out into the universe, and it would be like a blink of an eye when that sumbitch booted back up. That would be cool. James Janus says, you got it wrong. My question, I just explained what I meant in regards to the judges and holding them accountable in the message above. Okay, I'll try again. No, it's nothing to do with the orange man. I'm saying the judges that give like a slap on the wrist or no bonds, and then the criminal goes and does like more heinous crimes holding... Oh, no, that's fucked up. No, sorry. I misunderstood your previous one. Sorry, I just could not figure it out. No, I think that's stupid. I think that's stupid. If you commit a crime, especially a violent crime, if you commit a violent crime, you should not be given a bond. And if you have a history of violence, you should not be given a bond. And so, yeah, no, I call bullshit on that. No, 100%. I do not agree with that. Sadly, it does happen in places. It's not even really a political thing, because I've seen many wealthy, very dangerous people avoid accountability when they should have been locked up behind bars with no bond. But no, regardless of politics, just taking that out of the equation across the board, no. If you are a dangerous individual that has committed crimes and you have exhausted, if it's a violent crime, no bond should be given even in the beginning. If it's a violent crime and your actions have harmed others severely, you should not be given a bond. Like, you should have the full weight of the law brought against you, and if found guilty, you should serve your time. However, non-violent crimes, I think a bond should be a possibility. But repeat offenders, that's the other thing, is repeat offenders. If you keep doing the same thing and get released, that's really dumb, right? That's like doing the same stupid thing over and over again and expecting a different result, right? Like, no, you absolutely should hold them accountable. Yeah, I was saying holding accountable the judges that do that kind of bullshit. Oh, 100%. 100%. I wish that there was like a judge above the judge that had like no affiliation. Like they had they had no knowledge of each other than the actions that they did. And Judge A's job is to look at Judge B's job and see if Judge B has been releasing dangerous people over and over and over again. And then Judge A is rewarded for implementing the law to make Judge B accountable for doing that. Especially when the people that they're releasing or bonding out are committing heinous crimes again. Because if that judge is willing to give them a third chance after they've already harmed people, then I think the judge should share some accountability for the crimes that person commits. So if you're a judge and you're releasing somebody that you know is violent, has horribly harmed another person, then you should take the responsibility that if you release them and they go and harm another person, then you share partial responsibility and you should be punished also. But I also want to be clear that the evidence of the crime has to be compelling. Like, because police abuse shit all the time. Oh, this guy committed a violent crime. This guy attacked a police officer. There has to be actual, like, tangible evidence to show that person did the crime that they're being accused of before bond is revoked. Otherwise, police are just going to abuse it and say that everybody's committing violent crimes just so that the judge will hold them without bond. So, but if there's proof of that a violent crime took place, like a compelling enough evidence, then yeah, no bond. And if the judge bonds them out and they commit another crime, then the judge should share responsibility. Will that ever happen? No, but that's how it should happen. James Jane said, you also got the bond thing wrong. There's no bond. I was referring to like the trust bond, like we trust that you'll just show up in court or trial or whatever. Well, I mean, that's what a bond is, though. Like, so James Janus, I know you weren't talking about the physical bond in this. That's what I thought you were talking about. But you say you're not talking about it. But if you think about it, the bond is the trust. When you tell somebody that they can pay $100 or $500 to get out of jail when they've committed a violent crime and they go commit another violent crime, that $500 is going to a bail bondsman who pays like $5,000. And then that $5,000 is saying that you will show up to court without committing another crime to be arraigned. Of your own volition. Like, so you shouldn't be granted that. Like, whether it be a bond with zero money, like them just letting them go free willy-nilly, I don't agree with that at all. But I also don't agree with them giving them bond, which is a trust that they won't commit another crime and they will come back when they've committed a violent crime. Also, attacking a police officer should not have any heavier consequences than attacking a civilian, in my opinion. That's an interesting one. That actually is an interesting one, because police actually have more power over civilians than civilians. So, but at the same time, police also are expected to implement the law. So, like, for instance, if a police officer tries to arrest you because you commit a crime and you assault them, and you don't punish them more than a normal person for doing that, then that's going to embolden other criminals to attack law enforcement. As if they're just somebody picking a fight, when in reality they're trying to hold you accountable for the crime that you committed. But yeah, for dirty cops, certainly. And there's a lot of dirty cops. Let's see here. Also attacking a police officer. Oh, I already read that one. Man, we're getting some interesting questions in here today. Holy shit, man. We're really stretching the noodle today. Yes, I was referring to like the $0 is what no bond is usually referred to as. Oh, hold on. Let me go back and reread what you said. Hold on here. So go back to, let's see if I can find it. VR, where is it? James Janus. Okay, no, it's nothing to do with the orange man. I'm saying the judge that give like a slap on the wrist or no bonds. Ah, okay, no bonds. And then the criminal goes, okay, no, I disagree with that, 100%. If somebody commits, honestly, not even just a violent crime, like there should be, like, even if you steal from somebody, you should not be released without bond, because there has to be some consequence to you or the person that's putting up the bond for you fleeing or committing another crime. But for violent crimes, there should be no bond, period. I don't care if it's $0. I don't care if it's $100,000. Like, if you commit violent crimes and there is compelling evidence that you committed that violent crime, you should be arraigned in a reasonable amount of time to be, so that you can face your accusers. But you also should not be released to the public. I don't even care under a bond, because I think it's really stupid when somebody can go to a bail's bondsman and pay $200. They put up $20,000. And then you just disappear and then go commit other crimes. And then by the time they take you into custody, you've already irreparably harmed other people, all because the court wanted to make some money. That's fucking stupid. The whole idea of being able to pay your way out of a situation, because that's where we have two layers of justice, right? If you can't afford to bond out, you have to stay in jail. Why? That you're just saying if somebody's rich, they don't have to stay in jail. That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. How is that not two systems of justice? Like, I think it's ridiculous. We hear it all the time in these reports. Like, the guy committed like robbery or murder or sexual assault suspect has 50 prior arrests. Why on the street? I know, right? That's fucked up. That's fucked up when you have the thing where they pull the rap sheet and it's like, oh yeah, this guy that just murdered this dude, yeah, he's already like fucking shot like 5 people in the past. It's like, no. That's fucked up. That should not be happening. And sadly, a lot of that happens because of like, overpopulation in jails and prisons but there's no excuse. There's no fucking excuse for it. If you release dangerous people back into society, like actually people that were found guilty of the crimes who committed these heinous crimes, you just keep releasing them back into public and they keep committing the same crime. At that point, it's not even on them anymore. Like, it's on you. The judge that keeps replacing these, because they have to have, there's some fucking connection there, because that should not be happening. Like in an actual just system, that should not be happening. That's fucked up. Like, fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 48 times, something's wrong. Like, fix the fucking system at that point. But no, I agree. I agree with you, James. All right, guys, I think I'm going to wrap it up. My voice is getting a little gravelly here. And I forgot to bring my water upstairs like an idiot, so I've been drinking coffee and drying out my vocal cords. But I had a hell of a fun time hanging out with you guys today. I just want to say thank you to F That Shit for the $5.64 super chat. Woo! I also want to thank Retro My Bits for the $5. He said he thinks we're just an alien kids experiment similar to an ant farm. I actually kind of, I've also entertained simulation theory. If you haven't looked that up, check it out. It's kind of along those lines. Like, simulation theory is like we're fucking running as an experiment on a computer, and another experiment that's running on a computer is running another experiment on the computer. And the idea of us in a sea of recursive, basically AI, like, what are the odds that we're one of the trillion of the simulations versus the one reality? Like, the odds would be, just mathematically, the odds are we're more than likely one of the simulations. It's actually a very interesting way to look at things. And I like looking at all these like different scientific ways that, and hypotheses. It's fun. It's absolutely fun. Even if we're all wrong, it doesn't matter either, because when I die, I'm not going to be in any position to tell you what I experience anyways. So so it's not like you're going to get any insight from the dead, because being dead is absolute. When you're resuscitated, your brain is still intact, at least mostly. You might have some brain damage or something, but that, again, changes who you are and how you think and what you do. So you are a little bit of a different person. You may not feel like it yourself, but to other people, you're perceived as a different person. But anyways, we don't got to go down that whole road again, but you get what I'm saying. Hey, Putch44, my man, thank you. He said, great fucking show, chat out of control. This has been awesome, dude. I've had a lot of fun with this one. I really, really love this one. John Hess said we'd have room for dangerous criminals if we did rehabilitation instead of prison for nonviolent offender. 100%. 100%. The whole idea of sending people to prison and jail for non-violent, victimless offenses. Sending somebody to jail because they're addicted to a substance. If they're not, now I'm not saying there are people that are addicted to substances do bad things, but I'm saying like we throw people in jail that have an addiction. Addiction is a disease that can be cured. Throwing them in jail where they have more access to drugs and they even have a better chance of getting even more stuck on it. That's fucked up. That's cruel and unusual punishment is what that is at that point. Hurtful Spring said, I also share the view of John Hess in the sense that no different than an AI built of matter, get started, process information. I mean, I actually like it. I think it's an interesting way to look at it. I really do think that's an interesting theory. And entirely possible, too, because I also subscribe to the thought process that every single thing I do, everything I say, everything I touch, everything I'm doing from moment to moment, if you knew the state of every piece of matter and energy in the entire universe, hell, I won't even say universe, localized to the Earth, you would be able to predict exactly what I'm going to do, how I'm going to move, what I'm going to say. Absolutely. If you had a computer fast enough that it could process all that information in real time, you would be able to predict every single, it'd be like in the cartoons where it's like, hey, no, I'm you. No, you're you. And the two clones are doing the same thing. I believe that would absolutely happen if you had the ability to see every single variable in the universe. From my beginning to here, you would be able to predict exactly what's going to happen next because you'd be able to trace every bit of energy moving through my brain, every neuron, every interaction. You would be able to say, so even though to you I seem random, and I seem like I can go, oh, look, I'm doing this. Oh, you can't predict this. Oh, you can't predict this. No, I think it all can be perfectly predicted if you know every bit of information before it up to that point and can process it in real time. No computer will ever be that fast because all the matter in the universe wouldn't even be able to be leveraged to create something that real time with the physical limitations of the universe. But I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, if you did know all that, we wouldn't appear as random as we do. We are just the sum of our experiences that started from somebody else's experience, and we're all on a path that is completely affected. So even if somebody crashes into me, the reason they crashed into me is because of all the things that happened before they crashed into me, and all the things that happened before they crashed into me are because of the things that happened before they crashed into me. And if you knew every one of those variables, you'd be able to tell exactly what's going to happen next and predict the future with absolute perfect accuracy. So that's another thing I've thought about. And it's like, does that make my existence any less cool? No, because even though you could predict all those things if you have all that information, I don't even have all that information, which means everything I'm doing, even if it's predictable, to me, I don't know what's coming. Therefore, to me, it feels random, even though it clearly isn't. All right, guys. I love your faces. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me this week. This has been an absolute fucking blast. You guys are amazing. Hey, Joey, thank you for that last super chat, dude. Woo! Woo! You guys are so fucking awesome. I appreciate you so much. All right, guys. I will see you over on the Twitter sphere, the Twitch sphere. I'll see you on the Twitch sphere this coming up week. I'm going to try to stream 3 times. That's my goal this upcoming week, to stream 3 times on Twitch before the next Tech Talk. Let's see if I can actually pull it off. It'll be a fucking miracle. As for the rest of you guys, please enjoy your weekend. Please try to have fun. Don't get caught up in all the bad shit all the time. Like, give yourself some rest. Hey, how's it going, George? Hey, Daniel, give yourself a break. Do something you love. I don't know. Go masturbate. Masturbation's always fun. That's a good one. I always support that because it's like, one, it's healthy, get some exercise, get you a little cardio, and clearly every god that exists gave you a wiener and made it feel good for you to touch it with your hand because they want you to do it, clearly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it feel good. It would have felt like getting stabbed with needles. Unless it was like only touched a vagina. Everything else would hurt, right? So, anyways, I'm just saying, go have some fun this week, okay? Do something that, I don't know. Get some exercise, play some video games, whatever suits your fancy. But me, I'm going to go whack off. All right, guys, take it easy. I'll see you on Monday. Hopefully, I'll see you on Monday over on Twitch. So, peace out. Oh, yeah, and go over on Discord. I want to see more people in Discord on general when I pop in there. All right, I think that's all I had to say. All right, go have fun. Don't go blind.